Chapter 771. Fong Chun believed that he had to be strong sometimes. Otherwise, he would be treated as a pushover, and that would be a very unpleasant feeling. Although his current strength was not enough to easily suppress Zixi and Yu Hong, it was impossible for them to defeat him. Zixi's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Among the younger generation in Tianzhou, he could be ranked in the top 10. As for Yu Hong, he was at the middle stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was slightly stronger than Zixi. However, due to the demon state's ferocious nature and the abundance of geniuses, Yu Hong could not be ranked in the top 10. However, the ranking did not matter. Strength was the most important. If Fong Chun went all out, defeating Zixi would not be a problem. Even if he faced Yu Hong, he could still defeat him if he used some of his trump cards. Yu Hong and Zixi treated him like a fool and asked him to hand over the token. How could he hand it over? Moreover, he had heard that Lin Lu of Tianzhou had issued a bounty to capture his wife not long ago. Why should he be soft on them? Therefore, the usually mild-mannered Fong Chun was furious at this moment. If you're not convinced, come and fight me. I can easily suppress you. Faced with Fong Chun's arrogant words, Zixi's aura surged. He was completely enraged. Yu Hong, on the other hand, stared at Fong Chun with a solemn expression, as if he wanted to see through the latter. However, no matter how Yu Hong observed, he could not see through Fong Chun. Kid, don't be so arrogant. At this moment, the warriors from Yu Heng's faction could not stand Fong Chun's arrogant words. Before Zixi could make a move, the cultivators of Yu Heng's faction quickly attacked. They attacked Fong Chun at lightning speed. Trash. Fong Chun only said 2 words and threw out a simple punch. In the end, just like the warriors from Zixi's faction, the warriors from Yu Heng's faction were just asking for humiliation. Bang! The warriors from Yu Heng's faction were instantly sent flying. Their miserable appearance was not any weaker than the warriors from Zixi's faction. Fong Chun easily defeated 2 warriors from the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. This made the warriors from Yu Heng's faction fearful. At this time, Zixi was finally going to make his move. Kid, do you think you can challenge me just because you defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm? Zixi's purple light rippled as he said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the token, break your arms, and get out of here. Hand over the token and break your own arms. What a joke. Fong Chun chuckled after hearing this. If you break your arms, I might consider giving you the badge. Zixi's words were filled with threats. Fong Chun, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He faced him head-on and did not back down at all. Brat, allow me, Yu Hong, to teach you how to conduct yourself. Seeing this, Yu Hong wanted to attack. However, Zixi was 1 step ahead of him. Brother Yu Hong, let me do it. As he spoke, Zixi's figure flashed. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Chun. Zixi had his own plans in his heart. If he could defeat Fong Chun, he might be the first to obtain the badge. At that time, Yu Hong would not be able to do anything. If Yu Hong were to make a move, it was very likely that the token would fall into his hands. Don't fight. One by one, everyone will have a share. Fong Chun chuckled. Brat, you're too arrogant. Zixi was furious and roared. In the next moment, the purple light around Zixi gathered above his head. Then, Zixi used the limitless purple luck technique. Limitless purple luck technique. Zixi roared and activated the limitless purple luck technique to the extreme. Above Ziyun's head, the thick purple light transformed into a purple battle spear. This was the most basic form of the limitless purple luck technique. Zixi believed that he did not need to use his full strength to deal with this kid. The limitless purple luck technique was a top-level 6 cultivation technique and was extremely domineering. Although it was only the most basic form, this purple battle spear was able to strike at full strength. Even a martial artist at the beginning of the 9th level of the spirit vortex realm would not dare to face it head-on. Whoosh! Under Zixi's control, the purple battle spear above his head shot towards Fong Chun with a majestic force. Petty tricks. Fong Chun sneered when he saw that. Then, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword. First, Fang Chun used the earth evasion sword technique. Countless rays of yellow sword light surrounded his body. Then, Fang Chun activated the sword body. The sword body, at the beginning of the body refinement realm, combined with the earth evasion sword technique, formed the strongest defense. A mere battle spear can't even break through my defense. After doing all this, Fang Chun's face was full of disdain as he said coldly. Zixi was furious. He increased the strength of the purple battle spear and ruthlessly struck Fang Chun's body. The latter did not move and allowed the purple battle spear to strike his body. Too weak. It's like scratching an itch. Within the majestic purple aura, Fang Chun's voice sounded. With a rumbling sound, the purple aura dissipated and the purple battle spear disappeared. Fang Chun was still standing there, the yellow sword light still around him. Zixi narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fang Chun. He had underestimated this person's defense. He hadn't thought that he would be able to block the most basic form of his violet luck limitless art with just his physical body. Suddenly, Zixi laughed out loud and said, "Brat, I have indeed underestimated you. With your defense, even in the Tianzhou province, you would be considered a decent genius. Unfortunately, you have met me, Zixi." "You talk too much nonsense," said Fang Chun. After the exchange, Fang Chun had a certain understanding of the violet luck limitless art. He was not afraid of Zixi. Violet luck limitless art. Being mocked by a nobody, Zixi was furious. He immediately activated the strongest form of the violet luck limitless art. Above his head, the purple light condensed into a purple lion. This purple lion opened its bloody mouth and a vast amount of power surged out. "Kid, you should be proud that you died to my violet luck limitless art." Zixi coldly laughed. The purple lion opened its bloody mouth and countless motes of purple light shot towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, Fang Chun used the golden light dragon sword technique. Countless rays of golden sword light floated around Fang Chun. Then, under his control, 10,000 swords shot out, carrying a thunderous power as they pierced towards the purple lion. Rumble, on the mountain peak, a wild rumbling sound exploded. Countless rays of golden sword light collided with the purple lion. Zixi's body involuntarily retreated a few steps. He stared at the center of the explosion, surrounded by a majestic purple aura. "He should be dead," Zixi muttered to himself. To the side, Yu Heng also stared at the center of the battle. He wanted to confirm whether or not this person was dead. Crash! The vast purple aura dissipated, revealing Fang Chun's true appearance. The corners of his clothes were torn, and he looked a bit haggard. "This is the violet luck limitless art." Fang Chun's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. When Zixi saw Fang Chun standing on a mountain peak perfectly fine, a huge wave of shock surged in his heart. His cultivation was clearly inferior to his, so why was his battle strength so strong? Even the strongest form of the violet luck limitless art was unable to injure him. It wasn't just Zixi. Even Yu Heng was shocked. This kid was able to withstand Zixi's violet luck limitless art. It looks like his battle strength is at least at the middle 9th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Yu Heng thought to himself, it looked like this kid really did have the right to be arrogant. Zixi did his best to suppress the fury in his heart. He looked at Yu Heng and said, "Brother Yu Heng, you've seen this kid's strength. Why don't we work together to deal with him?" Yu Heng was in no hurry to reply. He pondered for a moment. "Brother Yu Heng, if we don't get rid of this kid, he will definitely be a threat in the future. After killing him, you can look at the token first. After you're done, I'll look at it. How about that?" Zixi asked. Hearing Zixi's words, Yu Heng immediately agreed. "Okay, I agree." In the blink of an eye, Zixi and Yu Heng had reached an agreement to work together to deal with Fang Chun. "You can't defeat me alone, so you want to work together?" Fang Chun deliberately provoked them. "Aren't these the elites of the Tianzhou and Demon Continent? I think they're just SOSO. "Kid, your provocation is useless against us," Yu Heng said coldly. "Kid, if I work together with Brother Yu Heng, you won't have any chance. Zixi looked sinisterly at Fang Chun. So what if you work together? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fang Chen's attitude was as strong as ever. You don't know what's good for you, Yu Hong said indifferently. If he and Zixi worked together, they would even dare to fight against a late 9th level spirit vortex realm practitioner, let alone this clown in front of them. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, countless supreme grade spirit stones flew out and shot into the ground. Boundless spirit chi complemented each other. The supreme grade profound level formation was instantly set up. Formation. Zixi was just about to make a move when he found himself trapped in the formation. As for Yu Hong, after seeing the formation, his face became even more gloomy. Yu Hong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he instantly recognized that this formation was a supreme grade profound level formation. A supreme grade profound level formation. Looks like we've underestimated this person, Yu Hong said softly. A supreme grade profound level formation. Doesn't that mean this kid is a top formation grandmaster? Zixi asked in disbelief. Yu Hong nodded. A formation grandmaster's combat power is not weak. It's too difficult to kill him. Then what do we do? Zixi asked. Attack the formation with all your strength. After Yu Hong finished speaking, everyone attacked the formation with all their strength. Rumble. Although the supreme grade profound level formation was powerful, Yu Hong and the others were also very strong. In the blink of an eye, the formation was destroyed. Seeing this, Fang Chun prepared to set up another formation. Brother, we were reckless. The token belongs to you. We won't lend it to you. Let's end this here. How about it? Yu Hong suddenly said. At the side, Zixi's expression kept changing. Yu Hong's words were tantamount to giving up. Zixi felt powerless. His eyes were filled with anger. One day I'll kill you, Zixi swore in his heart. Chapter 772. A cold smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Just a moment ago, he had threatened to kill him and then take his token. Now he didn't want to fight. Yu Hong and Zixi's expressions changed slightly. If Fang Chun was just powerful, then they wouldn't be afraid. But now, Fang Chen's other identity had been exposed. He was a formation grandmaster, and a peak formation grandmaster at that. If they fought with their lives on the line, both sides would definitely be injured. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Brother, if the two of us join hands, although we'll be injured, it won't be difficult to defeat you. Don't force me, said Yu Hong. Zixi's eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want the token anymore? Asked Fang Chun. Yu Hong shook his head. Let's end this here. In the future, we'll meet again. After he finished speaking, Yu Hong turned around and left with the warriors of his faction. Fang Chun didn't stop them. Just as Yu Hong had said, if he completely infuriated Yu Hong and Zixi, the two of them would join hands and cause trouble for him. After Yu Hong left, Zixi, who was left behind, glared coldly at Fang Chun and said icily, If I had ZMO, you would have died without a doubt. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then scram. Fang Chun directly berated Zixi. Zixi was infuriated, but in the end, he managed to restrain himself. Now that Yu Hong had left, he couldn't defeat the person in front of him by himself. Brat, the next time we meet, I'll personally kill you, said Zixi icily. Then he turned and left. Fang Chun looked at Zixi's departing figures. His eyes were blurred as he muttered to himself. The next time we meet, you might not even have the chance to fight. After everyone left, Fang Chun didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he took out the token he had obtained from the golden dragon pillar. There were many dragon markings on the token. Those dragon markings were extremely complicated. They seemed to be indicating something. Why did the golden dragon pillar suddenly appear? Fang Chun was puzzled. This medallion was one of the medallions in the golden dragon pillar. It was definitely extraordinary. How extraordinary was it? Fang Chun's soul entered the token and began to examine it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that instant, a magnificent aura burst out from the badge. Immediately after, Fang Chun's face was filled with ecstasy. This was because he discovered that the token was filled with a majestic aura. A golden aura filled the entire token, causing Fang Chun to be extremely shocked. Fang Chun tried to absorb the golden aura, but found that he couldn't. After the golden aura surged out from the token, it revolved around the token. In the end, when the golden aura dissipated, a word appeared on the token. Dragon. Fang Chun was puzzled. What did the word dragon mean? However, after pondering for a moment, Fang Chun understood that the word long should represent some kind of identity. No matter how he thought about it, Fang Chun couldn't figure it out. In the end, he put the token into his spatial ring. Then, he turned around and left. Half a month later, Fang Chun finally found Star and Moon. At this time, Star and Moon's strength had improved. The aura around her was perfect and flawless. When she saw Fang Chun appear, Star and Moon's beautiful face was filled with excitement. Brother Chun. Star and Moon threw herself into Fang Chun's arms and cried out excitedly. Are you okay? During this time, Fang Chun had been hearing that the cultivators of Tianzhou were searching for Star and Moon. He was also very worried. I'm fine, Star and Moon whispered. Back then, when Fang Chun was swallowed by darkness in the spatial tunnel, Star and Moon thought that Fang Chun had died. Since then, she had been searching for the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect in an attempt to avenge Fang Chun. However, she hadn't been able to find him. Now, she finally saw Fang Chun again. Remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chun was also very surprised when he learned from Star and Moon that it was a remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect who had ambushed him. According to Zhang Jingtao, it should be a king of the Yellow Spring sect, Star and Moon said. The Yellow Spring sect had 8 kings and 3 venerables. Every king had the combat power of the limit of the spiritual vortex realm at their peak. In that battle back then, several of the 8 kings had fallen. The king of Lingtong had also survived with great difficulty. It's actually a king, Fang Chun said to himself. Now, there were the younger generation of the 3 states in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. If the king of the Yellow Spring sect wanted to make a move, he would have to consider his own strength. The 2 of them snuggled together, and it was very sweet. After a long time, Star and Moon suddenly thought of Lin Yenner. Brother Chun, I have an appointment with Yenner. We will meet at Annihilation Peak at noon today, Star and Moon suddenly said. Then let's go there now, Fang Chun said. Star and Moon had met Lin Yenner before, but both of them had matters to attend to, so they parted in a hurry. When they met at Annihilation Peak, it was almost noon. Annihilation Peak was a nameless peak. On Annihilation Peak, Lin Yenner, who was wearing a fiery red dress, was waiting for Star and Moon's arrival. However, to his surprise, Xingyi did not come. Instead, a few cultivators from the Demon Continent came. Boss, look at that girl on the peak. A few people were walking hurriedly on the plains. Suddenly, a warrior pointed at Lin Yenner on Annihilation Peak. Immediately, the others looked at the peak. When the leader saw Lin Yenner, a greedy light shone in his eyes. He said, "Let's go up and have a look." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warriors from the demon state immediately stepped onto Annihilation Peak. Miss, are you alone? The leader asked. Who are you? Lin Yenner asked cautiously. Miss, don't be afraid. I am Lve Zhou of the demon state. Lve Zhou said with a smile. The warriors from the demon state behind him saw Lve Zhou's expression and knew that this girl was in trouble. I don't know you, Lin Yenner said calmly. Miss, we are fated to meet. Why don't we have a chat? Lve Zhou continued. I said that we don't know each other, Lin Yenner said with a little displeasure. Miss, how dare you talk to our boss like that? Do you want to die? Suddenly, a warrior behind Lve Zhou scolded angrily. Boss, why are you talking to her? Just take her down, another warrior said. Others might not know, but these people knew very well. Lve Zhou was a famous womanizer in the demon state. The cultivation technique he practiced was the art of plucking yin and nourishing yang. However, because of Lve Zhou's deep background, most major forces would not touch Lve Zhou. Of course, Lve Zhou knew his place and did not dare to provoke the major forces. Even the female disciples of the minor forces would not dare say anything if they were humiliated by him. In the demon state, any woman that Lve Zhou had taken a fancy to had never run away. He It seems that Miss still doesn't know what the name LV Ejo represents. LV Ejo sinisterly smiled and walked toward Lin Yin. Seeing this, Lin Yin'er suddenly erupted with a fiery red aura and then launched a fierce attack. LV Ejo sneered and his aura surged. He directly grabbed Lin Yin'er's hand, making it impossible for her to move. "Let go!" shouted Lin Yin. "Miss, you still want to run after meeting me?" LV Ejo sinisterly smiled, his eyes filled with obscenity. "You!" Lin Yin was infuriated. She found that she was not LV Ejo's match. Now, Lin Yin'er could only pray that the star and moon would come quickly. With the star and moon's strength, defeating LV Ejo shouldn't be difficult. "My friends will be here soon. If you don't leave, you'll regret it," threatened Lin Yin. "Oomph. Have I ever been afraid of anyone? Even in the demon state, I'm ranked in the top 10. LV Ejo's other hand reached toward Lin Yin'er. Lin Yin'er constantly twisted her body, trying to dodge. But LV Ejo was controlling her body, making it impossible for her to dodge. "You!" Lin Yin'er's eyes were filled with tears. But at this moment, she saw the star and moon and Fong Chun in the distance. "Sister Yu'er!" shouted Lin Yin'er. Hearing this, LV Ejo sneered and said, "You want to trick me with such petty tricks? Not to mention that she didn't come. Even if she did, LV Ejo, would not be afraid." LV Ejo thought that Lin Yin'er was lying to him, and his hand continued to reach toward her. Whoosh! At this moment, a sharp sword light cut through the sky and appeared above the Annihilation Peak. LV Ejo sensed danger and immediately retracted his hand, giving up on Lin Yin'er. He turned around and punched out, instantly shattering the sword light. Then, LV Ejo's face darkened as he looked below Annihilation Peak. At this moment, below the Annihilation Peak, a man and a woman leaped onto the peak and walked over to Lin Yin'er's side. "Yin'er, are you all right?" asked the star and moon worriedly. As for Fong Chun, he stared at LV Ejo vigilantly. LV Ejo originally wanted to get angry, but when he saw the star and moon, his eyes lit up and his heart rippled. "She's simply a fairy," said LV Ejo excitedly. "It'd be great if he could dual cultivate with this woman." LV Ejo's thoughts were incomparably dirty. His eyes were greedily staring at the star and moon. He originally thought that Lin Yin'er was beautiful enough, but who would have thought that there would be someone even more beautiful? If you're still looking, there's no need for your eyes to exist. Suddenly, Fong Chen's voice rang in LV Ejo's ears. At this moment, LV Ejo finally noticed Fong Chun. "Kid, who are you? I'm in a good mood." "Hurry up and scram," said LV Ejo disdainfully. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you attack my friend," said Fong Chun. "Kid, why don't you look in the mirror? You want to be a hero saving a beauty with your little strength?" said LV Ejo coldly. LV Ejo's cultivation had reached the late 9th level of the spirit vortex realm. He did not fear the person in front of him at all. "If you don't scram, don't blame me for being merciless," said LV Ejo coldly. In his heart, he was already impatient to conquer the two women in front of him. Naturally, he was furious that Fong Chun had ruined his plans. Whoosh! The response was a sword light. LV Ejo clenched his fists and shattered the sword light with a punch. Then, he was completely enraged. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Remember, the person who will kill you is called LV Ejo." After saying that, LV Ejo exploded with all the power in his body. His majestic aura soared into the sky. Seeing this, Fong Chen's eyes turned serious. LV Ejo's strength had exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Star and Moon walked to Fong Chen's side. She wanted to fight alongside Fong Chun. Star and Moon and Fong Chun exchanged glances, then attacked together. Xing Yu activated the mystical baleful physique and immediately displayed the mystical true intent. The wild attacks caused LV Ejo's heart to palpitate slightly. Star and Moon's strength was not much different from LV Ejo's. In addition, with Fong Chen's assistance, even LV Ejo could not withstand the two of them working together. Bang! Bang! Fang Chun displayed the golden light, bright dragon sword technique and secretly activated the sword true intent. Star and Moon's dark true intent combined with the dark body was extremely powerful. Due to his carelessness, LV Ijo was instantly defeated by the two. LV Ijo steadied himself, licked his dry lips, and grinned. Underestimated you too. As he spoke, an iron rod appeared in LV Ijo's hand. This iron rod contained a majestic golden aura. This was the metal concept. The metal concept was sharp and domineering. Together with the iron rod, its power was raised to the peak. Heavenly Stellar Rod. All of a sudden, LV Ijo let out a roar and displayed the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Staff. The vast metal essence instantly blended into the iron rod, causing the aura within the iron rod to rise. Heavenly Stellar Rod. Hearing this, Fang Chun sneered. How could LV Ijo's rod technique be considered the Heavenly Stellar Rod? How laughable. Fang Chun was a martial artist who had truly seen the power of the Heavenly Stellar Rod. That level of stellar energy was simply too vast. Fang Chun simply couldn't forget it. And now, LV Ijo's Heavenly Stellar Rod only had a simple name. As for his rod technique, it had nothing to do with the Heavenly Stellar Rod at all. You dare call your trash rod technique the Heavenly Stellar Rod? Mocked Fang Chun. You're courting death. The Heavenly Stellar Rod was LV Ijo's signature technique. He would only use it when facing a powerful enemy. But now, he was actually being mocked by Fang Chun. This infuriated him. Crash. Majestic metal concept revolved within the iron rod, and then LV Ijo's palm suddenly moved. The iron rod spun in front of him faster and faster. Countless afterimages of the rod floated out. Go! Shouted LV Ijo. Controlling the iron rod, he sent countless afterimages at Fang Chun and Star and Moon. At this moment, Star and Moon exchanged a glance with Fang Chun. The two of them pushed their true intents to the peak and then merged them together. Using Fang Chun's hidden star sword as a foundation, they directly released it. Rumble. Their wild true intents transformed into a ray of sword light that viciously stabbed into the iron rod. Crack. The iron rod shattered, and the countless afterimages scattered. As for LV Ijo, he was sent flying and crashed to the ground. How is this possible? Exclaimed LV Ijo. His Heavenly Stellar Rod technique had actually been broken. No. Only now did LV Ijo realize that there seemed to be an extremely strange aura coming from these two. LV Ijo's brain rapidly spun. Finally, he realized that these two's auras were true intents. How is this possible? Two true intents, cried LV Ijo in disbelief. Even in the Demon Province, there were only a few martial artists who had comprehended true intents. He hadn't expected to encounter two at once. Damn it! Seeing Fang Chun walk over step by step, LV Ijo couldn't help cursing. The combination of two true intents caused LV Ijo's power to explosively increase. Protect Boss. The cultivator that LV Ijo brought with him recovered from his shock and shouted loudly. Pucci. Displaying the golden light bright dragon sword technique. These martial artists were instantly beheaded by Fang Chun. In the end, only LV Ijo was left. Fang Chun, don't let him off. He's a rapist, shouted Lin Yenner. Fang Chun was startled, but then he nodded and looked meaningfully at LV Ijo. Rapist. Fang Chun walked in front of LV Ijo. He gently raised the hidden star sword and then slashed it at LV Ijo. Pucci. When the hidden star sword fell, LV Ijo let out a miserable cry, but he endured the pain and used the blood escape art. He ignited his blood and instantly fled. I won't let you off. LV Ijo escaped, but his furious voice rang out. This LV Ijo is from the Demon Province. Fang Chun looked at Star and Moon and Lin Yenner. Lin Yenner and Star and Moon were blushing, but they didn't say anything. Fang Chun was a bit flabbergasted. What's wrong with the two of you? Brother Chun, you're so naughty. Star and Moon lowered her head. Fang Chun was stunned. He spread out his hands and said, I just made it so that he wouldn't be able to harm women in the future. Hearing Fang Chun's words, The two women's faces burned even hotter. In a hidden valley, Lvejo was battered and exhausted. His face was ashen, and the blue scripture on his forehead was exposed. Damn it, I'll definitely get revenge. Lvejo was extremely weak. He had been heavily injured by Fong Chun, and he had used the blood escape art to escape here. He had no strength left. Just wait until I'm healed. I'll definitely make that bastard suffer a fate worse than death, roared Lvejo. Just as Lvejo was about to enter the valley, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Do you want revenge? The black silhouette asked with a hoarse voice. Who are you? Lvejo was startled. He turned to the black shadow and asked cautiously. Who I am isn't important. I can sense the fury in your heart. I can help you recover from your injuries, and I can even raise your strength to another level, said the black shadow sinisterly. Why should I believe you? Lvejo stared at the shadow and asked. You have no other choice. Only I can help you. The black shadow continued. Lvejo was silent for a moment. You can really help me recover, and even raise my strength to another level. Of course, said the black shadow confidently. Why are you helping me? Asked Lvejo. Because we have a common enemy, said the black shadow. Lvejo's eyes flickered. In the end, Lvejo chose to cooperate with the black shadow. The black shadow also started to heal Lvejo. In a certain area of the Tian-Su mystery land, Fong Chun and the other two were walking when they suddenly heard a piece of news. This piece of news was extremely shocking. They were not in the real Tian-Su mystery land. They were in the outer area of the Tian-Su mystery land. In other words, only by entering the inner area could they obtain the true inheritance treasure. When this piece of news spread, it instantly shook the entire outer area of the Tian-Su mystery land. All the cultivators wanted to enter the inner area. At the same time, the entrance to the inner area was also discovered by the crowd. There were a total of 3 entrances. Each entrance was quite far away from each other. Fong Chun and the other two thought carefully for a moment. In the end, they went to the entrance that was closer to them. After flying for a few days, Fong Chun and the other two finally arrived at the entrance. In front of the entrance, there was a huge waterfall. Under this waterfall, there were many cultivators. There were cultivators from the Tianzhou, the 5-element state, and the demon state. When the cultivators from the 5-element state saw Fong Chun and the other two, they were overjoyed. Is it just a few of you? Asked Fong Chun. There were not many cultivators from the 5-element state at this entrance. There were only about 10 of them. Moreover, their strength was not as strong as Fong Chun and the others. It's just a few of us. Zhang Jingtao and the others seemed to have gone to the other 2 entrances, said Blazing Heaven. Blazing Heaven was the strongest cultivator from the 5-element state at this entrance. Of course, after Fong Chun and the Star and Moon came, he was no longer the strongest. Fong Chun glanced around. In the Tianzhou area, there was a leader. That person exuded a strong aura. The leader is the Tianzhou's golden fox. His cultivation is about the same as the Star and Moon's. He can be ranked in the top 3 in the Tianzhou area. Introduced Blazing Heaven to Fong Chun. Fong Chun glanced at the golden fox. The golden fox also turned around to look at him. The two of them looked at each other. In the end, Fong Chun looked away. What a powerful illusion, muttered Fong Chun to himself. Just by looking at each other, he could feel that the illusion coming from the golden fox's eyes was abnormally powerful. Then Fong Chun looked at the demon state area. The leader of the demon state is called Hu San. His strength is about the same as the golden fox, said Blazing Heaven. Fong Chun nodded. It seemed that those top geniuses had not come to this entrance. This way, his competition would be relatively smaller. How do we enter the inner area? Asked the Star and Moon. The entrance to the inner area is under this waterfall. If you want to enter, you need a token from the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, said Blazing Heaven. What token? Lin Yina was confused. I don't know the specifics, said Blazing Heaven. When Fong Chun heard that, he suddenly thought of the golden token he had obtained from the golden dragon pillar. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the golden token and said, Is it this? Just as Fong Chun took out the golden token, the dragon runes on it suddenly began to move. Then a trace of the golden dragon runes left the token and shot into the waterfall. At that moment, some new information appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Information about the inner area. Fong Chen was overjoyed. It really is the token. Is this the token? Asked Blazing Heaven. The token's change attracted the attention of the Tianzhou's golden fox and the demon state's Husan. The two of them glared at Fong Chen with unfriendly gazes. It seemed they wanted to snatch the token. Brat, your token isn't bad. Let me see it, said the demon state's Husan coldly. Fong Chen sneered. Do the demon state's cultivators all like to snatch other people's things? Yes, you've also met other demon state's cultivators? Asked Husan as he looked at Fong Chen with surprise. Yu Heng also wanted to snatch my token, but I forced him back. Oh, right, the Tianzhou Zixi was also forced back by me, said Fong Chen. The golden fox's eyes flashed, and she said, Brat, you snatched the token from Zixi. Please return it. How laughable. Brother Chen worked so hard to obtain this token. Why would he exchange it? Could it be that the Tianzhou and Demon State's cultivators are all like this? Asked the Star and Moon. You don't have the right to speak here. The golden fox sneered. Suddenly, she used an illusion on Fong Chen. Whoosh. After sensing the golden fox's illusion, Fong Chen's face instantly turned stiff. Then, he looked like a walking corpse, which made the Star and Moon extremely worried. You can't even resist my most basic illusion. How dare you have the token? You're really looking for death, said the golden fox disdainfully. Then, the golden fox ordered Fong Chen to hand over the token to her. Fong Chen walked in front of the golden fox like a walking corpse and handed over the token. The golden fox's face was full of smiles. However, just as she was about to take the token, a long sword suddenly pressed against her body. Poochie! Although she dodged in time, she was still stabbed by the long sword. The sharp sword caused a wound on the golden fox's body and blood flowed out. Your illusion is only SOSO. Fong Chen leaped back to the Star and Moon's side and put away the token. The worry in the Star and Moon's eyes faded. It turned out that Fong Chen was pretending to be controlled. Damn it! The golden fox was furious and was about to attack. However, a vast aura appeared around the Star and Moon, which directly intimidated the golden fox. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The Star and Moon's cultivation was almost the same as the golden fox's. At this moment, the wild aura that erupted from them made the golden fox somewhat wary. Husan, how about we join forces? Asked the golden fox. Husan nodded and joined forces with the golden fox, preparing to snatch the token. However, at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly appeared. Soon after, the crowd noticed that a figure had appeared. Trash from the Tianzhou and Demon Zhou. Are you going to attack people from the Five Elements Zhou? Asked Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao's appearance made the golden fox and Husan extremely wary, and they forcibly stopped their attacks. Zhang Jingtao, cried the golden fox. Although the golden fox thought that he was strong, in front of Zhang Jingtao, he was not worth mentioning. Let's go. The golden fox roared and led their people to search for the token. Husan looked meaningfully at Fong Chen and then turned to leave. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Zhang. Fong Chen cupped his hands. Zhang Jingtao waved his hand. We're all from the Five Elements Zhou. Naturally, we should look after each other. Have you found the tokens? Each token can allow 2 cultivators to enter, suddenly asked Zhang Jingtao. Fong Chen shook his wrist, and a token appeared. Zhang Jingtao also took out his own token. It was similar to Fong Chen's token. Each token could allow 2 people to enter. Fong Chen was prepared to bring Lin Yin'er and Star and Moon, while Zhang Jingtao was going to bring Blazing Heaven and another cultivator. As for the others, Zhang Jingtao had them quickly search for the tokens. In the past 2 months, most of the outer regions have been searched. The true inheritances were all in the inner regions. Once they entered the inner regions, there would be a storm of blood. Let's go. Fong Chen held the golden token in his hand. The dragon pattern enveloped the 2 girls, and the 3 of them instantly entered the waterfall. Seeing this, Zhang Jingtao also entered. At the same time, at the other 2 entrances, some powerful geniuses also entered the waterfall. The true battle was in the inner regions of the heavenly void mystery land. There, the cultivators from the three Zhou would engage in an intense battle. Whoever could stand out in the heavenly void mystery land would be famous in the entire ancient Sword continent. 5 elements Zhou, Nanling Land, Shangfeng Country. The current Shangfeng Country, Kamikaze Kenbu, was no longer the force that needed to be wary of other sect. Because Fangchun came from Kamikaze Kenbu was very famous in Shangfeng Country. There were many geniuses in Kamikaze Kenbu. However, ever since Fangchun left, the #1 genius in terms of combat strength had not moved. However, one day, Tian Xian's arrival completely changed the situation. Tian Xian had been in Kamikaze Kenbu for a long time. Now, he was firmly ranked as the #1 in terms of combat strength in Kamikaze Kenbu. Just when Kamikaze Kenbu was preparing to nurture him, he resolutely gave up everything and left Shangfeng Country. Because his strength was already considered a top expert among the younger generation in Shangfeng Country. He simply wanted to walk through the place that his master had walked through before. Therefore, he came to Mayun Pass in Mayun Country. Many people did not think that Tian Xian could pass the pass. However, he was incomparably heaven-defying and succeeded. Just like Fangchun back then, he directly alarmed Old Man Tian Guan. Old Man Tian Guan wanted to guide him in his cultivation, but he directly refused. "You are not qualified to guide me in my cultivation. My master is Fangchun." Tian Xian left such a domineering sentence and turned to leave. The entire Mayun Country was shaken by Tian Xian's words. A few years ago, Fangchun appeared out of nowhere and swept through the younger generation of Shangfeng Country. Even when he came to Mayun Country, he was still a top genius. And a few years later, his disciple also came to Mayun Country. His trajectory was exactly the same as Fangchun's, passing through Mayun Pass and then leaving. However, no matter how everyone discussed, Tian Xian did not care. Finally, Tian Xian came to Jingguan Country. First, Tian Xian came to the southern part of Jingguan Country. His master started here, and he also wanted to start here. Because of Prince 19 of Jingguan Country, although many people were afraid of Fangchun on the surface, they secretly wished that Fangchun would die a horrible death. Hearing that Tian Xian came to Jingguan Country, many warriors were secretly ready to make a move. And Tian Xian also made a bold statement. "After a few years, I will replace my master to fight against his enemies." Tian Xian was very confident. Jingguan Country was shaken because of Tian Xian's arrival. Tian Xian's goal was very simple. He wanted to go to every place that his master had gone before meeting up with his master. His master had taken first place, so he also wanted to take first place. He did not want to be the best, but he wanted to be the closest to his master. In Tian Xian's heart, his master was like a god. "Master, I will definitely follow in your footsteps." Tian Xian swore in his heart. He knew that his master's name in 5-element state would soon spread throughout ancient Sword continent. And he was only in Jingguan Country now. But he believed that it would not be long before he went to the 4 Great Ridges and then to 5-element state. He would step into the legendary 5 Elements Academy, the overlord of 5-element state. Then, he would use the 5 Elements Academy as a springboard to enter ancient Sword continent. This was Tian Xian's plan. As for him, he was gradually carrying out his plan. Outside Tian Su Mystery Land, in a dark valley, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees had all withered. This was an abandoned valley, and there was not even a demon beast. In such a desolate place, a figure suddenly appeared. If one looked carefully, they would realize that this person was the Demon State's flower thief, Lu Yizhou, who had been severely injured by Fangchun. At this moment, Lu Yizhou's eyes were glowing with an evil aura. His entire body was extremely gloomy. "Kill the geniuses." This sentence echoed in LV Yizhou's mind. Then, Lu Yizhou's figure flashed and left the valley. After Lu Yizhou left, a black figure appeared. His face was full of smiles. This person is the first. The spiritual pupil's monarch's plan was to kill all the geniuses and then use the blood of the geniuses to awaken the supremacies. The Netherworld sect had 3 supremacies. Their cultivation was second only to the Netherworld sect leader. Once one of the supremacies could be awakened, the Netherworld sect would rise again. A few days later, LV Ejo ran into several martial artists on a certain plain. Its senior brother Liu Ejo. These martial artists were from Demon State. They recognized Liu Ejo. Senior brother Liu Ejo. A few martialists quickly ran in front of LV Ejo and shouted loudly. However, what they received in response was Liu Ejo's wild attacks. Caught off guard, the martial artists died instantly. Senior brother Liu Ejo. These several martial artists died without knowing why senior apprentice brother Liu Ejo would suddenly deal a fatal blow to them. After killing these people, Liu Ejo laughed sinisterly. He then took out a pitch-black bottle and drew all the blood of these people into the bottle. After doing all this, Liu Ejo continued on his way. The former great flower thief, Liu Ejo, had now completely turned into a walking corpse. The purpose of his existence was to help the spiritual pupil's monarch complete his mission. Of course, in Liu Ejo's heart, he could never forget his hatred, the enemy that made him unable to be a man. He wished he could pull out his tendons and skin him alive. This was also the only thought left in Liu Ejo's heart. The other memories were all erased by the spiritual pupil's monarch. While Liu Ejo was helping the spiritual pupil's monarch collect the blood of the geniuses, the spiritual pupil's monarch was also secretly moving. Chapter 773. The core of the Tian-Su secret dimension was the inner area. All the warriors who entered the Tian-Su secret dimension were desperately searching for the token. As long as they had the token, they would be able to enter the inner area. There was no other way. Of course, there were also some people who were crazily collecting the blood of geniuses, such as Liu Ejo. The Lingtong monarch was harvesting the lives of geniuses, planning to awaken the honorables of the Yellow Spring sect. As for Fang Chun, he used his golden dragon title plate to bring Lin Yin'er and Xing Yue into the inner area. After entering the waterfall, Fang Chun realized that the waterfall was similar to a spatial tunnel. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Oasis King was indeed unrivaled in the true martial realm back in the day. He was known as a quasi-king. Other than the Heavenly Oasis King, there was no one else in the true martial realm who could do such a thing. With the experience of passing through the spatial tunnel, Fang Chun and the other two were very relaxed. After a while, Fang Chun and the other two came out of the waterfall. Is this the inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension? Fang Chun looked around and said. The outer area of the Tian-Su secret dimension had broken rules, but the spiritual qi was very dense. In the inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension, Fang Chun realized that the rules here were not broken at all. They were intact. What's going on? Fang Chun was puzzled, but after thinking for a while, he understood. It should be the Heavenly Void King's doing. Just as Fang Chun and the other two were looking around, a ripple suddenly appeared in the waterfall. Then, Zhang Jingtao came in. Senior Zhang. Fang Chun had a good impression of Zhang Jingtao, so he cupped his hands and greeted him. The inner area of the Tian-Su secret dimension is full of treasures, but the real attraction is the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. Zhang Jingtao said, "Do you want to move with us or move freely?" Hearing this, Fang Chun shook his head and said, "Senior Zhang, let's move freely." Fang Chun had many secrets, so he didn't want others to see them. Moreover, moving freely was more beneficial to his cultivation. Okay, be careful. After speaking, Zhang Jingtao turned and left. After Zhang Jingtao left, Blazing Heaven also left. Right now, taking advantage of the fact that there were very few martial artists in the inner region, it was a good opportunity to search for the inheritance. Fang Chun glanced at the two women and said, "Let's go." "Brother Chun, where are we going now?" Star and Moon asked. "Let's walk around," Fang Chun said. Then, the three women quickly moved forward. The inner area of the Heavenly Void secret realm was obviously much smaller than the outer area. However, the inner area was filled with a dense aura. enveloped by the complete rules. Fang Chen's sword intent could not help but burst forth and absorb the surrounding power of heaven and earth. After walking for about a day, the three of them suddenly ran into Song Xiong. Speaking of which, Fang Chen was still Song Xiong's junior brother because their master was the same person, the bone weapon sacred master. Junior brother, you're here too. Song Xiong thought that Fang Chen came in later than him, but he didn't know that Fang Chen was the first to come in. Senior brother Song. Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. Junior brother, where are you going? Song Xiong asked. We're looking for the inheritance, Fang Chen said. Not long ago, there was a piece of news from the inner area. A martial artist seemed to have found a secret place. He broke into that secret place and wanted to take the treasure for himself. However, he didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion. Now, many martial artists are heading there, Song Xiong said. Oh, the treasure. Fang Chen was a little confused and said. Let's go together, Song Xiong said. Fang Chen nodded. Since they were looking for the inheritance treasure aimlessly, they might as well go with Song Xiong. After saying that, the three of them followed Song Xiong and flew quickly. Several days later, the three of them arrived at a wasteland. Berserk spiritual chi was scattered all over the wasteland. At the center of the wasteland was a mysterious tower. This tower was surrounded by a vast aura that made it impossible for anyone to approach. There were over 20 martial artists on the wasteland. Among these warriors, there were warriors from the Sky State and Demon State. Of course, there were also warriors from the Five-Element State. Fang Chen saw Zhang Jingtao, Blazing Heaven, and the others here. Fang Chen, Zhang Jingtao, saw Fang Chen and Song Xiong and raised his hand, indicating for them to come over. When Fang Chen arrived in front of Zhang Jingtao, he asked, Senior brother Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Jingtao said, there are restrictions around this tower. If you want to enter, it'll be extremely difficult. It seems you'll have to pass through them. Oh, Fang Chen was puzzled as he stared at the distant tower. At this moment, a furious roar rang out in Fang Chen's ears. Following that, a vast aura directly pressed down on him. Fang Chen turned his head and saw that the Sky Province's Lin Lu was emitting an extremely wild aura. His eyes were scarlet and his fists were clenched. He was incomparably furious. You really can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even trying. Lin Lu's aura locked on a star and moon as he sinisterly laughed. Lin Lu was the #1 expert of the Sky Province's younger generation. His cultivation base was on par with Zhang Jingtao's. In the outer regions, he had constantly been searching for star and moon, but he hadn't been able to find them. He hadn't expected to run into them here after entering the inner regions. Thinking of his little brother Lin Du's miserable death, Lin Lu was incomparably furious. He had once sworn that he would personally kill his enemies to avenge his little brother. Lin Lu, what's the meaning of this? Zhang Jingtao sensed that Lin Lu was emitting a wild aura that was directed at star and moon. Zhang Jingtao, this matter has nothing to do with you. It's best if you don't interfere, said Lin Lu icily. He didn't give Zhang Jingtao any face. Lin Lu emitted a terrifying aura as he walked step by step towards star and moon. Seeing this, Fang Chen directly stood in front of star and moon and stared at Lin Lu. Scram! Roared Lin Lu furiously. She's my wife, said Fang Chen slowly. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he said, if that's the case, then you can also die. As soon as Lin Lu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly shot out from his fist and exploded towards Fang Chen. Earth Escape Sword Technique. Fang Chen immediately used the Earth Escape Sword Technique. Then he activated his sword body. Bang! A vast aura instantly rushed towards him. Lin Lu's fist fiercely hit Fang Chen's body. Crack! The earthy yellow sword light surrounding Fang Chen instantly shattered. The sword body in the early stage of body refining realm constantly emitted a wild sword chi and forcibly blocked Lin Lu's attack. However, even so, Fang Chen's body couldn't help but take a few steps back. He steadied himself and stared at Lin Lu. His eyes emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. Fang Chen's defense surprised Lin Lu. A guy at the 6th level of the spiritual vortex realm could actually block his attack. It seemed that he had cultivated a profound body refining technique. Your defense is not bad, but do you think it can block my attack? Lin Lu said disdainfully. In the next moment, Lin Lu attacked again. Enough! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Zhang Jingtao stood beside Fang Chun and blocked Lin Lu's attack. Zhang Jingtao, are you going to stand up for him? Lin Lu asked coldly. Fang Chun is a student of our 5 Elements Academy. How can I watch him die? Zhang Jingtao's attitude was very clear. This woman killed my brother, Linda. I once swore to the heavens that I would avenge my brother at all costs. Lin Lu said, since I met her this time, she will definitely die. No one can stop me. Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao's confrontation shocked countless martial artists on the wasteland. One was the number 1 of the younger generation in the 5 Elements state, and the other was the number 1 of the younger generation in the Tianzhou state. The battle between the two of them was already considered a top battle among the younger generation in the ancient Sword Continent. Many martial artists were guessing who would win. You can't stop me, Lin Lu said coldly. Zhang Jingtao activated his spirit qi and blocked Lin Lu's attack. He then turned to look at Fang Chun and said loudly, let's go. Zhang Jingtao knew that although he could temporarily block Lin Lu's attack, once the other experts from the Tianzhou state arrived, Fang Chun would definitely be in danger. You want to leave? Impossible. Lin Lu sneered. He attacked Zhang Jingtao and Fang Chun at the same time. Rumble, a majestic fist radiance shot out from Lin Lu's right fist. This fist radiance contained an extremely powerful force. True intent. When Fang Chun touched this fist light, he was instantly shocked. He immediately activated his sword intent with all his strength. But it was too late. The fist light heavily smashed into Fang Chun's body, sending Fang Chun flying. Damn it! Zhang Jingtao used all his strength to block Lin Lu. When Star and Moon saw that Fang Chun was injured, she directly jumped to Fang Chun's side and hugged Fang Chun. Pucci, at this moment, a large hand suddenly appeared in the void and directly penetrated Star and Moon's arm. Blood splattered all over the sky. Star and Moon let out a miserable cry. Fang Chun fell from her arms and her body fell. The injured Fang Chun saw the large hand appear in the void and penetrate Star and Moon's arm. He roared in anger. At the same time, a short sword appeared in Fang Chun's hand. As soon as this short sword appeared, Fang Chun desperately injected spirit qi into it. This short sword emitted a vast aura. Go to hell. Fang Chun's heart was filled with anger. He held the short sword in his hand and directly pierced it towards the large hand that appeared in the void. Pucci, the large hand in the void, clearly didn't expect Fang Chun's attack to be able to injure it. When the short sword came into contact with its palm, it directly penetrated its palm with a crack. Blood instantly gushed out. Damn it! At this moment, the owner of the large hand in the void was furious. He clenched his fist, and a wild power directly grasped the short sword. Instantly, some cracks appeared on the broken sword. Chapter 774. Crash. A man in a black robe appeared in the void. His face was ashen, and blood was dripping from his palm. At the same time, he played with the cracked short sword in his hand, looking extremely sinister. A puny martial artist actually has a Dao weapon, the black-robed man suddenly said. His words were full of anger. This sudden turn of events shocked all the martialists. The master of the void hand, the black-robed man, was the number 1 genius of the demon state, Heitai. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill the younger generation of martial artists from the 5 Element state, but he didn't expect to be injured by a puny ant. This made Heitai very angry. This was a disgrace, and he was very displeased. If he was displeased, the consequences would be severe. Heitai. Everyone gasped when they saw Heitai appear. They didn't expect the martial artist hiding in the void to be Heitai. He pierced Star and Moon's arm at the critical moment, seriously injuring Star and Moon and causing them to fall down the cliff at the edge of the wasteland. People from the five-element state are annoying, Heitai said thoughtfully as he glanced at Zhang Jingtao. At this time, the bleeding on Heitai's palm had stopped. He played with the short sword while looking at Zhang Jingtao and Lin Lu. Heitai. Lin Lu cupped his hands and smiled at Heitai. Although Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao were top powerhouses of the ancient sword continent's younger generation, there was a big gap between them and Heitai. After all, Heitai was the number one person of the demon state's younger generation. Zhang Jingtao stopped attacking when Heitai arrived. Lin Lu greeted Heitai and went straight into the pit to look for Fang Chun. However, he came out of the pit after a while with a gloomy face. He escaped, Lin Lu muttered to himself. Fang Chun was clearly blasted into the ground by Heitai. Why did he suddenly disappear? Did he escape? Lin Lu, there's no need to look for him. He's dead for sure after being injured by me. In Heitai's eyes, Fang Chun was already a dead man. Lin Lu thought for a moment, then nodded. He tiptoed and came to the edge of the wasteland. There was a bottomless cliff here. I hope you're already dead, Lin Lu muttered to himself as he stared at the cliff. Star and Moon was ambushed by Heitai and fell off a cliff with heavy injuries. Heitai's arrival instantly caused the five-element state to suffer disastrous losses. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao was extremely furious. However, he could not do anything about it. Heitai, you dare to casually attack the martial artists of my five elements province. In the future, I, Zhang Jingtao, will definitely have a taste of your skills, Zhang Jingtao said sinisterly. Zhang Jingtao, you can take revenge if you want, but I'm afraid you'll lose your little life when the time comes. Heitai didn't care at all. If not for the tower in front of him, Heitai would have definitely attacked Zhang Jingtao. In the wilderness, the crowd finally found a way to enter the tower. Heitai took the lead and entered the tower. Lin Lu also led the younger generation of the Tianzhou into the tower. As for Zhang Jingtao, he was the last to enter the tower. In a dark space, the little mouse came out of a special spatial ring with a whoosh. It looked at Fang Chun anxiously. Boss, are you all right? The little mouse hurriedly called out. Fang Chun was heavily injured. At the critical moment, the little mouse came out of the special spatial ring and dragged Fang Chun's body into the ground. The little mouse didn't know where it was, but it was certain that Lin Lu and the others wouldn't be able to find it. The mouse race's innate ability was to dig holes. Digging through the ground was nothing to the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse had dug a very large hole underground that could accommodate Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun's aura was very weak. His life could be in danger at any moment. Boss, you must hold on. After the little mouse finished speaking, it turned and left. Time passed bit by bit. The martialists of the three great continents had obtained many inheritances within the tower. Tens of thousands of miles underground, the little mouse was frantically shuttling back and forth, helping Fang Chun find heaven-defying spirit herbs. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fang Chun was in a coma. Unknowingly, the golden heart was improving Fang Chun's body. During this time, the little mouse also brought back many spirit herbs and fed them to Fang Chun. One day, Fang Chun's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, the little mouse stared at Fang Chun. Boss, the little mouse called out. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chun's body was transforming. The undying bird's blood essence was merging with the golden heart. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chun's body was surrounded by the undying flame. Even the little mouse couldn't resist the high temperature of the undying flame. The little mouse retreated to a place far away and carefully observed his boss. This transformation seemed to be caused by the undying bird's blood essence. The golden heart was like a vast ocean, able to contain everything. Just as the golden heart was transforming, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in Fang Chun's elixir field was also constantly trembling. A corner of the cauldron's lid slowly lifted, and a head flew out, frantically absorbing the aura emitted by the golden heart. Boom! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron's abnormal movements made Fang Chun's body tremble. Boom! In Fang Chun's elixir field's Qi Si Wild spiritual energy was suddenly condensing. 6 spiritual spirals were suspended at the side, and the 7th spiritual spiral was condensing. After 15 minutes, the undying bird's blood essence completely disappeared, and a trace of bright red appeared on the golden heart. It seemed that the undying bird's blood essence had been completely assimilated by the golden heart. After the golden heart had completely absorbed the undying bird's blood essence, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron also returned to normal. At this time, the 7th spiritual spiral in his Qi Si was also successfully condensed. Feng Chun profited from the disaster. Not only did he not die after being severely injured by Heitai, but he also completely activated the golden heart, causing it to undergo a transformation. As for himself, he had also successfully raised his cultivation to LV7 spiritual spiral realm. Crash! At a certain moment, Feng Chun opened his eyes, and a terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. You are. The moment Feng Chun opened his eyes, he shouted the name of Star and Moon. When he was blasted into the ground by Heitai, he clearly saw Star and Moon fall into the cliff. His eyes were scarlet, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Boss, are you okay? The little mouse hurriedly asked when he saw this. After a long time, the aura around Feng Chun's body was withdrawn, and his emotions finally calmed down. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said gloomily, "If I don't kill you, I'm not human." Although he did not know who the owner of the giant void hand was, Feng Chun was not worried. He would know if he asked around. "I'm fine." Feng Chun glanced at the little mouse and said slowly. Seeing that Feng Chun had calmed down, the little mouse breathed a sigh of relief. "Where are we now?" Feng Chun asked. "Underground," the little mouse said. "Boss, it's all my fault. If I could cultivate my divine powers to a higher level, a mere LV9 spiritual spiral realm martial artist would not be worth mentioning." The little mouse's divine powers were only in the initial stages of awakening and had not yet been upgraded. Once it was upgraded, the little mouse was confident that it could fight against a real martial arts realm martial artist. "Since my cultivation has been upgraded, I'll take the opportunity to consolidate it," Feng Chun said. The little mouse stood guard at the side, while Feng Chun began to consolidate his cultivation. Feng Chun took out the Tao level elixir given to him by Saint Master Dan Yun and swallowed it. The effect of the elixir instantly spread. Feng Chun felt that his body was filled with boundless power. His 8th spiritual spiral was condensing. As expected, seeing this, Feng Chun's face was filled with joy. This time, he hoped to break through to LV8 spiritual spiral realm. In the end, Feng Chun still underestimated the power of the Tao level elixir. When half of the elixir's effect was consumed, Feng Chun's 8th spiritual spiral was successfully condensed. The remaining half of the elixir's effect was absorbed by the golden heart. After another 2 hours, Feng Chun's cultivation finally consolidated at LV8 spiritual spiral realm. He felt that his whole body was filled with power. So powerful. Feng Chun could not help but exclaim. Being seriously injured and nearly dying had instead stimulated his golden heart, causing it to undergo a metamorphosis. Furthermore, his cultivation had also increased enormously. "How long has it been?" Feng Chun asked. "More than a month," the little mouse said. Feng Chun was also stunned. He did not expect to be unconscious for a month. Calculating the time, it had been almost 3 months since he entered the heavenly void mystery land. His cultivation had increased greatly and was much stronger than before. "When did you go out to collect debts?" Feng Chun stood up slowly and said eerily. Then, the little mouse went to the cave, and Feng Chun followed closely behind. After 6 hours, the man and the mouse returned to the surface from tens of thousands of miles underground. It was still the same wasteland. There was still a cliff, and in the middle of the wasteland, there was a tall tower. However, the restriction around the tower was already gone. It was as if there was nothing in the tower. Feng Chun's gaze was not attracted by the tower at all. Instead, he hurriedly looked below the cliff. Below the cliff, there was a gray fog. It was bottomless. Feng Chun stared for a moment. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he slowly retracted his gaze. I hope you're okay. If anything happens to you, I will definitely kill everyone who attacked you, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen's gaze shifted from below the cliff to the tower. With a thought, Fang Chen entered the tower. The tower had a total of 9 floors. As soon as he entered the first floor, Fang Chen found several warriors lying in a pool of blood. It seemed that there was a battle. Reality is so cruel, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The first floor was empty except for a few people lying in a pool of blood. Fang Chen continued to step onto the second floor. It was the same. When he stepped onto the 7th floor, he could not see the corpses of the warriors. However, the 7th floor had obviously been visited by others. There was no one left. He continued to the 8th floor and the 9th floor. When Fang Chen entered the 9th level, he was shocked to find a head absorbing the spirit qi on the 9th level. Fang Chen was shocked. Wasn't this head the head in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron in his dantian? Chapter 775. When Fang Chen saw the head, it also blinked and stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart pounded. Why would the head in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron mysteriously appear here? Fang Chen stared at the head. Unconsciously, his eyes began to blur. He walked step by step toward the head. When he got close, the head was floating in front of him, blinking. It seemed to be communicating with Fang Chen. Fang Chen stretched out his hand and gently touched the head. Fang Chen suddenly woke up and slapped the head, causing it to fall to the ground. A strange scene appeared. When the head fell to the ground, it turned into bubbles and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Fang Chen couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. I actually fell into an illusion. Fang Chen looked around and said vigilantly. Just now, when he entered the 9th floor, he fell into an illusion. What a terrifying illusion. Just who did this? Fang Chen muttered to himself. There was no one on the 9th floor. That head just now was also an illusion. Fortunately, Fang Chen cultivated the illusory sword Tao. He had a deep understanding of the Tao of illusions. That was why he woke up at the crucial moment. Fang Chen looked at his dantian and found that the cauldron's lid was very tight and motionless. In the next instant, Fang Chen saw a scene appear on the wall of the 9th floor. In the scene, a man in black clothes was sitting cross-legged, accepting the inheritance. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen gnashed his teeth. It's you. Fang Chen recognized him with a glance. This was the guy who had sneak attacked him in the Star and Moon. It seems that the inheritance of the 9th floor has been obtained by him, Fang Chen said. In the blink of an eye, the scene on the 9th floor disappeared. Fang Chen turned and left the tower. Then the tower disappeared. When the tall tower disappeared, a strand of fluorescent light silently entered Fang Chen's dantian and the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron before disappearing. Fang Chen was completely unaware of this. In a certain clearing, a group of cultivators from the Demon Province were chatting. They were very happy. They had just found an ancient ruin and obtained the treasures inside. Their strength had increased by a lot. Ha ha ha, we're really lucky. One of the cultivators laughed mischievously. Yeah, if we hadn't worked together to kill that demonic beast, I'm afraid we would have died, said another cultivator. These people were the top 10 disciples of the Demon Province's younger generation. Yu Heng was one of them. Yu Heng, you brat, your harvest is the greatest. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? A fat man laughed. Seeing this, Yu Heng laughed and said sure. As he spoke, Yu Heng took out a large black halberd. This large black halberd contained a majestic power. Yu Heng held the large halberd in his hand. It was as if he could feel the energy fluctuations within the large halberd. This large halberd was the treasure that Yu Heng had obtained in the ancient ruin. This large halberd should be a Tao-level weapon. Yu Heng, you're really lucky. The plump fatty grinned. They were also very envious of the Tao-level weapon in Yu Heng's hand. One had to know that Tao-level weapons were very powerful. Even the many cultivators of the Demon Province didn't have many Tao-level weapons. Under normal circumstances, even a weapon refining saint might not be able to refine a Tao-level weapon. One could imagine how powerful a Tao-level weapon was. If I had a Tao-level weapon back then, I would definitely have been able to kill that arrogant fellow, Yu Hung muttered to himself. Now that he had a Dao-level weapon in hand, he didn't fear Fang Chun. Everyone watched for a while before Yu Hung put away the Dao-level weapon. The eyes of the cultivator who spoke first flickered as he said, "Let's explore again." The ancient ruin they had discovered was very wide. It was like a maze inside. They had only explored one side of the maze, and they had already obtained such a treasure. If they could explore the entire ancient ruin, they might even be able to obtain a Dao-level weapon. A Dao-level weapon was very attractive to them. If you can obtain a Dao-level weapon in one side of the maze, there will definitely be Dao-level weapons in other places, said the plump fatty. The other cultivators looked at each other and then said, "However, we have to be well prepared this time." The cultivators of the Demon Province used 3 days to make ample preparations. They believed that they would definitely be able to obtain a great harvest this time. If every one of us had a Dao-level weapon, slaughtering the geniuses of the Sky Province and Five Elements Province would be as easy as crushing ants. The cultivators of the Demon Province laughed loudly. 3 days later, several cultivators gathered. They were prepared to explore the ancient ruin again. However, it was also at this time that they suddenly discovered that someone was approaching. "Someone is approaching," said the plump fatty in a low voice. "Who is it?" asked Yu Hong. For a moment, everyone raised their vigilance and stared into the distance. At this time, Fang Chun was walking leisurely and had unknowingly arrived here. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a human in front of him and quickly came here. "Yu Hong." Fang Chun saw the cultivators of the Demon Province and recognized Yu Hong at a glance. The moment Fang Chun saw Yu Hong, the latter also saw him. Seeing Fang Chun walk over, Yu Hong held a Dao-level weapon in his hand. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, the arrogant fellow." Yu Hong smiled sinisterly. "Yu Hong, you know this person?" asked the plump fatty. "Not only do I know him, but we even fought before," said Yu Hong. "You didn't kill this person?" asked the plump fatty. "Don't underestimate this person. Not only is his strength comparable to a 9th-level Spirit Vortex Realm cultivator, but he's also a top array grandmaster." Yu Hong explained, "Back then, when I fought with him, I didn't have a Dao-level weapon, so I retreated. But now," Yu Hong didn't finish his sentence, but the others already knew. "Five Elements Province trash. It's your bad luck to encounter a cultivator of the Demon Province." The plump fatty grinned. "Yu Hong, how about I leave it to you?" They knew that Yu Hong had a grudge with this person, so they naturally wanted Yu Hong to take action. "Kid, I'll let you live that day, but I will definitely kill you today," said Yu Hong, gripping his Dao-level weapon. "That day was your best chance, but you didn't grasp it. It's even more impossible for you to kill me now." Fang Chen's cultivation had skyrocketed from the 6th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm to the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex Realm. Even Fang Chun himself didn't know how much his combat strength had increased. He didn't fear Yu Hong at all, nor did he fear the other cultivators of the Demon Province. Shameless boasting. Yu Hong's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fang Chun was still as arrogant as before. Seeing this, Yu Hong suddenly waved the halberd in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual chi shot out from the halberd. Then, the spiritual chi turned into dense raindrops and bombarded Fang Chun. The water mist attribute was the attribute power of the halberd. Through the halberd, it could turn the spiritual chi into water droplets. The water droplets were everywhere and could often cause terrifying damage to cultivators. Although Yu Hong had just obtained the Dao-level weapon, he had already refined it. Facing Fang Chun, he wanted to avenge his humiliation. Looking at the water droplets in the sky, Fang Chun sneered and displayed the hidden star sword. "You're not the only one who has an attribute weapon." Fang Chun's hidden star sword was also an attribute weapon. Although it wasn't a Dao-level weapon, it was better than one. Although it wasn't a full moon night, the power of the hidden star sword was still unusually strong. Golden light dragon sword technique was displayed. Countless golden sword lights instantly bombarded the raindrops in the sky. Crack! At a speed invisible to the naked eye, the golden sword lights bombarded the water droplets. "How Is this possible? Seeing this, Yu Hung cried out involuntarily. How could Fang Chun be so strong? I don't believe it. Yu Hung refused to believe it. He continued to activate the full power of the Dao level weapon, wanting to kill Fang Chun. However, Fang Chen's strength had increased by a lot. The golden light dragon sword technique was displayed. It directly broke through Yu Hang's Dao level weapon attack and stabbed towards Yu Hung. In the blink of an eye, the battle had entered a white-hot stage. Yu Hung, who was originally full of confidence, realized at this moment that he was easily suppressed by his opponent. I'm not convinced. Yu Hung roared angrily. Help Yu Hung. Seeing this, the plump fatty was also shocked. This person's strength had already exceeded their imagination. Yu Hung had a Dao-level weapon, and his combat strength was very heaven-defying. Even they were no match for Yu Hung in a one-on-one battle. However, this person could easily suppress Yu Hung. Rumble. In an instant, several Demon Province's cultivators displayed their fiercest and most overbearing attacks, besieging Fang Chun. Crash. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun set up a supreme-grade mystic rank array, trapping the few of them. Attack the array. The plump fatty roared. If they could not help Yu Hung, the latter would die. The supreme-grade mystic rank array temporarily trapped the few Demon Province's cultivators, while Fang Chun focused on attacking Yu Hung. Swoosh! The aura of vicissitudes of life instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Then, a thick and solid golden sword light appeared in the void. This beam of sword light contained unimaginable power as it pierced towards Yu Hung. At this moment, Yu Hung also felt that his life was in danger. He could not care less. The halberd in his hand suddenly slashed towards Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the Dao-level weapon, the halberd. Countless cracks spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the halberd was shattered. No! Yu Hung roared miserably. He could not believe that Fang Chen's strength was so strong that he could shatter a Dao-level weapon. This was already beyond Yu Hang's understanding. Dao-level weapons were indestructible, but now it was shattered by someone. After the halberd shattered, specks of light floated in the sky. After all, it was a Dao-level weapon. Even Fang Chun had to be wary of it. The hidden star sword streaked across the sky and swept up these specks of light. Then, it merged with the thick golden sword light and stabbed towards Yu Hung. Save me. Chapter 776. No one could save you. Fang Chun sneered. The hidden star sword in his hand emitted a dazzling moonlight that instantly enveloped Yu Hung. In the next moment, Yu Hung felt an endless pain in his chest. He subconsciously looked down and was shocked to find that Fang Chen's hidden star sword had pierced his chest. Blood flowed out uncontrollably. Yu Hung spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as his corpse fell to the ground. The moment Yu Hung died, the peak-grade profound rank formation was also blasted open by the Demon Province's cultivators. When they saw Yu Hung die, they were all enraged. Brat, hand over your life. The fat man roared. He suddenly circulated his power and directly attacked Fang Chun. Golden Radiance Dragon Sword Technique. At the same time Fang Chun used the Golden Radiance Dragon Sword Technique, he also used the Earth Escape Sword Technique. His defense was raised to the extreme as he crazily attacked. With Fang Chen's current combat strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Lu, he wouldn't be afraid of him. How could these people compare to him? Die! The hidden star sword pierced through the sky and suddenly stabbed the fat man's body. Instantly, the fat man died. When the others saw this, they all turned pale with fright. Fang Chen's combat strength was too strong. Yu Hung and the fat man died one after another, causing them to tremble with fear. Run! In the end, it was unknown who roared, but a few of the demon continent's martial artists scattered and fled rapidly. You want to run? Fang Chun frowned slightly. He once again released a powerful force and directly swung his sword. With a puff, a Demon Province's cultivator was struck and died. However, the other cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to escape. Fang Chun didn't chase after them. In his opinion, those who escaped were just ants. They weren't worth his time. Fang Chun glanced at Yu Hung and then turned to leave. Yu Heng should be using a Dao tool. Didn't he not have a Dao tool last time? Fang Chen pondered as he walked. Fortunately, when Fang Chen was attacking Yu Heng's halberd, he secretly activated the sword intent and integrated it into the star-concealing sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to shatter a Dao weapon with a supreme-grade profound weapon. What a pity for Yu Heng's Dao soldier, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen naturally knew the might of a Dao tool. If not for the Dao weapon dagger that Bone Warrior Master gave him, he would have been killed by the warrior hiding in the void in the wilderness. Unfortunately, the Dao tool short sword was taken away by that cultivator. One day, I will get it back, Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen carefully observed his surroundings. The deeper he went, the thinner the air became. There's something strange here, Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly wondered why Yu Heng and the others had gathered here before he came. They were obviously plotting something. Could it be that there was an inheritance nearby? At this thought, Fang Chen moved forward quickly. The little mouse jumped on a Fang Chen's shoulder and searched carefully. In terms of searching for treasures, the little mouse was much better than Fang Chen. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the deepest part of this space. Weeds grew everywhere, and the surroundings were cliffs and precipices. At this moment, Fang Chen found a tombstone in front of a cliff. Tombstone. When Fang Chen saw the tombstone, he was surprised and quickly went to the tombstone. It was unknown how long the tombstone had been there, but it had already decayed a lot. The words on it were also a little unclear. King's Tomb. Fang Chen could faintly see that there were 3 words on the tombstone. As for the first few words, they were no longer clear. Could it be the Heavenly Void King's Tomb? Fang Chen muttered to himself as a bold idea appeared in his mind. However, Fang Chen quickly rejected this idea. What kind of person was the Heavenly Void King? When he died, he caused this independent space to collapse. He was unparalleled in the true martial realm and was known as a quasi-king. His tomb must be very hidden. Ordinary people would not be able to find it. This person was most likely a servant of the Heavenly Void King. Thinking of this, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This information was given to Fang Chen by the 5 Elements Academy's dean before he entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. Back then, the Heavenly Void King's strength was too heaven-defying. As long as a profound king didn't appear, he was unparalleled. At that time, the Heavenly Void King had fought his entire life and had 8 kings under him. Each king was a true martial realm expert. As for the Tomb of the Kings, could it be the tomb of one of the Heavenly Void King's subordinates? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's curiosity was greatly piqued. If this really was the tomb of one of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King, then there must be many treasures inside. Where do we enter the tomb? Fang Chen looked around and asked. The little mouse did not say anything and directly plunged into the tomb and began to steal the cave. After a while, the little mouse came out of the mound and said, "Boss, go in from here." Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. He followed the little mouse and dived into the tomb. The little mouse considered that Fang Chen's body was relatively large, and the tomb was also very wide. It was enough to accommodate Fang Chen. Following the little mouse, Fang Chen soon saw a wall. "Boss, I can only take you up to here." The little mouse pointed at the wall. The little mouse was blocked by the wall. Fang Chen walked forward and punched it. Bang! The wall did not move at all. Instead, it was Fang Chen who was forced back. What kind of stone is this? Why is it so hard? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The stone used to make this wall was too hard. Fang Chen was unable to break it. If my guess is correct, Yu Heng's Dao soldier must have been obtained from the tomb. How did they enter the tomb? Just as Fang Chen was trapped outside the tomb, 2 cultivators quietly appeared in a dark space within the tomb. One of them was LV Ejo, and the other was the Spirit Eyes King. During this time, the Spirit Eyes King had crazily killed the geniuses of the 3 prefectures. He had already collected a large amount of geniuses' blood, and this time, he had entered the inner area of the Heavenly Void secret realm to awaken the Yellow Spring sect sovereigns. The tomb of the Dharmaraja. The spirit-eyes king looked around and said eerily, using the unique method of a Yellow Spring sect, he had discovered this tomb. Furthermore, from the situation within the tomb, he knew that the tomb was the tomb of Dharmaraja, one of the 8 great sovereigns who had followed the heavenly Void King. Dharmaraja was one of the 8 great sovereigns. He was exceptionally strong and was skilled in spells. He was famous in the ancient sword continent for his talismans. However, when Dharmaraja reached the end of his life, he followed the heavenly Void King. No one knew the reason behind it. They only knew that after following the heavenly Void King, Dharmaraja's cultivation and talismans became even more profound. The power of the talisman he had inscribed was simply too tyrannical. Hence, Dharmaraja's strength increased greatly, and he became one of the heavenly Void King's capable subordinates. He followed the heavenly Void King and fought everywhere, making great contributions. The sovereigns are not dead. They are actually hiding in the tomb of Dharmaraja in the heavenly Void secret realm. The spirit-eyes king muttered to himself. His pitch-black eyes were filled with excitement. The 3 sovereigns of the Yellow Spring sect were all true martial realm experts. In the true martial realm, there were few who could match them. This time, the Calamity Sovereign that the Spirit-Eyes King was looking for was his immediate superior. As long as he could awaken the Calamity Sovereign, he would have a chance to find the remnant consciousness of the sect leader. The Yellow Spring sect would have a chance to take over the ancient sword continent again. You go over there and take a look. The Spirit-Eyes King looked around and found that it was pitch black. There was nothing there. He immediately gave an order to LVE Joe. LVE Joe nodded. Like a walking corpse, he slowly walked around the tomb. Why is it not back yet? After an hour, LVE Joe still had not returned. The Spirit-Eyes King was a little anxious. He tried to use the Yellow Spring sect's method to contact LVE Joe. However, he found that the connection was abnormal. What's going on? Is there someone else in the tomb? The Spirit-Eyes King guessed. He did not know that when LVE Joe was checking the tomb, he had fallen into a maze. At this moment, LVE Joe was constantly moving through the maze. He was unable to walk out. If one looked down at the maze, one would find that there was a coffin in the center of the maze. There was no need to think about it. This coffin was the coffin of the Guardian King. Unable to contact LVE Joe, the Spirit-Eyes King cursed in his heart. He then started searching. Ever since he entered the tomb, the obscure aura of the Calamity Knight had been completely covered. He could not sense it at all. Right now, he could only search blindly by himself. Damned Guardian King. Even after death, he still won't stop. The Spirit-Eyes King cursed. LVE Joe, who had fallen into the maze, was constantly moving. At a certain moment, LVE Joe saw a bewitching flower. He reached out his hand and plucked it. When his palm came into contact with the flower, he let out a miserable cry. That bewitching flower then entered LVE Joe's body. Instantly, LVE Joe struggled with all his might. In the blink of an eye, LVE Joe calmed down. At this moment, the aura of LVE Joe was brand new. It was as though he had turned into a different person. LVE Joe looked around the maze. As though he could see through it, he took a step forward and passed through the layers of maze. He came to the center of the maze. When he saw the coffin, LVE Joe's face let out a sinister smile. Guardian King, even if you die, I won't let you have peace. LVE Joe said coldly. Then his palm came into contact with the coffin. Suddenly, the entire tomb began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Fong Chun, who was trapped by the wall, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Instantly, he raised his guard. However, at this moment, the wall in front of him collapsed. The tomb was right in front of him. What's going on? Chapter 777. The wall shattered and Fong Chun entered the tomb. At this moment, in the middle of the tomb, there was a coffin. The other places were empty. LVE Joe. Fong Chun saw the coffin in the middle of the tomb with a single glance. After which, he noticed the figure in front of the coffin and shouted loudly. He almost killed LVE Joe before the latter used the blood escape technique to escape. He did not expect to meet him in the tomb. At the same time, the spiritual pupil king also noticed LVE Joe. He leaped and arrived beside LVE Joe. "Where the hell did you go?" the spiritual pupil king scolded. Hearing this, LVE Joe frowned and said, "If I was at my peak, I would have killed you with one slap if you dared to talk to me like this." Hearing this, the spiritual pupil king was shocked. He looked at LVE Joe and felt a familiar aura. He was overjoyed. "Adept Calamity?" LVE Joe asked. "Seems like you haven't forgotten me." LVE Joe said. The spiritual pupil king knelt on the ground and kowtowed to LVE Joe. "Adept Calamity, I came here to wake you up." LVE Joe ignored the spiritual pupil king and looked at Fong Chun. At this moment, the spiritual pupil king also noticed Fong Chun. A human came in. The spiritual pupil king said eerily and was ready to attack. "Destroy the soul and leave the body." LVE Joe said. "Yes." As he spoke, the spiritual pupil king launched a fierce attack on Fong Chun. A black, evil aura appeared on the spiritual pupil king's body. His hands kept forming seals, and a huge black handprint appeared in the sky above the tomb. "Go to hell." The spiritual pupil king's hands suddenly attacked Fong Chun. Whoosh! The golden light dragon sword technique was used and instantly pierced through the huge black handprint and hit the spiritual pupil king's palm. With a bang, the spiritual pupil king's body was forced back. His face was a little stunned, but soon a silver light appeared in his eyes. Spiritual pupil. Seeing the spiritual pupil king's attack, Fong Chun did not dare to be careless. He activated the sword intent and used the sharpest sword technique. Sword intent. Seeing this, the corners of LVE Joe's mouth curled up as he sneered. He was very satisfied with this body. However, the prerequisite was that the spirit pupil's monarch had to be able to help him suppress this child and destroy this child's soul. "This child's physical body is mine," LVE Joe said in a low voice. Hearing this, the spirit pupil monarch nodded heavily and pushed his spirit pupil to the extreme. Soul attack. Fong Chun discovered that the Spirit Eye King's spirit eyes contained a soul attack. "You want to compete with me in soul attacks?" Fong Chun sneered. He activated his mid-stage yellow level soul and used the godly attraction technique. Hiss, hiss, hiss in his mind, a yellow soul emerged instantly. Activating the godly attraction art, his soul turned into a long sword and shot toward the king of spiritual eyes. The spiritual pupil's monarch's gaze collided with Fong Chun's soul sword, creating a deafening sound. God drawing technique. After the explosion, the light in the spirit pupil's king's eyes dissipated. He retreated a few steps, and his expression changed as he cried out involuntarily. "Trash!" Seeing this, LVE Joe coldly said. Being scolded by the Adept of Calamity, the spirit pupil's monarch was terrified. He used all his strength to try and destroy Fong Chun's soul. After a fierce battle, Fong Chun finally discovered a strange scene. LVE Joe seems to have been possessed by the Adept of Calamity. But why hasn't he done anything? He clearly knows that the spirit pupil's monarch can't do anything to me. Fong Chun analyzed as he fought. Finally, Fong Chun guessed the truth. Voila! Fong Chun arranged a peak-grade profound rank formation and instantly trapped the spirit pupil's monarch. Then his eyes focused on LVE Joe, and he grinned. "I'm very curious. As a venerable of the Yellow Spring sect, why hasn't he done anything after seeing me? A trash like you isn't worth my time." LVE Joe disdainfully said. "Is that so? I want to see just how strong the Adept of Calamity is." Fong Chun had only just finished speaking when he activated his sword intent and attacked LVE Joe. At this time, the spirit pupil's monarch was attacking the peak-grade profound rank formation with all his might. The formation shook and was about to shatter. Seeing Fong Chun's attack, a trace of fear flashed in LVE Joe's eyes. "Ant, you dare attack me?" LVE Joe loudly shouted. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chun's sword was about to touch LVE Joe, the latter finally reacted. I'll kill you." But just as he said that, Fong Chen's hidden star sword ruthlessly stabbed into LV Ijo's body. Poochie LV Ijo didn't have the slightest ability to resist. "As I thought," Fong Chen sneered. Then his wrist shook and the hidden star sword spun before he pulled it out. LV Ijo's body slowly fell to the ground, losing all life. And in his mind, a strand of remnant will floated out and turned into a beautiful flower that took root in the coffin. Paragon of Calamity. At this time, the Spirit Pupil's monarch had finally broken the peak-grade profound rank formation. Seeing LV Ijo fall to the ground and lose all life, he roared. "As I thought." Fong Chun stared at the beautiful flower on the coffin and sneered. A series of furious roars could be heard from the glamorous flowers. "What's going on?" The Spirit Pupil's monarch was shocked. A small flower that had been tainted with Paragon of Calamity's aura had actually cultivated to become a spirit after such a long time. It had gained consciousness and wanted to possess a body to be reborn. If he hadn't met Fong Chun, perhaps he really would have been able to get the Spirit Pupil's monarch to bring him out. But he just had to meet Fong Chun, causing his plan to fail. "You've been tainted with Paragon of Calamity's aura." The Spirit Pupil's monarch was shocked. While guarding against Fong Chun, he also asked about Paragon of Calamity's whereabouts. "Since you've been tainted with Paragon of Calamity's aura, do you know where he is?" asked the Spirit Pupil's monarch. The beautiful flower swayed as its aura spread out. Hearing this, the Spirit Pupil's monarch's eyes lit up. "You're saying that Paragon of Calamity is in Shakyamuni's coffin?" Hearing the Spirit Pupil's monarch's words, the beautiful flower nodded. Crash! The Spirit Pupil's monarch's figure flashed as he arrived in front of the coffin. "Human, as long as I awaken Paragon of Calamity, you'll definitely die," said the Spirit Pupil's monarch. At this time, Fong Chen stared at the Spirit Pupil's monarch as he pondered. Finally, he secretly activated the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian. "I definitely can't let him succeed," Fong Chen secretly thought. He was prepared to take a gamble and see if the three-legged, two-eared cauldron could suck away Shakyamuni's coffin. "Do you think you can succeed?" As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, a monstrous aura spread out from his body. Then, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian separated from his dantian and floated above Fong Chen's head. A corner of the cauldron's lid opened and a vast aura spread out. Sensing this aura, even the Spirit Pupil's monarch turned pale with fright. Rumble! The vast aura shrouded the coffin, and in the next moment, the coffin disappeared. The Spirit Pupil's monarch and the beautiful flower also disappeared into thin air. Bang! The cauldron's lid was restored, and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron retracted its aura and went back into Fong Chen's dantian. Success! Fong Chen was overjoyed and shouted. After the coffin was taken away, the tomb began to rumble and shake. Then, countless weapons appeared out of thin air. Looking at the pile of weapons, Fong Chen was shocked. Isn't it too exaggerated to have so many Taoist weapons? Are these the weapons that Shakyamuni used when he was alive? After recovering from the shock, Fong Chen realized that although these weapons were Taoist weapons, there was still a gap between them and real Taoist weapons. Fake Taoist weapons. Fong Chen was shocked. He picked up a weapon and observed it. After a long time, Fong Chen confirmed that these weapons were fake Taoist weapons. Or fake Taoist weapons. Fake Taoist weapons were between supreme-grade Xian weapons and real Taoist weapons. They had reached the level of Taoist weapons and had the attributes, but they were only half-finished products. Their power was incomparable to real Taoist weapons. They were equivalent to Fong Chen's supreme-grade Xian weapons. Although they are fake Taoist weapons, there are still too many of them, Fong Chen exclaimed. There were at least hundreds of fake Taoist weapons. There were all kinds of Taoist weapons. Why does Shakyamuni want these Taoist weapons? Fong Chen was confused. Back then, Shakyamuni was a talisman expert. His greatest interest in life was to engrave talismans and weapons. Little did he know that these fake Taoist weapons were the weapons that Shakyamuni wanted to engrave talismans on. Real Taoist weapons were too precious. Even Shakyamuni could not get too many of them. Moreover, it was too extravagant to use Taoist weapons to engrave talismans in batches. He could only settle for the next best thing and choose fake Taoist weapons. Of course, Fang Chun did not know about this. I've really struck gold. Fang Chun was excited. Even if he sold hundreds of fake Taoist weapons, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Moreover, even if he did not use them, he could give them to his friends and family. Put them away first, Fang Chun said. Then he waved his hand and put away these fake Taoist weapons. Chapter 778. There were all kinds of pseudo-Tao soldiers piled up like a mountain. There were even some swords that were suitable for Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun did not choose these swords. There were 3 reasons. Firstly, although the Hidden Star Sword was a supreme-grade profound weapon, it contained the Moonlight attribute and was not weaker than the pseudo-Tao soldiers. Secondly, the Hidden Star Sword was a weapon that Fang Chun had nurtured with his heart and soul. It belonged to Fang Chun and was stronger than the pseudo-Tao soldiers in some aspects. Thirdly, every sword cultivator could only nurture one combat partner with their heart and soul in their life. Combining the above reasons, Fang Chun still chose the Hidden Star Sword. He believed that in the near future, the Hidden Star Sword would definitely reach the level of a real Tao soldier. At that time, the Hidden Star Sword would erupt with its true colors. After Fang Chun put away the pseudo-Tao soldier, a stone tablet suddenly broke out of the ground where the pseudo-Tao soldier was. This stone stele silently broke out of the ground. Fang Chun's gaze was instantly attracted to this stone stele. Fang Chun's eyes were fixed on the stone tablet. When he saw the words on the stone tablet, he was completely shocked. Tomb of Shakyamuni. Fang Chun cried out. He saw that the words, Tomb of Shakyamuni, were written on the stone tablet that broke out of the ground. What's going on? Wasn't the coffin from before Shakyamuni's coffin? Fang Chun's heart was filled with doubts. He walked towards the stone tablet step by step. The stone tablet was surrounded by a strong aura. When Fang Chun came before the stone tablet, he was sure that this tombstone was made by Shakyamuni. This was because the tombstone was filled with complicated runes. It was obvious that these runes had been forcefully carved onto the tombstone. The only person who could do this was probably Shakyamuni. Thinking of this, Fang Chun looked at his dantian. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was floating quietly. Fang Chun wanted to activate the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron to see the situation of the coffin in the cauldron. However, no matter how he activated it, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron remained indifferent. What happened? Fang Chun was puzzled. He could communicate with the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron a moment ago. Why couldn't he communicate with it now? This sudden change caused Fang Chun to be extremely surprised. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at the tombstone. Could it be that the coffin just now was just a cover? The real Dharmaraja's tomb is below? Fang Chun had a bold idea. Then, his palm gently touched the tombstone of Shakyamuni. Immediately, boundless spiritual qi gushed out of Fang Chun's qi sea, passing through his palm and into Shakyamuni's tombstone. Hiss, 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 the runes on the tombstone were activated instantly, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the tombstone. What a powerful talisman! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. If this tombstone was calculated according to the level of the 5-star week, its power was at least comparable to a Tao talisman. On the powerful talisman tombstone, the 2 words Shakyamuni circulated with specks of light. Then, these specks of light entered Fang Chun's body. Crash! It was also at this moment that Fang Chun felt a boundless attractive force. He could not help but be attracted by it. By the time Fang Chun reacted, he was already in a dark space. Where is this? Fang Chun was shocked. After so many years, someone has finally come here? In the vast dark space, an ancient voice sounded in Fang Chun's ears. Who are you? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. It seems that after so many years, many people have forgotten me, the ancient voice said faintly. Shakyamuni. Fang Chun was extremely shocked as he cried out loudly. Hearing the words Shakyamuni, The ancient voice floated over again. Yes, I am Shakyamuni. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Was this really Shakyamuni, one of the 8 great kings under the heavenly Oasis King? The Shakyamuni who was known as the strongest talisman master in the ancient sword continent? Hadn't he already fallen? Why was he still alive? Fang Chen's mind was full of doubts. He looked around, but could not find Shakyamuni's body. There's no need to look for me. I've already died. A trace of my will is stored in the tombstone, waiting for a fated person. Shakyamuni's voice slowly floated over. Fang Chen instantly came to a realization after hearing this. It turned out that this dark space was actually the tombstone he had just seen. At the same time, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. As expected of Shakyamuni, he was actually able to engrave such a powerful talisman on the tombstone. Furthermore, it had a space within it. Ordinary people could not do this. Shakyamuni, what about the coffin from before? Fang Chen asked. Shakyamuni chuckled and said, back then, after I fell, I knew that there would definitely be people who would come to find this place. But I wasn't willing to let evil people obtain my inheritance, so I made a fake coffin to lure those evil people. As expected, many years after I fell, an evil cultivator broke into this place. He was heavily injured and only had a trace of his will left. He wanted to obtain my inheritance to recover, but I tricked him into entering the coffin. Shakyamuni said solemnly. Fang Chen was startled. Now he finally understood. So the coffin that he had sucked into the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron did not contain Shakyamuni's body. Only Adept Calamity was locked inside. It was no wonder that bewitching flower would take root in the coffin. Furthermore, it had lured LVE Zhou and King Lingtong to break the seal. Luckily, he had rushed over in time. Otherwise, King Lingtong would have really succeeded. Once Adept Calamity revived, the consequences would be unimaginable. With Adept Calamity's strength, even in the true martial realm, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent. Little guy, I saw everything you did outside very clearly. There is a mysterious cauldron in your body. It seems that you're also a person of destiny. Shakyamuni continued. Fang Chen was silent. Shakyamuni's methods were heaven-defying. Even if he had fallen, it was not something he could imagine. The owner of that cauldron must have been a powerful person when he was alive. Since he chose you, it means that you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Shakyamuni said, I hope that you can use the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron to refine that coffin and completely destroy that evil cultivator. Shakyamuni said, although Shakyamuni was dead, his heart was still with the ancient sword continent. Senior Shakyamuni, please rest assured. I will definitely do my best to refine that coffin and destroy that evil cultivator. Fang Chen nodded heavily and said, Shakyamuni was very pleased when he heard this. Then, Shakyamuni's ethereal voice sounded again. Little guy, since you can activate the tombstone talisman, it means that we are fated. Also, I see that your temperament is not bad. You are qualified to receive my inheritance. Shakyamuni said, whoosh. As soon as Shakyamuni's voice fell, a yellowed book suddenly appeared in the dark space. This yellowed book instantly shot toward Fang Chen. The latter stretched out his hand and caught the book. On the yellowed book, there were 4 big words, Talisman Master. This was condensed from my life's efforts. It records my life's comprehension of the Talisman Master. If you want to learn how to inscribe talismans, you can learn according to what is written in this book. Shakyamuni said, the Talisman Master was unfathomable. Although Fang Chen had come into contact with it before, he did not understand its essence. He only knew how powerful the talisman was. In the vast 5-element state, the most powerful Talisman Master was Xian Yuanfeng's grandfather, Sage Master Xianlong. He practiced the Talisman Master Dao and was able to become a Sage Master. He was already standing at the peak of the Talisman Master Dao in the ancient Sword Continent. He wondered what Shakyamuni had achieved on the Talisman Master Dao back then. The Talisman Master Dao requires talent. Without talent, no matter how hard you work, you will not achieve anything. If you do not have the talent to become a Talisman Master, after you leave, find a reliable person to pass on my Talisman Master Dao. Shakyamuni said, although he was dead, He did not want his legacy to be severed. Senior Shakyamuni, don't worry. I will definitely find a suitable candidate for you. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said. Of course, before that, he had to give it a try. After all, one more skill meant one more life-saving means. After Fang Chun put away the Talisman Master Tao book, he looked at the dark space. At this moment, a wisp of remnant consciousness appeared in front of Fang Chun. This was Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness. For so many years, Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness had been maintaining the Tombstone Talisman. Now, it could be considered a lamp that had run out of oil. This is my token. With my token, you can enter the place where the heavenly oasis king fell and choose any inheritance. Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness gradually dissipated and a small token appeared in Fang Chen's hand. There were some runes on the front of the token. On the back, there was the word law, which represented the Shakyamuni's token. When Fang Chun held the Shakyamuni leader, a warning came. There are unimaginable enemies in the heavenly oasis secret realm. Remember, be careful. After saying this, the Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness completely dissipated. Fang Chun cupped his hands towards the void and said in a deep voice, Farewell, Senior Shakyamuni. After a lifetime of fighting, he won the title of Shakyamuni and became the strongest talisman master in the ancient sword continent. In the end, he followed the heavenly oasis king and fought everywhere. In the end, he turned into a pile of yellow soil. I don't want to die. I still have a lot of worries. I must go to the extraterritorial region and achieve an immortal body. Fang Chun thought to himself. All cultivators in the ancient sword continent had a lifespan. However, under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a true martial realm cultivator was around 10,000 years, unless they died in battle. The lifespan of a mysterious king realm expert was even longer. However, there was a limit to how long one could live. Once the lifespan was reached, they would turn into a pile of yellow soil. On the other hand, what Fang Chun sought was immortality. Only by going to the extraterritorial region could he seek the great path of immortality and achieve an immortal body. Chapter 779. Dharmaraja had completely disappeared from the world. When Dharmaraja's remnant consciousness dissipated, Fang Chun walked out of the Tombstone Talisman. At this moment, the Tombstone Talisman had completely dimmed and turned into an ordinary tombstone. The talisman on the tombstone had also completely disappeared. From now on, the tombstone was no longer a talisman, but a simple tombstone. Fang Chen's palm gently rubbed the tombstone, cleaning the dust on it. After a while, the tombstone that was covered in dust once again became incomparably dark and looked brand new. The words Tomb of Dharmaraja on the tombstone were also incomparably clear. After doing all this, Fang Chun bowed to the tombstone and said, Rest in peace, Senior Dharmaraja. Dharmaraja seemed to be able to hear Fang Chen's words. The tombstone actually trembled, as if responding to Fang Chen's words. Fang Chun left Dharmaraja's tomb. When he appeared on the surface, Dharmaraja's tomb instantly fell silent and disappeared. Dharmaraja had also left this world forever. After returning to the surface, Fang Chun was not in a hurry to leave. The most important thing now was to refine the coffin and completely eliminate a depth disaster. Only by doing so could he be completely at ease. Otherwise, when the Yellow Spring Sect's Venerable was resurrected, the ancient sword continent would be destroyed. Fang Chun sat cross-legged. The little mouse jumped onto his shoulder to protect him. Fang Chun tried to communicate with the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, but there was no movement from the latter. This made Fang Chun very anxious. Fang Chun did not know what had happened to the coffin and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. He was very worried. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun finally decided to use the power of the Golden Heart to see if he could lift the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Hiss! Hiss! Under Fang Chun's control, the Golden Heart constantly emitted a strange aura. In the end, it all poured into the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Crack! Under the influence of the Golden Heart, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron finally shook. Seeing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. It seemed that the golden heart was still very useful to the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. After that, Fang Chun continued to increase his strength, stimulating the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. When the three-legged, two-eared cauldron had absorbed enough of the golden aura, a corner of the cauldron lid finally opened. The next moment, Fang Chen's consciousness was instantly sucked into the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, and the cauldron lid closed again. On the other hand, Fang Chen's body was motionless like a wooden sculpture. Fang Chen's consciousness entered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and saw a strange scene. The head in the cauldron was currently trying to open the coffin. As for the beautiful flower on top of the coffin, it had long since disappeared. At the side, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was the corpse of the spiritual pupil's king. There were practically no wounds on the corpse. There were only some teeth marks on the neck. Fang Chun was shocked. Could it be that the Lingtong king was bitten to death by this head? A 9th-level spirit vortex realm survivor of the Yellow Spring sect was bitten to death just like that. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then he looked at the head. On the head, a pair of eyes were constantly moving. The moment Fang Chen's consciousness entered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, it was directly sucked in by the head. This wasn't the first time, so Fang Chen wasn't too surprised. He realized that after his consciousness entered the head, the latter was actually biting the coffin. Crack! The coffin was bitten open piece by the head. After a full 15 minutes, when the coffin was opened, a dense black aura suddenly surged out from within the coffin. Then, a sinister laughter was heard. Fang Chun wanted to kill the Adept of Calamity in the coffin, but he realized that he couldn't control his consciousness at all. Crash! The head floated quietly, motionless. Within the black fog, a trace of remnant consciousness came out and instantly entered the body of the spiritual pupil's king. The next moment, the spiritual pupil's king opened his eyes. I, the Adept of Calamity, have finally been resurrected. All of a sudden, the spirit pupil's monarch burst into a wild laughter. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face changed. However, the head didn't move at all, as if the Adept of Calamity wasn't a threat to it at all. Damn Shakyamuni, how dare you trap me? The Adept of Calamity roared coldly. When he completely adapted to the body of the spiritual pupil's king, he suddenly realized that he was in a strange place. Where is this? The Adept of Calamity finally saw the head and asked coldly. Hiss! Hiss! Within the head, a strange aura was emitted. Seeing this, the Adept of Calamity sneered. He reached out his hand and grabbed the head, wanting to smash it. However, a strange scene happened. When the Adept of Calamity grabbed the head opened its mouth and bit into the palm of the Adept of Calamity. Ah! A pitiful cry came from the body of the Adept of Calamity. The Adept of Calamity, a true martial realm elite, one of the 3 great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect, actually let out such a pitiful cry. At this moment, a complicated light emerged from the head and enveloped the Adept of Calamity. How is this possible? At this moment, the Adept of Calamity felt that something was wrong. His face changed, and he exclaimed. The head ignored him and enveloped the Adept of Calamity. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron suppressed the Adept of Calamity, while Fang Chen's consciousness retreated from the head. Then, the cauldron lid opened and his consciousness flew out. Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He was extremely shocked. What is the head in the cauldron trying to do? Did he intentionally revive the Adept of Calamity? Fang Chen was puzzled. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart and started to carefully analyze what had just happened. After a long time, Fang Chen finally realized that the head was using him from the beginning. When the coffin was sucked into the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, the head was probably using him, using his consciousness to open the coffin and intentionally revive the Adept of Calamity. Then, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron suppressed the Adept of Calamity and threw his consciousness out of the cauldron. What is he trying to do? Fang Chen was on the verge of collapse. He finally had a chance to deal with the Adept of Calamity, but now the head was interfering. The only consolation was that the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was in his dantian. Fang Chun could use his golden heart to suppress it and prevent the Adept of Calamity from escaping. However, Fang Chun was guessing whether or not the head wanted to use the Adept of Calamity to revive him. Once he was revived, would he be good or evil? Would he bring about a devastating blow to him? Would he bring disaster to the ancient sword continent? All of this was an unsolved mystery. But right now, Fang Chun didn't have the ability to solve this problem. Let nature take its course. After a long time, Fang Chun sighed. The head shouldn't be trying to harm him. Otherwise, when he was first sucked into the cauldron, he could have easily erased his consciousness. And he also wouldn't have taken him to that sword cultivator paradise. Perhaps he's suppressing the Adept of Calamity, muttered Fang Chun to himself. Fang Chun slowly stood up. Seeing that the three-legged, two-eared cauldron wasn't moving, he stopped thinking about it. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked the little mouse. "It's nothing. Let's go," said Fang Chun. At this time, Zixi and his faction's cultivators were quietly standing in an open space not far away. "Who killed Yu Hong?" Zixi was puzzled, his eyes flickering. The last time they met, Zixi and Yu Hong had fought together against Fang Chun. At that time, Zixi's strength was even lower than Yu Hang's. But in the blink of an eye, several months had passed, and Yu Hong had been killed. "Boss, perhaps he was killed by one of the other peak geniuses," said one of them. "Boss, Yu Hong is a cultivator from the Demon Province. He has nothing to do with our Tianzhou." After a long time, Zixi nodded. "Let's go. Let's hurry up and find the inheritance," said Zixi. Yu Hang's death made Zixi realize that increasing his strength was the most important thing. However, just as Zixi was about to leave, Fang Chun and the little mouse strolled over. "Boss, look!" A cultivator suddenly saw Fang Chun and shouted. Zixi immediately looked ahead and saw Fang Chun. "It's you." Zixi's eyes flickered with a sinister aura as he said coldly. Seeing Zixi, Fang Chun was also a bit surprised. He had just killed Yu Hong not long ago, and now he had encountered Zixi. Seeing Fang Chun, Zixi's killing intent surged. "Brat, I told you before that if I had the purple demon, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant." As Zixi spoke, a purple demonic saber appeared in his hand. This was Zixi's purple demon saber. "Do you know how Yu Hong died?" Fang Chun glanced at Zixi. "He was killed by me. You really know how to boast. Who do you think you are?" "Yu Hong wasn't someone you could kill," said a cultivator from Zixi's faction disdainfully. "Brat, I wasn't able to kill you that day, but now my boss can kill you as easily as flipping his hand. Brat, hurry up and hand over your treasures and kill yourself here." Fang Chun didn't retort in the face of Zixi's ridicule. Instead, he stared at Zixi. "Do you also think so?" asked Fang Chun. "I think you'll die. Do you believe me?" smiled Zixi. Fang Chun shook his head and spread his hands. "Clearly, I don't believe you. It's just as Yu Hong said. He wanted to kill me, but in the end, he died by my hands. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Yu Hong had obtained a Dao weapon. However, it was useless. I destroyed his Dao weapon and killed him right here," Fang Chun said indifferently. Zixi's eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chun. He was pondering whether or not Fang Chun was telling the truth. "You really know how to boast. If Yu Hong had a Dao item, he could kill you in an instant." "That's right. Yu Hong definitely wasn't killed by you. So what if you killed him? My boss's strength has increased greatly. Yu Hong still wasn't his match. You destroyed a Dao item? Brat, are you joking? If you could destroy a Dao item, I'll kill myself right here." The Zixi faction's cultivators mocked Fang Chun. "That's why I said you'll only be other people's dogs for the rest of your lives," sneered Fang Chun. "You only know how to talk. If you have the ability, then fight with real swords and spears." They were infuriated by Fang Chun's words, but they couldn't refute him. Chapter 780. After such a long time, you're still so arrogant. Zixi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun and said indifferently. His words were full of threats. Back then, he had joined forces with Yu Hong to ask for the token in the Golden Light Dragon Pillar, but it had been taken by Fang Chun alone. If not for the fact that he was a top-array Grandmaster, he and Yu Hong would have killed Yi Futian. Although the two of them had retreated in the end, Zixi was still furious. He swore that the next time they met, he would kill Yi Futian. During this time, Zixi had also gained a lot. His strength had increased a lot, and the purple demon had returned to his hands. If he met Fang Chun again, he was confident that he could easily kill Fang Chun. He had thought that Fang Chun would be intimidated by his strength, but he did not expect that Yi Futian would be the same as before. He liked to talk big. If you want to be arrogant, you need to have the strength to do so, Fang Chun said calmly. His strength had increased a lot. Of course, this was thanks to the martial artist who had attacked him. If not for that martial artist, he would not have been able to break out of his cocoon and reach the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. No matter what you say, you can't change the result, Zixi said eerily. In Zixi's opinion, Fang Chun was dead for sure. He had no chance of winning against him. He did not understand where Fang Chun got his courage from. Fang Chun did not say anything. He only sneered and shook his head. There was no point in talking. It was better to fight. Seeing this, Zixi held the purple demon battle saber in his hand. A purple halo flashed in his eyes. Limitless purple luck technique. Suddenly, Zixi roared and used the limitless purple luck technique. The purple demon battle saber in his hand exploded with a terrifying purple aura. At the same time, a powerful force emerged from Zixi's body. The use of the limitless purple luck technique allowed Zixi's combat strength to explode to the extreme. Ha! Zixi roared, and the purple demon battle saber in his hand slashed towards Fang Chun. Petty tricks. Fang Chun saw this and laughed coldly. He suddenly punched out. Bang! Fang Chun's fist collided heavily with Zixi's purple demon saber, forcing Zixi back in an instant. After Zixi steadied himself, his expression turned gloomy. Great waves surged in his heart. How is this possible? He had used his purple demon warblade and his most powerful technique, the limitless violet luck art. But even that had been easily blocked by this kid. Playing to the gallery, Zixi adjusted his state of mind and said coldly. Then, he unleashed another powerful attack. Bang, bang, bang. Facing Zixi's attack, Fang Chun calmly dealt with it. After about 3 to 5 moves, Zixi was shocked to discover that Fang Chun's body was surrounded by a frightening aura that made his heart palpitate. His heart palpitated from the depths of his soul. How is this possible? Could it be that Yu Hong was really killed by him? Zixi was extremely shocked. It was also at this time that the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chun's hand. He suddenly slashed out. The hidden star sword cut through the sky and directly collided with Zixi's purple demon saber. Crack! The purple demon saber that Zixi was so proud of was instantly shattered. Zixi's body was instantly sent flying. In the process of flying backwards, Zixi's heart was in a perilous situation. At this moment, he finally understood that what Fang Chun had said before about destroying Yu Hang's Dao weapon was true. Stop him for me. Zixi's body flew backwards. He wanted to use the rebound force to escape. With a low roar, the martialists that he had brought with him all unleashed fierce attacks to stop Fang Chun. You're courting death. Fang Chun had no intention of letting Zixi go. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the center of these martialists. Then, with his body as the center, the hidden star sword in his hand spun in a circle. Pucci, when Fang Chun's hidden star sword stopped, the martialists placed their palms on their necks. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't. It was also at this moment that a fine sword mark appeared on the martialists' necks. Blood flowed out continuously. Their heads were separated from their bodies. After killing these few martial artists, Fang Chun leaped and directly flew into the sky. After that, he looked down and discovered Zixi. Whoosh! Fang Chun chased after Zixi. Zixi, who was running wildly, realized that Fang Chun was chasing after him. He pushed his speed to the limit. Kid, let me go. I can agree to any of your requests. Zixi begged for mercy. Fang Chun's strength was too tyrannical. He couldn't resist at all. Zixi was now very regretful. Why did he provoke this ancestor? Now, he might not even be able to keep his life. You will die without a doubt, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Fang Chun would never show mercy to martialists who wanted to kill him. Moreover, Fang Chun especially hated the martialists of Tianzhou. If it weren't for Lin Lu, Star and Moon wouldn't have fallen off the cliff. Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Chen's murderous intent surged. His speed instantly skyrocketed, and he came directly behind Zixi. Seeing this, Zixi knew that he couldn't escape. He simply stopped and burned his soul and blood. He performed a forbidden technique, wanting to drag Fang Chen down with him. "Let's die together." Zixi roared angrily. Scorching flames burned all over his body as he rushed towards Fang Chen. Pucci, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand, pierced into Zixi's body. The forbidden technique that Zixi performed did not cause any damage to Fang Chen at all. Bang! Zixi's body directly exploded. A wild aura spread out. Fang Chen's spiritual energy surrounded him, blocking the energy fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, the place calmed down. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. Zixi never expected that he would run into the muzzle of a gun when he originally had a chance to live. After killing Zixi, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this area. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months in the Tian-Su Mystery Land. Of course, for martial artists, this amount of time passed by in the blink of an eye. In 3 months, a lot of things happened in the Tian-Su Mystery Land. There were even some warriors who had perished here. Of course, there were also some geniuses who had various opportunities and their strength increased a lot. Not long ago, there was a shocking news. He Tai of the Demon State seemed to have touched the threshold of the real martial realm. He almost succeeded in breaking through to the real martial realm. After this news came out, the other martial artists became even more impatient. Once He Tai stepped into the real martial realm, he would defeat all the martial artists in the Tian-Su Mystery Land. Now, the 3 people who were most likely to step into the real martial realm were He Tai of the Demon State, Lin Lu of the Tianzhou, and Zhang Jingtao of the Five Element State. Among the 3 of them, Zhang Jingtao's strength was on par with Lin Lu. As for He Tai, he was slightly stronger. Of the 3, whoever stepped into the true martial realm first would be able to suppress the martial artists of the other 2 provinces. The 3 of them were in a race against time. Whoever could step into the real martial realm first would be the real winner. Other than He Tai, it was said that Lin Lu of the Tianzhou had also tried to break through to the real martial realm but failed. How could it be so easy to break through to the real martial realm? In the ancient Sword Continent, the rules were incomplete. It was extremely difficult for martial artists to cultivate. It was extremely difficult to break through to the real martial realm. In the primordial age, there were real martial realm martial artists everywhere. There were even many Mystic King realm martial artists. However, as time passed, the ancient Sword Continent went through a great war, causing the rules to be incomplete. The Mystic King realm martial artists disappeared completely, and the real martial realm martial artists were all killed or injured. Now, the spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists were considered the top combat power in the ancient Sword Continent. A real martial realm martial artist could be called a king. In the vast ancient Sword Continent, other than a few real martial realm martial artists, there was not even a quasi-king. It was obvious how much the ancient Sword Continent had declined. However, the younger generation of the ancient Sword Continent this time was generally much stronger than the previous generation. The top powerhouses of the ancient Sword Continent also predicted that the golden age of the ancient Sword Continent was coming. As expected, before the Heavenly Void Mystery Land opened, the strongest martial artist of the 3 states' younger generation had already broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. The 3 states were also placing their hopes on the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. If the Heavenly Void Mystery Land could produce a real martial realm martial artist of a younger generation, there might be a Mystic King realm martial artist in the future. It had been many years since a Mystic King realm martial artist appeared in the ancient Sword Continent. After He Tai of the Demon State failed to break through to the real martial realm, Lin Lu of the Tianzhou also failed. As for Zhang Jingtao of the Five Element State, this was the 2nd time he had failed. Zhang Jingtao's failure this time was very sad. This was because he could read some information about breaking through to the real martial realm from the ancient books left behind by history. The more monstrous a genius was, the easier it was to break through to the real martial realm. Under normal circumstances, failing to break through to the real martial realm would cause damage to one sea of qi. This damage was permanent and could not be healed. The more failures one had in breaking through to the real martial realm, the slimmer the hope of breaking through to the real martial realm in the future. Zhang Jingtao had failed twice. His hope of breaking through to the real martial realm was very slim, unless he found some heaven-defying spiritual grass or obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. The atmosphere in the heavenly void mystery land was very oppressive. Other than the three top powerhouses, the other geniuses were all looking for the tombs of the 8 great kings under the heavenly void king. They wanted to obtain the tokens in the tombs of the 8 great kings. At this moment, Fang Chun was walking in the wilderness. After hearing these rumors, he could not help but be speechless. Among the 3 of them, senior brother Zhang is already at a disadvantage. In the battle between the 3 top powerhouses of the younger generation, Zhang Jingtao was already at a disadvantage. He could no longer compete with the other 2. However, even so, Zhang Jingtao's strength was enough to suppress most of the powerhouses of the younger generation in the ancient Sword Continent. I wonder what the heavenly void king left behind. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The biggest secret of the heavenly void mystery land was the inheritance of the heavenly void king. Each of the 8 great kings had their own inheritance. Chapter 781. One day, Fang Chun met Blazing Heaven of the 5-element state. Fang Chun, you're still alive. Blazing Heaven was very excited to see Fang Chun. Back then, Fang Chun was blasted into the ground by He Tai and then mysteriously disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Blazing Heaven did not expect him to be standing in front of him alive. I'm lucky not to die. Fang Chun cupped his hands at Blazing Heaven and smiled. After chatting with Blazing Heaven for a while, he learned from him that the one who attacked Star and Moon and killed Fang Chun was the number 1 genius of the demon state, He Tai. He Tai. When Fang Chun heard He Tai's name, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had no enmity with He Tai, but this person hid in the void and attacked Star and Moon at the critical moment. If he did not take revenge, he was not fit to be called a human. Fang Chun, don't be impulsive. I heard that He Tai is already trying to break through to the real martial realm. Blazing Heaven was afraid that Fang Chun would be impulsive and look for He Tai. I know what to do. Fang Chun nodded and said. Fang Chun was not stupid enough to look for trouble with He Tai now. Although his cultivation had increased to the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, his real combat power was still a little far from He Tai's. After all, He Tai was the number 1 genius of the demon state. Fang Chun would not be impulsive. Blazing Heaven was relieved to hear Fang Chen's words. Then, the 2 of them walked together. During this time, the atmosphere in the heavenly void mystery land was very oppressive. Fang Chun walked with Blazing Heaven for a day and encountered several battles. There were battles between the Tianzhou martial artists and the demon state martial artists. There were also battles between the 5-element state and the other 2 states. When they encountered martial artists from the 5-element state, Fang Chun and Blazing Heaven naturally went to help. However, one day, the 2 of them heard a piece of news. The tomb of the body monarch had been found. The body king was one of the 8 kings under the heavenly void king. There would definitely be an exclusive inheritance in his tomb. After this news spread, many martialists who were close to the tomb of the body monarch went there one after another. Of course, at the same time, the tombs of several kings were also discovered. However, it was too far away from here. In the end, Fang Chun followed Blazing Heaven to the tomb of the physique monarch. The tomb of the physique king was located on top of a mountain. This mountain peak towered into the clouds and was surrounded by strong winds. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to set foot on this mountain peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could not see the end of the mountain. Strangely enough, as long as one stepped onto the mountain peak, they would be attacked by the biting cold wind. Martial artists below the 9th level of the spirit vortex realm would not be able to withstand it. That kind of biting cold wind was too strong. A strong wind blew past, and the martial artist felt a heart-wrenching pain. This way, it also prevented many martial artists from obtaining the Body King inheritance. One day, the warriors from the Tianzhou arrived. The person who came was ranked 3rd in Tianzhou. His cultivation had reached the later stage of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was very powerful. The Body King inheritance belongs to me, He Huahui. He Huahui, who was dressed in gray, had a smile on his face. With a tap of his foot, he stepped onto the mountain peak. When He Huahui stepped onto the mountain peak, a wild wind blew over, trying to stop He Huahui from ascending the mountain. However, as He Huahui let out a low cry, specks of light appeared around him. His majestic physical strength instantly blocked the attack of the gale. Then, He Huahui easily ascended the mountain peak. "It's He Huahui. I didn't expect him to come," a martial artist shouted. He Huahui was ranked 3rd in the younger generation in Tianzhou. He was very powerful. Since he was here, the Body King inheritance would definitely belong to him. After He Huahui stepped onto the mountain peak, a few powerful martial artists also stepped onto the mountain peak. However, it did not cause much of a stir. Around 15 minutes later, another voice caught the attention of the crowd. The person who came had green hair. His eyes were filled with a demonic look. His every move revealed an illusory aura. His arrival caused a commotion. Huan Wuming. Someone recognized the demonic man with the green hair. Huan Wuming was ranked 3rd in the younger generation in Demon State. Although he was ranked the same as He Huahui, his strength was obviously much stronger than He Huahui. Even Huan Wuming is here. It seems like we have no hope of getting the Body King inheritance. What's there to fight for? Even He Huahui has to be wary of Huan Wuming, not to mention us. Many martial artists shook their heads. It was not easy to find the Body King inheritance, but they were unable to obtain it. Just as everyone was shaking their heads, Lin Yin'er, who was dressed in red, arrived. The Body King inheritance? Lin Yin'er's face was filled with joy. When she heard that the Body King tomb was about to appear, she happened to pass by this place. Hence, she came along. Who did not want to obtain the inheritance of the 8 great kings under the heavenly Oasis King? Lin Yin'er was no exception. Lin Yin'er's arrival attracted many people's attention. Of course, these martial artists were attracted by Lin Yin'er's beauty. Lin Yin'er's strength was naturally incomparable to He Huahui and Huan Wuming. However, her beauty was outstanding. She was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Lin Yin'er, the goddess of the 5 element states, younger generation. A martial artist shouted, "Yes, the goddess of the 5 element state. She's on par with Star and Moon. It's a pity that Star and Moon was thrown into the cliff by Hei Tai. No one knows if they are still alive." Lin Yin'er ignored the discussions of the crowd and stepped onto the mountain peak. At this moment, there were about 10 martial artists standing on the mountain peak. They were all martial artists from the Sky State and Demon State. As for the 5 element state's martial artist, Lin Yin'er was the only one. Seeing Lin Yin'er's arrival, Huan Wuming's demonic eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Yin'er. While Lin Yin'er's body was surrounded by scorching flames, and she instantly blocked Huan Wuming's illusion. Interesting. Huan Wuming licked his dry lips and muttered to himself. He liked this kind of beauty with personality the most, and Lin Yin'er met his requirements in all aspects. "Sooner or later, you will kneel in front of me," Huan Wuming said eerily. "The Physique King's inheritance is right in front of us. We need to work together to open the tomb. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk." He Huahui said. After he arrived at the mountain peak, he had tried everything he could, but to no avail. In the end, He Huahui came to a conclusion. He had to use absolute strength to break the tomb. He looked at the surrounding martial artists and said, "Only if we work together can we hope to open the Physique King's tomb. I believe that everyone is here for the Physique King's inheritance. If the Physique King's tomb cannot be opened, everything is just empty talk. All right, let's work together to open the Physique King's tomb." Huan Wuming said. Although he was the strongest among them, he could not open the Physique King's tomb with his strength alone. "I have no objections." "I agree." More than 10 martial artists nodded their heads. Even Lin Yin'er thought that this method was the only feasible one at the moment. I will preside. I hope that everyone will not hold back. Hui said. Then, he took a step forward and looked at the tombstone of the Physique King's tomb. On the tombstone, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Although countless years had passed, the words Physique King's tomb remained unchanged. If they wanted to open the Physique King's tomb, they had to break this tombstone. Get ready, Hui shouted. Suddenly, a violent aura surged out from his body. Attack! Following Hui's shout, more than 10 martial artists burst out with their strongest attack. On the mountain peak, the sky was filled with attacks. In an instant, they gathered together and blasted towards the tombstone with the power of thunder. Boom! More than 10 martial artists looked at the Physique King's tombstone nervously. The powerful attack directly hit the Physique King's tombstone and exploded. The energy fluctuation that spread out caused the wind on the mountain peak to stop abruptly. Is it broken? A martial artist asked. The other martial artists also looked at the Physique King's tombstone curiously. Hiss! When the dust settled, the hopeful eyes of the crowd were instantly filled with disappointment. How is this possible? More than 10 martial artists were puzzled. If they joined forces, even Tai would not dare to face them head-on. This kind of attack power was infinitely close to the true martial realm, yet it could not break the tombstone. A small tombstone had trapped all of them. It did not break. Hui's eyes were filled with a complicated look as he muttered to himself. Could it be that our strength is not enough? Huan Wuming exuded a demonic aura and said. Lin Yinner's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists fell into deep thought. If they could not even break the Physique King's tombstone, how could they obtain the Physique King's inheritance? In front of them was a very difficult hurdle. If they could not pass it, their efforts would be in vain. What is going on? In an instant, a few martial artists began to doubt whether this method was right. Some of them even began to look for other entrances. However, after searching for a while, they returned to the center of the mountain peak helplessly. Just when everyone was deep in thought, Feng Chun and blazing heaven appeared at the foot of the mountain. It's the people from the 5 element state again. The martial artists from the demon state and Tianzhou discussed. Most of them were at the 8th level of the spirit vortex realm and were unable to step onto the mountain peak. Although they were awe-inspiring in the outside world, they were helpless here. It seems that someone has beaten us to it. Feng Chun said. Let's go up too. Blazing Heaven said. Feng Chun and Blazing Heaven stepped onto the mountain peak side by side. At this moment on the mountain peak, Hui was deep in thought. As for Huan Wuming, an idea flashed through his mind. His demonic eyes looked at Lin Yinner and said, could it be that the tombstone can only be opened with the blood of martial artists as a sacrifice? Huan Wuming's words instantly caused the other martial artists' eyes to light up. Maybe it's as Huan Wuming said. Then, we need someone to use their blood as a sacrifice. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Yinner. Little girl, we are trapped here. We have to think of a way, and we all agree that you're the most suitable person. Hui said. Why me? Lin Yinner narrowed her eyes in displeasure. The martial artists from the demon state and Tianzhou were clearly bullying her. Who asked you to be the only martial artist from the 5 element state here? Huan Wuming laughed eerily. His words were filled with a decision that could not be changed. Little girl, you have no other choice. The martial artist from the Tianzhou said eerily. Seeing this, Lin Yinner prepared to resist. However, Hui and Huan Wuming both released their auras and suppressed Lin Yinner, making her unable to resist. Who dares to touch her? Chapter 782. Who dares touch her? An arrogant and overbearing voice transmitted into everyone's ears, shocking the other martial artists until they all retreated one after another. You won't be able to stop me. When Hui saw this, he sneered and attacked forcefully. He rushed to Lin Yinner's side and grabbed at her. At this moment, a giant hand appeared. It was exactly the same as Tai's sneak attack on Star and Moon. The hand directly pierced through Hui's palm. Blood sprayed through the air. Hui let out a miserable scream as he was forced back. When Hui steadied himself, Two figures, one in front and one behind, appeared in front of Lin Yenner. "Are you all right?" Fang Chun asked Lin Yenner. "I'm fine. You?" Lin Yenner was also shocked to see Fang Chun, but she was immediately overjoyed. If Fang Chun was alive, did that mean Star and Moon was also alive? However, she didn't have the time to ask for details. She had to face the danger in front of her. "Brat, who are you?" Hihua Hui icily asked Fang Chun. Just now, he had been careless and his palm had been pierced through. But now he had used his spiritual qi to stop the bleeding. His injury was slowly healing. "Fang Chun," said Fang Chun. "Trash from the Five Elements province," said Hihua Hui. "And here I was wondering who it was. So it's that trash Hei Tai Sen underground. If Hei Tai knew you were here, I wonder if he would come to kill you," said Wu Minghuan with a sinister smile. Fang Chun frowned. His pitch-black eyes looked at Wu Minghuan. A tangible, illusory aura shot out of his eyes. "How dare you use an illusion in front of me?" Seeing this, Huan Wuming sneered and unleashed his illusory technique to counter Fang Chen's illusory technique. Wu Minghuan was most skilled in illusions. Among the ancient Sword Continent's younger generation, there was likely no one who had a higher attainment in illusions than him. But now, someone was actually using an illusion against him. Wu Minghuan laughed, and his laughter was very arrogant. However, he soon stopped laughing. When his illusory technique intertwined with Fang Chen's illusory technique, he immediately retreated a few steps, his clothes in a mess. This, Huan Wuming looked at Fang Chun in shock, but the latter's gaze had already shifted away. Huan Wuming was shocked. Fang Chen's illusion techniques were very strong. "Lin Yenner is my good friend. If you want to touch her, have you asked for my permission?" Fang Chun said indifferently. "Why do I, Hihua Hui, need to ask you when I do things?" Hearing this, Hihua Hui sneered. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. He clenched his fists and punched towards Fang Chun. Rumble the two instantly engaged in battle. Hihua Hui thought that he would be able to crush Fang Chun, but after the battle, he discovered that the two were actually equally matched. Hihua Hui couldn't do anything to Fang Chun. Bang, 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 the battle between the two was exceptionally intense. Just as Hihua Hui was about to use his ultimate skill, he was stopped by Huan Wuming. "Huan Wuming, why are you stopping me?" Hihua Hui was very unhappy. "Hihua Hui, can you put aside the grudges between the two of you for now?" Huan Wuming's eyes shined. "Huan Wuming, what do you mean by that?" Hihua Hui questioned. Huan Wuming grinned and looked at Fang Chun. "Fang Chen's strength is about the same as yours and mine. With him, we might be able to destroy the King Body's tomb." Hearing this, the hearts of the 10 cultivators trembled. Perhaps Huan Wuming's words really could be realized. Hearing that it was related to the King Body's tomb, Hihua Hui calmed down. He looked at Fang Chun and said, "For the King Body's inheritance, I'll let you off for now. Once I obtain it, I'll definitely kill you." After Hihua Hui agreed to stop, Huan Wuming looked at Fang Chun and asked, "Fang Chun, what do you think?" Fang Chun's goal in coming here was also the King Body's inheritance. In front of the King Body's inheritance, Hihua Hui was nothing. Moreover, Lin Yenner hadn't suffered any injuries. "I have no objections." Fang Chun nodded. Hearing this, Huan Wuming laughed heartily. With Fang Chun and Blazing Heaven, they might really succeed. "Fang Chun, before you came, the 10 of us attacked with all our strength, but were unable to destroy the King Body's tomb. With you, we might be able to succeed." Huan Wuming explained. Fang Chun nodded. "Then what are we waiting for?" As soon as Fang Chun spoke, everyone stood in a row facing the King Body's tomb. Huan Wuming said, "Everyone, success or failure depends on this. Don't hold back." Boom! Under Huan Wuming's command, everyone began to attack. Fang Chun even took out the hidden star sword, activated the sword body, and performed the golden light bright dragon sword technique. Vast attacks danced in the sky. In the end, they all collided with the King Body's tomb. The tombstone of the Bodhi monarch shook a little, but it didn't shatter. "How is this possible?" Everyone cried out in alarm. A small tombstone was actually able to withstand such a powerful attack. Fang Chun was also shocked. This King Body's tomb was similar to the Blood Moon Jade given to him by the Bloody Spearman. It could actually withstand everyone's attacks. Attacks are useless. Looks like we can only find someone to worship the tomb. Someone said. Huahui's gaze fell on Lin Yin'er once again. If you want to touch Lin Yin'er, you'll have to ask me first. Fang Chun took a step to the side and stood in front of Lin Yin'er as he said coldly. Although Huahui's strength was formidable, Fang Chun had no fear. Brat, don't make a mistake. Move aside. Huahui said coldly. No. Fang Chen's attitude was firm. Brat, your strength is nothing in front of me. Move aside. Huahui said angrily. Fang Chen did not say anything. His action said it all. He held the hidden star sword in his hand, and his fighting spirit surged. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Huahui saw this and roared angrily. In the next moment, an iron armor appeared on Huahui's arm. This iron armor wrapped tightly around Huahui's arm. Iron Fist Huahui. In Tianzhou, Huahui had another nickname, which was Iron Fist. Under Huahui's Iron Fist, few people could withstand it. This time, Huahui activated the iron armor. He wanted to get rid of Fang Chun. Iron Fist is invincible. Huahui shouted and clenched his fist. The iron armor extended from his arm and wrapped around his fist. Huahui then threw out a punch. Bang! Fang Chun saw this and waved the hidden star sword to block. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Bang! Bang! Huahui's iron fist constantly bombarded Fang Chun. Every time Fang Chen's hidden star sword attacked him, he would use the iron armor wrapped around his arm to block. For a moment, Fang Chun could not do anything to Huahui. The latter used this loophole to suppress Fang Chun. At a certain moment, Huahui's iron armor arm blocked Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Huahui's fist suddenly bombarded Fang Chen's body. Bang! Fang Chen's body kept retreating. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Fang Chen stabilized his body. His eyes flickered as he stared at Huahui's iron armor. Fake Dao soldier. In the fight with Huahui, Fang Chun discovered that the iron armor was a fake Dao soldier. Moreover, this iron armor seemed to contain a mysterious power. The hidden star sword could not do anything to it. Kid, Huahui, the Iron Fist, am not someone you can compare to. Flowing light suddenly appeared on Huahui's iron armor. His face was full of a disdainful smile. His iron armor was his biggest secret. No one knew about it. After discovering that something was wrong with the iron armor, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the interspatial ring and began to search for the fake Dao soldiers piled up like a mountain. After a while, Fang Chun found a fake Dao soldier. This fake Dao soldier was a mace. The description of the mace was that it could break all armors. The iron armor was also one of the armors. Fang Chun put away the hidden star sword and took out the mace. Humph! It's useless to change weapons. Huahui snorted and began to attack again. Bang! 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 Fang Chun held the mace and slammed it on the iron armor. However, to Fang Chen's surprise, the mace could not leave a mark on the iron armor. What's wrong with this iron armor? Fang Chun pondered in his heart. The mace was also a fake Dao soldier. Furthermore, it could break all armors. However, it could not break Huahui's iron armor. Bang! Huahui's iron fist forced Fang Chun back. The latter stabilized himself and looked at Huahui. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, every genius that entered the heavenly void secret realm had their own trump card. As for Huahui's trump card, it should be this iron armor. Iron Fist, Huahui lived up to his name. Huan Wuming sighed inwardly. If he did not use an illusion and fought Huahui head-on, he would not be able to block the iron armor. The iron armor was clearly not an ordinary fake Dao soldier. It seemed to contain a terrifying power. Fang Chun, there's something wrong with his iron armor, Blazing Heaven reminded. Kid, step aside obediently, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, my iron fist will turn your soul into dust, Huahui scolded. Fang Chun, don't worry about me, Lin Yin'er said anxiously. Chapter 783. Iron Fist Huahui was very strong. In Tianzhou, other than the two people ranked above him, he didn't fear anyone else. As for those ranked lower than him, they didn't have the qualifications to make him use the armor. The armor was his life-saving treasure. Although it was a fake Dao item, the energy it contained was comparable to an ordinary Dao item. Even the hidden star sword couldn't do anything to it. And He Huahui was using the armor to suppress Fang Chun. In the past, He Huahui had also encountered danger in Tianzhou. But each time he had encountered danger, the armor had been able to help him. Under the armor, his fists were truly invincible. He had thought that he wouldn't need to use the armor to kill this person. However, to He Huahui's surprise, Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Not only was Fang Chen able to fight him, but he was also helpless. Helpless, He Huahui could only use the armor. With the armor protecting his body, his fists were invincible. "Brat, what are you going to use to block my fists?" He Huahui laughed coldly and said arrogantly when he saw Fang Chen retreating continuously. To the side, Wu Minghuan's eyes also flashed with a strange light. He hadn't expected He Huahui to have such a treasure. Fortunately, the armor only covered his arms. If it covered his entire body, who could possibly be his match? However, Wu Minghuan didn't mind watching a show. He watched the battle with interest from his side. As for Blazing Heaven and Lin Yin'er, this battle had already surpassed their strength. The two of them were unable to help Fang Chen. They could only pray. Seeing Fang Chen being forced back by He Huahui, Lin Yin'er's eyes were filled with tears. She was blaming herself. She believed that this was all because of her. "Fang Chen, you have to be safe. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Sister Yu'er?" Lin Yin'er muttered to herself. At this time, Fang Chen was calmly standing there, holding the hidden star sword. A terrifying sword light shot out his eyes. "Iron Fist, He Huahui, you truly live up to your reputation. However, this armor alone isn't enough," Fang Chen said solemnly. "Brat, you can't even block my armor. What's the point of saying all this?" "Iron Fist," He Huahui bellowed again. Suddenly, a wild aura surged out. "Invincible Iron Fist." Iron Fist, He Huahui clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. With the support of the iron armor, he instantly blasted towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, a vast sword chi appeared around him. Sword intent. This was the first time that Fang Chen had truly displayed the sword intent, and he had done so with all his might. Rumble after Lin Fan activated his sword intent. A boundless sword intent instantly filled the entire mountain peak. Even Huan Wuming, who was standing at the side, was shocked beyond words. "True intent," Huan Wuming cried out. Although he had not comprehended true intent, he had seen true intent possessors before. Seeing Fang Chen display his true intent, Huan Wuming's heart was in turmoil. Possessing true intent and not possessing true intent were two completely different concepts. If Huan Wuming had initially thought that Fang Chen would definitely be killed by He Huahui, he had now changed his mind. This brat has hidden his strength too deeply. True intent. Moreover, it was the sword intent that had a strong offensive power. Fang Chen's sword intent had already reached the peak of Grade 1. He was only a step away from Grade 2. This time, Fang Chen fully activated his true intent. He did not have too many misgivings and was not afraid of others knowing. Rumble in the sky, a deafening sound rang out. Within the dense true intent, a vast aura surged out. Golden light, bright dragon, sword technique. Fang Chen pushed his true intent to the extreme. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was instantly absorbed into the star-concealing sword. Pucci, the star-concealing sword that had been infused with true intent, suddenly slashed towards He Huahui's iron fist. With a cracking sound, He Huahui's iron fist was forced back by Fang Chen's star-concealing sword. At the same time, Fang Chen held the star-concealing sword in his hand and exerted force. The star-concealing sword once again slashed towards He Huahui. Seeing this, He Huahui hurriedly extended his iron arm in an attempt to block Fang Chen's attack. Hiss, 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 when the star-concealing sword collided with the iron armor, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The dense sword intent instantly poured into the iron armor. Within the iron armor, The structure of the iron armor was being destroyed. Ah! He Huahui let out a miserable cry as his body was instantly sent flying. He tried his best to stabilize his body and retracted his iron armor. He suddenly realized that there were countless sword wounds on his arm. On those wounds, traces of blood were constantly flowing out. At this moment, He Huahui's expression was extremely gloomy. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. True intent. It's actually true intent. He Huahui cried out. He also hadn't expected Fang Chun to possess true intent. Amongst the younger generation of the three prefectures, the number of people who possess true intent could be counted on two hands. He hadn't expected this person to possess true intent. Not only did he possess true intent, but he also possessed the extremely powerful sword intent. Seeing Fang Chun, He Huahui's eyes were filled with fear. He retreated a few steps and discovered that he was already in front of the tombstone. "Brat, I was reckless before. How about this matter end here?" He Huahui whispered. "You think it's over just because you say it's over? If I can't beat you, will you let me off?" asked Fang Chun coldly. "Brat, He Huahui, am not someone to be trifled with. If you anger me, you'll have to pay the price," said He Huahui sinisterly. As He Huahui was speaking to Fang Chun, a drop of blood fell from his arm onto the ground. It just so happened to land on the tombstone. Hiss! No one had thought that the tombstone would undergo a slight change. Blazing Heaven and Lin Yinner were both stunned. Was this still the Fang Chun they knew? Wasn't he too strong? In the entire Five Elements province, other than Zhang Jingtao and the Star and Moon, who could beat Fang Chun? They had been worried about this fellow before. Who would have thought that he would possess sword intent? "Bear the price. What can your armor do to me?" sneered Fang Chun. Under the attack of the sword intent, the iron armor was of no use. He Huahui's eyes flickered and he clenched his fists, ready to attack at any moment. However, at this moment, the mountain suddenly began to rumble and shake. Following that, the tombstone instantly sank into the ground. It was also at this moment that a large area of the mountain collapsed. Over 10 cultivators instantly fell into the ground. "What's going on?" Fang Chun was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. After the rumbling disappeared, Fang Chun discovered that they were in an underground palace. Immediately after, Fang Chun guessed in his heart, could this be the tomb of the Body King? Ha! I didn't think that I would accidentally enter the Body King's tomb. Huan Wuming laughed sinisterly. As for He Huahui, who had been the first to fall, he had already disappeared without a trace. After all, he was a bit afraid of Fang Chun. Once he obtained the Body King's inheritance, he wouldn't be able to defeat Fang Chun. Huan Wuming also said a few words before turning and leaving. The other martial artists scattered one after another. The entire palace was extremely spacious. There were many stone doors on the walls. "Fang Chun, do you think that the Body King's tomb is behind these stone doors?" asked Blazing Heaven. "Perhaps," Fang Chun muttered to himself. After experiencing the Body King's tomb, Fang Chun knew that what he saw wasn't necessarily the truth. However, he still had to try. "Let's go." In the end, the three of them chose one of the stone doors and gently pushed it open. A sinister aura came from behind the stone door. Fang Chun and the others looked around and saw that there was a coffin behind the door. "The Body King's coffin?" cried Blazing Heaven. "Don't be impulsive." Fang Chun hastily stopped Blazing Heaven. Blazing Heaven was a bit puzzled. "Why can't we move it?" Fang Chun wasn't sure if this coffin was the Body King's coffin or not. Before that, they couldn't act blindly without thinking. If the Body King's coffin was the same as the Body King's coffin and contained an evil creature, then they would be committing a grave sin. Fang Chun's soul flew around the coffin, wanting to see what was inside. However, he found that his soul was unable to enter. After a final inspection, Fang Chun felt that there shouldn't be any danger inside the coffin. The three of them worked together to open the coffin. They found that there was an inheritance inside. Fang Chun glanced over it. There was a book inside the coffin. There were some small words written on the book. This was one of the Body King's inheritances. Of course, it couldn't compare to the Body King's true inheritance. "A flame inheritance," whispered Blazing Heaven. Fong Chun exchanged a glance with blazing heaven. In the end, he looked at Lin Yin'er. Yin'er, this is a flame inheritance. It's suitable for you. Accept it. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Lin Yin'er was also a bit surprised. Although it was a flame inheritance, the two of them could accept it. However, the two of them didn't hesitate to give it to her. Lin Yin'er was very touched. Lin Yin'er hesitated. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and accept the inheritance, urged blazing heaven. Many thanks. Lin Yin'er's eyes twinkled. In the end, she entered the coffin and closed it. Lin Yin'er accepted the inheritance. Fong Chun and blazing heaven left the stone door and entered another stone door. This stone door's inheritance wasn't suitable for Fong Chun, but it was suitable for blazing heaven. The latter accepted the inheritance without hesitation. As for Fong Chun, he continued to search for the Body King's inheritance. However, when Fong Chun came out of this stone door, he found that he couldn't open the other stone doors. What's going on? Fong Chun was puzzled. However, a moment later, Fong Chun learned that there were people inside the stone doors. The stone doors were sealed, and he couldn't open them. Could it be that they've all been taken? Fong Chun muttered to himself. Then he opened one stone door after another. Just as he was about to give up, the final stone door gave him a pleasant surprise. Crash. Chapter 784. There were over a dozen stone doors, and behind each door was a small inheritance. For ordinary cultivators, these small inheritances were enough. But for cultivators like Fong Chun, they weren't enough. What they were interested in was the Body King's legacy. When Fong Chun was sucked into the stone door, he discovered that this place was actually a separate space. What is this place? Fong Chun was puzzled. In front of Fong Chun were two people. One was Iron Fist He Hua Hui, and the other was Huan Wuming. Adding on Fong Chun, they were the three strongest people who had entered the Body King's tomb. They were also the three most likely to obtain the Body King's legacy. Oh, you've also come. Huan Wuming's eyes twinkled as he spoke in a low voice. Seeing Fong Chun's arrival, He Hua Hui did not say a word. He immediately leaped up and landed on the stairs in the distance. At this time, Fong Chun was on a narrow plain. On this plain was a stairway to heaven. This stairway connected to the horizon. Fong Chun, this stairway to heaven is a test. Huan Wuming suddenly said. After learning that Fong Chun possessed a true meaning, Huan Wuming's attitude towards Fong Chun had greatly changed. Oh, a test? Fong Chun was puzzled. Correct. If you want to obtain the Body King's legacy, you must first reach the top of the stairway. Huan Wuming said. After saying that, Huan Wuming stepped onto the stairway. At this time, He Hua Hui had already reached the 40th step. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, then leaped onto the stairway to heaven. Just as he stepped onto the sky stairway, Fong Chun sensed a wild and violent energy instantly pressing towards him from all directions. He wanted to circulate his spiritual qi, but he found that his qi sea was sealed. He was unable to circulate his spiritual qi. Could this be a test of my physical body? Thinking that this was the Body King's tomb, Fong Chun instantly understood. He then circulated his sword body. His sword body had already reached the peak of the early stage of body refinement. He was only a step away from reaching the middle stage of body refinement. Perhaps he would be able to break through this time. Fong Chun's strong physical body, which was equivalent to the 7-star Dao body, allowed him to walk very quickly on the stairway to heaven. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun had climbed more than 10 steps. At this time, Fong Chun didn't feel any pressure at all. At this moment, He Hua Hui had already reached the 60th step. As for Huan Wuming, he had also reached the 50th step. Fong Chun walked at a leisurely pace. After activating the sword body, the pressure on the stairs instantly disappeared. It was as though he was walking on a plane without any pressure. Fong Chun guessed that the real pressure should be at the top. Indeed, after a quarter of an hour, He Hua Hui was stuck on the 69th floor. As for Huan Wuming, he managed to catch up and reach the 73rd floor. This scene left He Hua Hui speechless. However, if one's physical body was not strong enough, it would be extremely difficult to take a step forward. He Hua Hui's physical body had reached the limit of a 6-star Dao body. If he wanted to take a step forward and reach the 70th floor, it would be too difficult, unless his physical body broke through to the 7-star Tao body level. As for Huan Wuming, his physical body was stronger than Huahui's by a little. He had reached the initial stage of the 7-star Tao body. Therefore, he easily reached the 73rd floor. However, after reaching the 73rd floor, Huan Wuming also felt a strong pressure. He stopped there and tempered his physical body. Fang Chun walked at a leisurely pace. Huawei turned around and looked at him. His eyes were filled with mockery. He thought that Fang Chun couldn't even reach the 60th floor. There was nothing to be afraid of. Huawei sat cross-legged and used the wild energy on the stairs to temper his physical body. As for Fang Chun, he was silently climbing the stairway to heaven. After an hour, Fang Chun had reached the 50th floor. Every time he reached the integer floor, Fang Chun would feel the pressure increase. He was using the pressure to temper his body. The pressure is too weak. Fang Chun muttered to himself. After tempering his physical body, Fang Chun continued walking. Finally, at a certain moment, Fang Chun successfully surpassed Huahui and stepped onto the 70th level. At this moment, Huahui's eyes were filled with astonishment as his heart trembled. How is this possible? How did he reach the 70th floor? Huahui looked at Fang Chun in disbelief. Based on his previous speed, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to reach the 60th floor. Who would have thought that he would reach the 70th floor in the blink of an eye? Could it be that his physical body has already reached the 7-star Tao body level? Huawei looked at Fang Chun in shock. Even Huan Wuming stopped cultivating and looked at Fang Chun. Under their gazes, Fang Chun climbed step by step. When he surpassed Huan Wuming and reached the 74th floor, the two of them were completely shocked. Huan Wuming's eyes flickered with a strange light. His heart was in turmoil. Fang Chun ignored their shock and continued moving forward. After reaching the 70th floor, Fang Chun felt a trace of pressure. However, this bit of pressure was not enough for his sore body to break through. Therefore, Fang Chun continued climbing. When he reached the 79th floor, he finally stopped. Seeing this, Huahui and Huan Wuming let out a sigh of relief. This brat's physical body was only at the 7-star Tao body level. He was still unable to reach the 80th floor. They still had a chance. Thinking of this, Huan Wuming and Huahui continued tempering their physical bodies. On the other hand, Fang Chun stopped at the 79th floor. The wild pressure around him made Fang Chun smile. It's this pressure. Fang Chun had not felt this kind of pressure for a long time. He was very happy. Soon after, he fully activated his sword body and began tempering his physical body. A day later, Huahui's body emitted a terrifying aura, following which he opened his eyes. His physical body's strength had increased tremendously. With a single step, he reached the 70th floor. Ha ha! My physical body's strength has finally reached the 7-star Tao body level. Huawei was very excited. In one breath, Huawei reached the 75th floor. Then he stopped. He could no longer move forward. However, at this moment, Huawei's eyes were filled with confidence. After breaking through the bottleneck, he was confident that he could catch up to Fang Chun. Brat, just you wait. The physique king's inheritance will definitely be mine. After saying this, Huawei sat down cross-legged and began tempering his physical body. Not long after Huawei broke through the bottleneck, Huan Wuming also had some gains. He opened his eyes and started climbing the stairs. In one breath, he reached the 77th floor. He was only 2 steps away from Fang Chun. At this moment, Huan Wuming's eyes shone brightly. He felt that it would not be long before he could surpass Fang Chun. However, after Huawei and Huan Wuming broke through, they continued to cultivate. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Fang Chun did not move at all. On the other hand, Huawei and Huan Wuming stood side by side on the 78th floor. They were only 1 step away from Fang Chun. Looks like this brat's time is up, Huawei said eerily. In this half a month, he did not move at all. He must be stuck at a bottleneck. Let's fight for the physique king's inheritance. Huan Wuming said. At this moment, Fang Chun was standing quietly. There was even some dust on his body. Within his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Traces of clear energy flowed throughout his body. In this half a month, the golden heart had used the undying bird's blood essence to release the undying flame. It had been tempering Fang Chen's physical body. In addition, there was a strong pressure coming from all directions. Fang Chun had been accumulating. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to break through. There was still a difference between the cultivation of the Tao body and the sword body. In this half a month, Fang Chen's sword body realm did not increase. However, his sword soul had become more stable. Just as Huan Wuming and He Hua Hui were mocking Fang Chun, the latter's body, which had not moved for half a month, finally moved. Immediately after, a deafening sound came from Fang Chen's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. A vast sword qi rushed out from his sword body. This, Huan Wuming and He Hua Hui were shocked. Under their gazes, Fang Chun took a step forward and entered the 80th floor. How is this possible? The two cried out at the same time. Entering the 80th floor meant that this brat had reached the level of an 8-star Tao body. Too terrifying. We must not let this brat obtain the physique king's inheritance. Huan Wuming said eerily. Fang Chen's physical body was already so strong. Once he obtained the physique king's inheritance, he would definitely crush the two of them. After half a month of accumulation, he finally found an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the body refinement realm. After reaching the middle stage of the body refinement realm, Fang Chun discovered that his physical body's defense was very strong. Even an ordinary 9th-level spirit whirlpool realm martial artist would not be able to break through my defense. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The stairway to heaven had given Fang Chun great benefits, allowing him to reach the middle stage of the body refinement realm. At this moment, the strong pressure suddenly weakened. Fang Chun climbed up with ease. When Fang Chun reached the 89th floor, he finally stopped. When Huan Wuming and He Hua Hui saw that Fang Chun had stopped, they sneered. So what if you have a breakthrough? If you can't reach the top, you won't be able to obtain the physique king's inheritance. Rumble. However, just as the two of them sneered, the gravity on the stairway to heaven suddenly disappeared. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky. An ancient aura entered the ears of the three of them. My inheritance can finally be passed down to the future generations. This voice was incomparably shocking. When He Hua Hui and Huan Wuming heard this, they were incomparably excited. This was the Physique King's voice. Senior Physique King, did you choose me? He Hua Hui excitedly cried out. You must have chosen me, Huan Wuming solemnly said. On the 89th floor, Fang Chun didn't say anything as he stared at the dark clouds in the sky. At this moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from the dark clouds and struck Fang Chen's body. Under He Hua Hui and Huan Wuming's gazes, Fang Chen's body gradually dissipated and disappeared from the stairway to heaven. Oh, he was struck by lightning. Could it be that he angered the Physique King and was killed by it? He Hua Hui was puzzled. Haha, if this brat was killed by the Physique King, then wouldn't we be able to obtain the Physique King's inheritance? Huan Wuming laughed. Chapter 785. Without any warning, a bolt of lightning struck down and hit Fang Chun. The latter's body instantly collapsed. Rumble. When Fang Chen's body collapsed, the 99 steps of the stairway to heaven disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared. The scene behind a stone door was completely different from before. In the narrow space, there was a black coffin. In front of the coffin lay a person. Crack! Fang Chun, who was unconscious, was hit by a bolt of lightning. He instantly woke up and screamed loudly. Where is this? Fang Chun looked around and was puzzled. But when he saw the black coffin behind him, he instantly understood that this was probably the place where the body monarch had fallen. Little guy, I didn't expect that after so many years, my inheritance could still be passed down. An ancient voice came from the coffin. The body monarch. Fang Chun was shocked. He immediately cupped his hands towards the coffin and said, Senior body monarch, have I passed the test? Yes, you have passed the test when you stepped onto the 80th step. The body monarch's voice came leisurely. Fang Chen was stunned. Could it be that only an 8-star Dao body was considered to have passed the test? As if he knew what Fang Chen was thinking, the body monarch said, "An 8-star Dao body is not qualified to receive my inheritance. My inheritance requires a special body constitution of at least an 8-star Dao body." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. An 8-star Dao body constitution meant that his sword body had to be at the middle body refinement realm to be qualified to receive the body monarch's inheritance. I see. Fang Chen thought to himself. Little guy, your sword body is also a special body constitution. It is naturally suitable for sword cultivation. My inheritance is the physical body Dao inheritance. Do you want to accept it? The monarch asked. Yes. Only a fool would refuse. If he accepted the body monarch's inheritance, his sword body might reach the late body refinement realm. At that time, his punch would be enough to kill a martial artist at the 9th level of the Spear Vortex realm. Fang Chen would not let go of any opportunity to improve his strength, not to mention the body monarch's inheritance. A physique king was an existence that was on par with a Shakyamuni. While as soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, a book appeared in the void. The words Body Dao were written on it. This book contains my life's experiences. If you can cultivate it successfully, it's not impossible for you to reach the peak of physical strength, Body King said. Fang Chen nodded and cupped his hands. Thank you, Senior Body King. My remnant consciousness can still exist for a while. During this time, I will do my best to guide you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck, King Body said. Fang Chen was overjoyed and excited. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated Body Dao while receiving pointers from the Body Monarch. Outside the tomb of the Body King, on the peak, He Huahui and Huan Wuming's faces turned ashen as they looked at each other. Damn it, I didn't think that the Body King would actually choose that idiot. He Huahui roared angrily. That brat's physical body is a little strange. However, since he has obtained the Body King's inheritance, we'll have to see if he has the ability to protect it. Huan Wuming said. At this moment, Huan Wuming's eyes flickered as he made a decision. Huan Wuming looked at He Huahui. The latter pondered for a while before gritting his teeth. We'll wait here. Once he comes out, we'll capture him and force him to hand over the Body King's inheritance. Huan Wuming laughed heartily when he heard this. Even though Fang Chen had obtained the Body King's inheritance, the two of them had 100 ways to force him to hand it over. The two of them had just come to a decision. Many people walked out from the tomb of the Body King. Most of these martial artists were from the Sky and Demon region. When they saw He Huahui and Huan Wuming, they cupped their hands. You guys leave quickly, He Huahui said eerily. Huan Wuming nodded his head. These martial artists who had come out from the tomb of the Body King left quickly. Not long after, Blazing Heaven appeared. Capture him, He Huahui shouted eerily. The moment Blazing Heaven appeared, he sensed a majestic aura approaching. His face changed slightly as he took out a talisman without hesitation. Crash! Blazing Heaven crushed the talisman. Instantly, a violent aura rushed out. Dao Grade Talisman. Seeing this, Huan Wuming let out a loud roar as his body retreated continuously. Blazing Heaven took the opportunity to disappear before the energy of the talisman dissipated. Rumble. On the mountain peak, the violent energy continued to wreak havoc. In the blink of an eye, the mountain peak was in a sorry state. It was as if it had just gone through a huge battle. At this moment, Huan Wuming leaped over in a sorry state. Even though he had managed to dodge in time, he was still injured by the talisman. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. He Huahui's body was covered in blood. His face was extremely pale. Earlier on, he was the closest to the talisman. A large portion of the energy from the explosion had landed on his body. If not for the protection of the metal armor, he might have died. How could he not take revenge for such a huge grudge? Damn it, He Huahui was furious. However, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. Within the tomb of the Body King, Fang Chen did not know what was happening outside. He was fully focused on his cultivation. Body Dao had a total of 3 realms: small success, large success, and complete. If one could cultivate to the 3rd realm, the strength of his physical body would reach the level of a 9-star Dao body. It would be the strongest in the ancient sword continent. Fortunately, Fang Chun had the foundation of his physical body. Thus, it was not difficult for him to cultivate. Moreover, with the guidance of the Body King, Fang Chun was able to reach the entry level quickly. After reaching the entry level, it was much easier to cultivate. The body sword was constantly activated. All the information about Body Dao was recorded in his mind. From time to time, the Body King would point out Fang Chen's shortcomings. Just like this, time passed quickly. Fang Chen's improvement was also great. Of course, Huan Wuming and He Hua Hui were still waiting for Fang Chun. They hated Fang Chun to the core. One day, a person came out of the tomb. It was Lin Yin'er, who was wearing a fiery red dress. At this moment, Lin Yin'er's aura was greatly different from before. Her body was emitting a terrifying flame aura. With one look, one could tell that she had a shocking harvest in the tomb. When Lin Yin'er came out, she saw He Hua Hui and Huan Wuming. Her heart tightened as she looked at the two of them warily. "Little girl, be our hostage obediently, and you can live." Huan Wuming's eyes flickered as he said eerily. He Hua Hui was furious and wanted to kill Lin Yin'er. However, Huan Wuming felt that Lin Yin'er was more valuable alive. He could use her to threaten Fang Chun. Dream on," Lin Yin'er said coldly. "You're courting death." This time, He Hua Hui did not make a move. Instead, it was Huan Wuming. Crash! Hallucinatory aura instantly filled the mountain and wrapped around Lin Yin'er. Although the latter was strong, she was still unable to resist Huan Wuming. Instantly, Lin Yin'er fell into an illusion. By the time she regained consciousness, a large hand was already gripping her neck. If it wasn't for the fact that you still have some value, you would already be a dead person, Huan Wuming said eerily. He placed a seal on Lin Yin'er's body so that she could not use her spiritual energy. Then, he threw her in front of He Hua Hui. "When that brat appears, we'll use her to threaten him," Huan Wuming said. He Hua Hui stared at Lin Yin'er's beautiful body and saliva flowed out of his mouth. At this moment, Lin Yin'er was thinking. Fang Chun had already done enough for her. She could not let Fang Chun fall into a desperate situation. "You guys are too despicable. You can't defeat Fang Chun, so you want to use me to threaten him." Lin Yin'er roared furiously. "Can't defeat him? What a joke." Huan Wuming sneered. He might not be able to defeat Fang Chun in a one-on-one battle. However, if the two of them worked together, not to mention Fang Chun, even if they were stronger than him, they would not be afraid. If it wasn't for the king physique inheritance, they would not have wasted their time. "Shut up." Hearing this, He Hua Hui slapped Lin Yin'er's face. Instantly, a red handprint appeared on her face. Lin Yin'er felt her face burning as she nearly cried out. In all her life, she had never suffered such humiliation. "Don't worry, girl. Once I kill that brat, yours truly will let you know the meaning of happiness," He Hua Hui said eerily. It had been close to half a month in the tomb of the king physique body. Fang Chun was still cultivating. However, the remnant consciousness of the king physique body had been weakening as time passed by. By now, the king physique body was no longer able to give Fang Chun any pointers. But in this half a month, the king physique body was extremely gratified. To think that he would be able to meet such an outstanding disciple, just as his remnant consciousness was dissipating. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. Fang Chun only used a single day to reach the beginner level of his body Dao. After that, he used 7 days to reach the beginner level of his body Dao. Naturally, his sword body also improved a lot. After half a month, Fang Chun's body Dao had reached the beginner level and his sword body had reached the peak of the middle level of the weapon refinement realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the later level of the body refinement realm, which was equivalent to the terrifying 9-star Dao body. However, this step was extremely difficult. Even with the guidance of the king physique body, it was of no help. This step required him to comprehend and sharpen himself. Not bad, not bad. The King Physique Body's voice was very weak as he said "not bad" twice in a row. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, shone brightly as his sword Chi soared into the sky. Suddenly, Fong Chun opened his eyes, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. The inheritance of the King Physique Body was indeed powerful. In just half a month, it was as if he had been reborn and his strength had increased a lot. "Young man, I hope you don't disgrace the inheritance of the King Physique Body," the King Physique Body said. The King Physique Body's voice was very weak. His remnant consciousness was dissipating. "Senior King Physique, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Fong Chun cupped his hands together and said, the legend of the generation, the King Physique Body, had completely dissipated. This was not the first time that Fong Chun had watched a mighty senior leave. He felt rather upset in his heart. At the same time, Fong Chun made up his mind that he would definitely carry forward the inheritance of the King Physique Body. Chapter 786. The Body King had completely dissipated. To a martial artist, the soul was the most important. Even if it was destroyed, as long as the soul was preserved, it could still reform the body. But once the soul completely dissipated, it would truly dissipate. Fong Chun bowed 3 times to the Body King tomb and then left. The injuries the 8 kings had suffered back then were too heavy. There was no way they could recover. To be able to leave behind a trace of their will after so many years was already amazing. When Fong Chun left the Physique Monarch's tomb, the tomb suddenly disappeared into the ground. Fong Chun's sudden appearance on a mountain peak caused He Huahui and Huan Wuming to be startled. Soon after, the two of them stared at Fong Chun as their eyes brightened. "Brat, you finally appeared." He Huahui sinisterly smiled. "Are you no longer going to be a coward?" Huan Wuming icily asked. The two of them had waited here for half a month. They had thought that Fong Chun was a coward and didn't dare to appear. Just as their patience was about to run out, Fong Chun appeared. If Fong Chun had appeared just a bit later, Lin Yin'er would have been killed by them. Lin Yin'er's spiritual qi had been sealed. Her delicate body was battered and exhausted, and her clothes were a bit disheveled. But from her appearance, it seemed that the two of them hadn't done anything to her. When Lin Yin'er saw Fong Chun, tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Fong Chun was stunned when he saw this scene. Soon after, anger burned in his heart. They wanted to use Lin Yin'er to threaten him. Fong Chun clenched his fists. His heart was filled with unprecedented fury. "You all deserve to die." Fong Chun roared furiously. His eyes were emitting a terrifying light. "Brat, hand over the Body King's inheritance, and this woman won't die," said He Huahui sinisterly. "That's right. If you don't hand over the Body King's inheritance, both of you will die," said Huan Wuming. The two of them were certain that Fong Chun would hand over the Body King's inheritance for Lin Yin'er. "The King Physique's inheritance isn't something you can meddle with," said Fong Chun coldly. Hearing this, Huan Wuming's hand immediately grabbed Lin Yin'er's neck, causing her to turn pale and gasp for breath. "You have the final say in her life." Huan Wuming gripped Lin Yin'er's neck and grinned. With Lin Yin'er in his hands, he was not afraid that Fong Chun would not comply. Fong Chun looked at Lin Yin'er, who was in extreme pain, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he could not do anything about it. Damn it, Fong Chun cursed in his heart. Once he made a move, he would definitely incur the wrath of the two. At that time, Lin Yin'er would definitely be in danger. "What do you want?" Fong Chun asked coldly. "Hand over the Physique Monarch's inheritance, and all grudges will be resolved," He Huahui said. "That's right. We only want the Physique King's inheritance," Huan Wuming said. Their goal was the Physique Monarch's inheritance. They didn't care about Lin Yin'er's life. "Fine, I'll hand over the Physique Monarch's inheritance. But how can I trust you?" Fong Chun's pitch-black eyes stared at the two of them. "Do you even have a choice?" Huan Wuming sinisterly smiled. Crack! As Huan Wuming spoke, He Huahui's iron fist directly smashed into Lin Yin'er's stomach. With a poochie sound, Lin Yin'er spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura weakened. She was heavily injured. "Fine, I agree," said Fong Chun. Seeing that Lin Yin'er was heavily injured, Fong Chun didn't care about anything else. He directly took out the physique monarch's inheritance from his spatial ring and said, "This book is the physique monarch's inheritance. I can give it to you, but you have to ensure her safety. What we care about is the physique monarch's inheritance. As for her life, we don't care about it," said Huan Wuming. Indeed, at their realms, what they cared about the most was the physique monarch's inheritance. If they could obtain it, they might be able to raise their strength. Fang Chen nodded and tossed out the physique monarch's inheritance. Huan Wuming caught it and examined it. It really was the physique monarch's inheritance. Just as Huan Wuming was about to release Lin Yin'er, He Huahui stopped him. "Hold it," said He Huahui. "You're going back on your word," shouted Fang Chen furiously. "Of course not." Just as He Huahui finished speaking, he suddenly threw out a punch. His arm was covered in metal armor, and a wild power directly bombarded Fang Chen's body. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was sent flying. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly activated his middle stage body refinement sword physique, and a wild sword chi soared into the sky. Courting death. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice as the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. And at that moment, He Huahui's fist smashed into Fang Chen's body. Crack! He Huahui was shocked to find that his fist had been blocked by Fang Chen. How is this possible? While He Huahui was still in shock, Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely stabbed towards him. In his panic, He Huahui tried to dodge, but his arm was still injured by the hidden star sword. Crash! Blood sprayed through the air as He Huahui's body was constantly pushed back. Fang Chen was just about to counterattack when He Huahui's fist arrived in front of Lin Yin'er. "Brat, it seems I've underestimated you," said He Huahui sinisterly. Fang Chen stopped and said, "You're going back on your word?" Hearing Fang Chen's question, Huan Wuming spread out his hands and said, "Of course we won't." Huan Wuming and He Huahui looked at each other. Then, with a shout, they punched Lin Yin'er's body. Lin Yin'er's body was sent flying towards Fang Chen. At the same time, He Huahui and Huan Wuming disappeared in a flash. When Fang Chen saw this, he did not hesitate to receive Lin Yin'er's body. Bang! Lin Yin'er's body fell into Fang Chen's arms and fainted. Fang Chen's face was extremely gloomy. The little mouse understood and disappeared into the void. "I must take revenge for this," Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen did not chase after He Huahui and Huan Wuming. He focused on treating Lin Yin'er's injuries. Fortunately, although Lin Yin'er was heavily injured, her life was not in danger. After a round of treatment, Lin Yin'er's injuries were slightly healed. 6 hours later, Lin Yin'er opened her eyes. Her body was still very weak. "Fang Chen." Lin Yin'er looked at Fang Chen and called out apologetically. If it wasn't for her, Fang Chen would not have been forced to hand over the King Physique's inheritance. "Don't worry and recuperate," Fang Chen said with a smile when he saw Lin Yin'er wake up. Fang Chen had set up a top-grade Xian rank array on this mountain peak so that Lin Yin'er could recuperate in peace. Her injuries were not serious, and she only needed time to recover. She was hidden in a top-grade Xian rank array, and ordinary people would not be able to find her. Soon after, Fang Chen prepared to leave. "Fang Chen, where are you going?" Lin Yin'er's eyes flickered as she asked. "To kill," Fang Chen said, and turned to leave. Lin Yin'er looked at Fang Chen's back as he left. Her mind was filled with thoughts. In the end, she shook her head and muttered to herself, "He is Sister Yu Er's husband." After Fang Chen said goodbye to Lin Yin'er, he followed the signal left behind by the little mouse and quickly flew away. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was burning with rage. He swore that he would kill He Huahui and Huan Wuming with his own hands. At this moment, Huan Wuming and He Huahui were resting in a hidden place. "We're so far away, he shouldn't be able to summon us," He Huahui said. Huan Wuming nodded and took out the King Physique's inheritance. "I'll comprehend the King Physique's inheritance first, then you can comprehend it. How about it?" Hearing this, He Huahui nodded. This was the agreement the two of them had made. "Okay, I'll protect you," He Huahui said. Huan Wuming nodded and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the King Physique's inheritance. After a quarter of an hour, He Huahui confirmed that Huan Wuming had truly entered a state of cultivation. His body noiselessly appeared behind Huan Wuming. "The king physique's inheritance belongs to me, He Huahui," He Huahui sinisterly said. He then covered himself in armor and punched out. Boom! He Huahui's punch heavily landed on Huan Wuming's body, instantly shattering it. However, at this moment, He Huahui inwardly cursed, and his body suddenly moved a meter away. Just as he moved his body away, a terrifying crater appeared where he had been standing. Seeing this, He Huahui frowned and looked into the distance. Not far away, on a towering tree, Huan Wuming was silently standing there with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "You." Seeing this, He Huahui was shocked. "He Huahui, I knew you had bad intentions. Fortunately, I was careful and secretly used a simple illusion technique." Huan Wuming coldly smiled. What He Huahui had just destroyed was merely his illusory body. Huan Wuming, the king physique's inheritance belongs to me. Since his plan had been exposed, there was no need to continue pretending. He Huahui, the king physique's inheritance is in my hands. You will not be able to obtain it, Huan Wuming said. Huan Wuming was an expert in illusions. His illusions had reached an unimaginable level. On the other hand, He Huahui's iron fists were extremely powerful. Both of them had their own strengths. If He Huahui had not revealed his armor, Huan Wuming would not have cared about him at all. However, under Fong Chen's pressure, He Huahui had revealed his trump card, causing Huan Wuming to be slightly fearful. If possible, Huan Wuming did not want to fight with He Huahui. Once they fought, even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. This was not the result he wanted. "After I kill you, the king physique's inheritance will be mine," He Huahui sinisterly said. Just as He Huahui finished speaking, he suddenly roared and covered himself in armor. His arms emitted a powerful aura. He clenched his fists and covered himself in armor. Carrying a terrifying power, he punched towards the tree Huan Wuming was on. "Gotcha!" Seeing this, Huan Wuming's body flashed, leaving behind an afterimage. His original body instantly escaped. The towering tree was instantly shattered by He Huahui's punch. Even Huan Wuming's afterimage was instantly shattered. Chapter 787. At this moment, Little Mouse was quietly standing on top of a hidden tree not far away, coldly watching the battle between the two. It had already left a secret signal to its boss, Fong Chun. It wouldn't take long for its boss to arrive. At that time, it would be their time to die. "Let's let them fight amongst themselves for a while," Little Mouse said. Up ahead, the battle between He Huahui and Huan Wuming was extremely intense. At this moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. He Huahui's iron fists were exceptionally strong. Wherever his fists passed, Huan Wuming's illusions would instantly shatter. As for Huan Wuming, he was most proficient in illusions. He used softness to counter strength and was able to easily dissolve He Huahui's iron fists. However, he was unable to do anything to He Huahui. Invincible Iron Fist. Finally, at a certain moment, He Huahui erupted with his greatest strength. He let out a low roar and drops of golden liquid flowed out from the armor on his arm. These drops of golden liquid all fused into his fist. He Huahui's fist suddenly punched out. The strength of this fist was simply too strong. This was the ultimate secret of his iron armor. "I don't believe that you can block this fist of mine." He Huahui's face was filled with a sinister smile. Rumble. Wherever the fist passed, a monstrous aura would appear. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth would spread out like a raging storm. Illusions above all. Seeing this, Huan Wuming's eyes flickered as he unleashed his strongest illusion. Crash! Under Huan Wuming's control, he trapped He Huahui's iron fist within an illusion. Crack! Just as the iron fist entered the illusion, it instantly shattered. However, this was within Huan Wuming's expectations. He continued to set up several illusions, causing the iron fist to be trapped within them. "Mere illusions. Do you think you could defeat my strength?" He Huahui sneered. The golden liquid within the iron armor on his arm continued to merge into his iron fist. Swish! Just as He Huahui was laughing wildly, Huan Wuming's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Crash! Immediately after, Huawei disappeared from where he stood. The surrounding 10 miles was filled with his aura. My illusion. I am the ruler, Huan Wuming sneered. Following which, Huan Wuming entered his own illusion and started fighting with Huawei. The little mouse could not observe the battle in the illusion. The purple light around his body surged and blocked the illusion around him, keeping him out of the battle. Rumble the little mouse stared at the dreamland as the earth-shattering sounds of fighting were heard. A quarter of an hour later, the illusion shattered. Huan Wuming and Huawei's bodies were both sent flying. The two of them were lying on the ground with pale faces. It seemed that they were both injured. Both sides suffered heavy injuries. Huan Wuming did not expect that, even after using his strongest illusion technique, both sides would still suffer heavy injuries. He stared at the armor on Huawei's arm and felt helpless. Huawei's strength was inferior to his, but the armor was too strange. It could actually injure him in the illusion. Huan Wuming, your illusion technique is truly powerful. With both of them injured, the battle naturally came to an end. Huawei stood up and stared at Huan Wuming as he spoke. He knew better than anyone just how powerful his armor was. Huan Wuming was able to fight on par with him just by relying on his illusion technique. From this, it could be seen just how powerful his illusion technique was. Your Iron Fist is also very powerful, Huan Wuming said. If the two of them continued fighting, neither of them would be able to win. After a moment of silence, Huawei said, "You've already seen the result of our battle. How about we both take a step back and share the king physique inheritance?" "How do we share it?" Huan Wuming asked. "Each of us will cultivate for a week." "How about that?" Huawei asked. "Then who will go first?" This question was more important and what Huan Wuming cared about the most. This is a command medallion. It doesn't use spiritual energy, just pure strength. Throw it into the sky and it will land on the heads. I'll go first and you can go first. How about that? Huawei said. Without using spiritual energy, they would not be able to do anything. Huan Wuming immediately nodded. Okay. Huawei waved his hand and the command medallion was thrown into the sky. The two of them stared at the command medallion, waiting for it to land. As the command medallion slowly fell down, the two of them were extremely nervous. However, just as the command medallion was about to fall down, a large hand suddenly appeared and crushed the command medallion. "Let me go first." Fang Chen's figure calmly appeared in the sky, looking down on the two of them. The little mouse was standing on his shoulder. "It's you," Huawei icily said. "How did you find this place?" Huan Wuming was confused. "How I found this place doesn't seem to be important." Fang Chen looked at the two of them. Although he was smiling, his heart was filled with endless fury. Huan Wuming and Huawei exchanged a glance and sneered. "Brat, if you want to die, we'll help you out." With that, Huan Wuming executed his strongest illusion technique, while Huawei activated his Iron Fist. The two of them joined forces and punched towards Fang Chen. "You're in such a hurry to die." Fang Chen sneered when he saw that. In the next instant, a mid-body refinement sword body appeared around him. He calmly stood in the sky, not moving at all. Boom! Fang Chen was instantly enveloped in an illusion. Huawei's Iron Fist also landed on Fang Chen's body. Gotcha! When Huawei's Iron Fist landed on Fang Chen's body, he was shocked to find that even such a powerful fist was unable to break through Fang Chen's defense. How is this possible? Huawei cried out in alarm. With his Iron Fist blocked, he quickly retreated. Dying! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the golden light dragon sword technique. His peak first-grade sword intent instantly erupted. Whoosh! An unimaginable sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. With a speed not visible to the naked eye, it pierced towards Huawei. No! Huawei loudly screamed. At the same time, Huan Wuming's illusion technique was pushed to its peak. Pucci! Fang Chen did not care about Huan Wuming's illusion technique. His sword light ruthlessly pierced towards Huawei. While Huawei was desperately trying to block, Fang Chen's body approached Huawei. He clenched his fist and punched out with the strength of a mid-body refinement realm expert. Bang! He Huahui's head was instantly smashed by Fang Chen's punch. Blood splattered across the sky. At the same time, Fang Chun turned his head to look at Huan Wuming. With just a glare, the illusion instantly shattered. Huan Wuming's body was sent flying, and he vomited blood. I originally did not have the intention to kill, but you guys just had to force my hand. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He walked in front of Huan Wuming and killed him with a single punch. After his sword body reached the peak of mid-body refinement realm, Fang Chen's overall strength increased once again. His strength had already reached the peak of the spirit vortex realm. Even if he were to face Zhang Jingtao, a half-step to true martial realm expert, he would still be able to put up a fight. After killing Huan Wuming, Fang Chun turned around and walked towards Yihuahui. He stomped on his arm and crushed it. The metal armor was ownerless and it floated in the sky. Fang Chun dripped his blood on it to bind it. With a thought, the metal armor directly entered Fang Chen's body. With a thought, the metal armor instantly covered Fang Chen's arm. What a strong strength. After binding the metal armor, Fang Chen finally understood the information about the metal armor. Although the metal armor was a fake Dao soldier, it was extremely powerful. If he could gather a complete set and wear it, he would be invincible. Fang Chun kept the metal armor and turned around to leave. The current Fang Chun looked at the entire Tian Su's secret dimension. Other than the Sword King's inheritance and the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, no other inheritance could attract him. The Sword King's inheritance was something that the Body King said before he died. He discovered that Fang Chun was a 1-in-a-million sword cultivator genius. If he could obtain the Sword King's inheritance, he would definitely be able to walk further on the path of the sword. As for where the Sword King's inheritance was, the Body King did not say. When Fang Chun left, he took the Body Dao book with him. When Fang Chun killed Huan Wuming and He Huahui, another shocking event occurred in the inner area of the Tiansu secret dimension. A piece of news instantly swept across the entire land. Heitai had successfully broken through to the true martial realm. Although the Tiansu secret dimension had a seal that prevented true martial realm experts from entering, there was no rule that prohibited spiritual whirlpool realm experts from entering. This meant that as long as you were a spiritual whirlpool realm expert when you entered the Tiansu secret dimension, as long as you had the ability, you could definitely advance to the true martial realm. Heitai's breakthrough meant that the demon state would be able to suppress the other two states. The entire Tiansu secret dimension was abuzz with discussions. Heitai has broken through to the true martial realm. When Fang Chun, who was walking, heard this news, he was also astonished. It was not easy to break through to the true martial realm. Heitai was able to break through to the true martial realm. From a certain perspective, he was very powerful. This Heitai is really heaven-defying. When he broke through to the true martial realm, the lightning calamity he faced was actually the 6-9 lightning calamity. Fang Chen exclaimed, when one broke through to the true martial realm, there would be a lightning calamity. No martial artist could avoid it. Only by successfully resisting the lightning calamity could one truly step into the true martial realm. The lightning calamity was also divided into strong and weak. The weakest was the ordinary lightning calamity. This lightning calamity was not too strong. As long as it appeared, most people would be able to pass it. Then there were the 3-9 lightning calamity, the 6-9 lightning calamity, the 9-9 lightning calamity, and a legendary 12th calamity. The strength of the lightning calamity was determined by the martial artist's potential. The stronger the potential, the stronger the lightning calamity. After breaking through, the martial artist would be even stronger. Under normal circumstances, the 3-9 lightning calamity was already heaven-defying. The 6-9 lightning calamity was a once-in-a-century event. As for the 9-9 lightning calamity, there were very few in the past 10,000 years. Chapter 788. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. Heitai had reached the genuine martial realm. With his strength, he could definitely defeat all the martial artists in the Tian Su Mystery Land. Even if Zhang Jingtao and Lin Lu joined forces, they would not be Heitai's match. This was the genuine martial realm. After reaching the genuine martial realm, one's strength would increase unimaginably. It was not something a spiritual vortex realm martial artist could imagine. Fang Chun had just come out from the tomb of the physical king. After killing Zixi and the others, he walked aimlessly on the barren plains. The inner area of the Tiansu Mystery Land was very wide. Until now, no one had been able to walk to every corner of the Tiansu Mystery Land. Boss! Little Mouse stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and looked like it wanted to say something. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse heard this and thought for a while. Then it said, Boss, my gifted superpower seems to be breaking through. Hearing this, Fang Chun was overjoyed. The little mouse's innate ability was extremely laudifying. Once it had a breakthrough, its strength would improve tremendously. However, Fang Chun felt that something was wrong. He immediately asked, It should be a good thing for your gifted superpower to break through. Why do you look so sad? If I want to break through my gifted superpower, I need a lot of resources. Little Mouse said. Fang Chun was stunned. He immediately asked, How many resources do you need? As long as he could help Little Mouse, Fang Chun would definitely help. Just the supreme spiritual stones alone would need at least 300 million. Little Mouse said. Fang Chun was stunned. Little Mouse needed so much energy to break through. Moreover, it needed supreme spiritual stones. Is there anything else? Fang Chun asked. Little Mouse nodded and said, I also need a lot of powerful spiritual herbs, including the 9 Transformations Resurrection Elixir. 9 Transformations Resurrection Elixir. When Fang Chun heard about the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill, his face was filled with shock. Fang Chun had naturally heard of the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill. It was an extremely precious pill. Even in the entire 5 Elements province, there probably weren't many of them. The 9 Transformations Soul Resurrection Pill was considered a top-notch pill, even among the Tao-grade pills. It was simply impossible to obtain such a pill. The other heaven-defying spiritual herbs can be found in the Heavenly Void Secret Land, but the 9 Revolutions Soul-Returning Pill. Fang Chun thought to himself, the most important thing for me to achieve a breakthrough in my innate divine ability is the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill. Without the 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill, there is no way for me to achieve a breakthrough, said the little mouse. Fang Chun knew that the little mouse was special, but he didn't expect that he would need the 9 Transformation Soul Return Pill just to make a breakthrough in his innate mystique. However, after thinking for a moment, Fang Chun tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. Then he slowly said, Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find it. Maybe it's in the Tiansu secret plane. Thank you, boss. The little mouse nodded heavily and said, Actually, he was very shocked when he first heard about the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. However, Fang Chun already had a plan in mind. Among the 8 great kings under the Heavenly Void King, one of them was the King of Medicine. Although he wasn't the real King of Medicine, his achievements in alchemy were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Perhaps the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill was in his tomb. Therefore, Fang Chun had his eyes on the King of Medicine's tomb. Right now, the most important thing was to find the King of Medicine's tomb. Of course, it would be more difficult to find the King of Medicine's tomb. However, during this period, Fang Chun could get some spiritual stones or heaven-defying spiritual herbs. After making up his mind, Fang Chun brought the little mouse and disappeared from the wilderness in a flash. In a valley somewhere, a few Tianzhou ancient martial art practitioners had just come out from a broken relic. Most of them were at the 8th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Only one of them was at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. In Tianzhou, they weren't considered the top. We have gained a lot this time. When we completely refine the inheritance, I think we can break through to the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, one of the ancient martial art practitioners said. Yes, I also feel that the bottleneck has loosened a lot. There is hope for a breakthrough. Another ancient martial art practitioner said. A skinny and tall man sneered and said, Is that all you want? Don't forget, our goal is to break through to the real martial arts realm. Hearing this, The other ancient martial art practitioners shook their heads. It was extremely difficult to break through to the real martial arts realm. Don't you know how difficult it is to break through to the real martial arts realm? That's right. Even Heitai, the number one of the younger generation in the ancient sword continent, only broke through to the real martial arts realm after his second attempt. The skinny and tall man shook his head and said, "The heavenly void mystery land is our chance. Let's make good use of it." Hearing this, everyone stopped arguing about this matter. After all, everyone wanted to break through to the real martial arts realm. The difference between the spiritual whirlpool realm and the real martial arts realm was like heaven and earth. Once one broke through to the real martial arts realm, one's name would be recorded in history and shock the entire ancient sword continent. Let's work hard together and continue to search for the relic, these ancient martial art practitioners said. Just as these ancient martial art practitioners were about to leave the valley, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked everyone's path. "Leave behind your supreme great spirit stones, and I can let you go," the figure said coldly. "Robbery," the skinny and tall man sneered. "Brat, are you looking for death?" In the face of everyone's mockery, Fong Chen's body emitted a terrifying aura that directly pressed down on everyone. After everyone felt this aura, their faces changed slightly. However, the skinny and tall man was still unconvinced. Without another word, he directly launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Bang! Fong Chen only threw out a light punch and sent the skinny and tall man flying. Seeing that the skinny and tall man could not even block one punch, everyone finally did not dare to act rashly. This person's strength was too strong. At the very least, he was an expert on the same level as Iron Fist Huawei. "Brother, we are ancient martial art practitioners from Tianzhou. We have no enmity with you. Why do you have to be like this?" One of the ancient martial art practitioners said slowly. "Cut the crap," Fong Chen said in a low voice. Suddenly, the wild aura swept over again. Everyone was terrified. They directly took out their space rings and handed them to Fong Chen. Fong Chen scanned everyone's space rings and took out all the spirit stones inside. Then he threw the space rings to everyone and disappeared in a flash. Everyone took the space rings and hurriedly checked. They found that besides the supreme grade spirit stones that had been taken away, nothing else had been touched. Who is this brat? Everyone is looking for treasures, but he turned a blind eye and only robbed the spirit stones, someone asked after a long time. "I don't know." The others shook their heads. Everyone was glad that the treasures they had obtained from the relic were not lost. Mere spirit stones were nothing. At this time, Fong Chen was flying rapidly in the sky, looking for his next target. After robbing the ancient martial art practitioners from Tianzhou, he had obtained a total of 80 million supreme grade spirit stones. His harvest was not bad. After flying for a while, Fong Chen met his next target. His figure flashed, and he directly landed on the ground. Just like this, in the following period of time, a spirit stone thief appeared in the Tianzhou secret realm. Why was he called a spirit stone thief? It was because this person specialized in stealing spirit stones. Other than supreme grade spirit stones, he did not want anything else. Gradually, the news of the spirit stone thief spread throughout the entire Tianzhou secret realm. Many ancient martial art practitioners were puzzled. Who was this spirit stone thief? Of course, there were also some ancient martial art practitioners who were curious. What was the use of the spirit stone thief stealing spirit stones? In half a month, many ancient martial art practitioners had their spirit stones stolen by Fong Chen. These ancient martial art practitioners wanted to resist, but they were shocked to find that the spirit stone thief was too strong. They could not resist at all. Over time, the news of the spirit stone thief spread. After encountering the spirit stone thief, many ancient martial art practitioners simply handed over their spirit stones to protect themselves. Just like this, Fong Chen only used half a month to collect enough spirit stones. Moreover, it was much more than he had expected. 400 million supreme grade spirit stones was 100 million more than the 300 million that the little mouse had said. He had collected enough spirit stones, but Fang Chun still could not find the tomb of the Medicine King. He had also secretly asked around. The tombs of several kings had appeared. Only the tomb of the Medicine King was unknown. However, Fang Chun was not in a hurry. For this kind of thing, he would let nature take its course. Fang Chun gave the little mouse 300 million supreme grade spirit stones. The latter entered a special interspatial ring to absorb the energy in the spirit stones. As for Fang Chun, he continued to search. One day, Fang Chun appeared in a dilapidated city. This was the first city that Fang Chun had seen after entering the Heavenly Void secret realm. This city was extremely dilapidated. The city walls were shattered and the buildings inside had long collapsed and were covered in dust. What made Fang Chun curious was that in such a dilapidated city, there were actually two ancient martial art practitioners sneakily looking for something. When Fang Chun saw this, he quietly entered the dilapidated city. This dilapidated city covered a very large area. Just the number of dilapidated buildings alone was enough for one to see. The two ancient martial art practitioners sneakily searched in front of a dilapidated building. What are you looking for? Suddenly, Fang Chun's voice entered their ears. Immediately, the two of them were startled and hurriedly turned to look. When the two of them saw Fang Chun clearly, their expressions changed slightly. One of them asked coldly, "Brat, who are you?" Pretending to be mysterious and almost scared me to death. "Do you want to die?" The other ancient martial art practitioner scolded directly. "What are you looking for?" Fang Chun's aura instantly surged out and squeezed around the two of them, causing them to almost suffocate. "Brother, please spare us." At this moment, the two of them finally realized how strong Fang Chun was and hurriedly begged for mercy. Crash! With a thought, Fang Chun's powerful aura instantly dissipated. The two ancient martial art practitioners quickly stood up and looked warily at Fang Chun. One of them said slowly, "To be honest, the two of us found something strange here. We guessed that there was an ancient ruin here, so we were looking for it." As the ancient martial art practitioner spoke, the other ancient martial art practitioner quietly crushed the communication jade pendant in his hand. Chapter 789. "What's so strange about it?" asked Fang Chun. "We don't know the specifics either," said the cultivator who spoke before. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" whispered the other cultivator. Fang Chun frowned and walked to the front of the dilapidated building. Under his careful observation, he discovered that the broken building was actually a formation base. Formation base? Fang Chun was very puzzled. He continued forward and stepped into the broken building. It was also at this moment that a rumbling sound rang out. In an instant, majestic spirit chi emerged from all directions of the dilapidated building. Then, it quickly intertwined together, forming a formation. Fang Chun was instantly trapped in the formation. Seeing Fang Chun trapped in the formation, the two cultivators' faces were full of sinister smiles. It was also at this moment that a black shadow shot over from afar. When he landed in the city, his true appearance was revealed. He was an expert second only to Lin Lu in Tianzhou and ranked second among the younger generation, Tang Sheng. His cultivation was infinitely close to the half-step true martial realm. Although he was a bit weaker than Zhang Jingtao, he still couldn't be underestimated. In the vast Gujin continent, there were no more than 3 people in the younger generation who could defeat Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly when he saw Tang Sheng. Soon after, he cried out, "Fang Chun, you're really lucky. Heitai smashed you into the ground and you didn't die?" Seeing Fang Chun, Tang Sheng was stunned for a moment before he laughed wildly. Fang Chun stared at Tang Sheng and asked in a low voice, "Did you set up this formation?" "Not bad. You're quite smart. You could tell a glance. Unfortunately, it's too late." Tang Sheng smiled sinisterly. Beside Tang Sheng, the 2 martial artists from before also had cold smiles on their faces. "Do you think this formation can trap me?" asked Fang Chun. The reason he hadn't attacked yet was because he wanted to know what Tang Sheng wanted to do. "Fang Chun, I know that you are a top-notch array formation grandmaster. However, it is impossible for you to break this array formation." Tang Sheng was not worried at all. Tang Sheng was well aware of Fang Chen's background. He was a top-array grandmaster. However, after falling into this formation, unless one was a formation Saint Master, it was impossible to break out of the formation. Fang Chen, who was standing in the middle of the formation, suddenly noticed some white bones in the corner of the formation. From the looks of it, it was obvious that they had died not long ago. In an instant, Fang Chen thought of a possibility. Tang Sheng was hunting the geniuses in the heavenly void secret realm. "You're hunting geniuses?" asked Fang Chen. "That's right. I, Tang Sheng, obtain a divine skill in the heavenly void mystery land. I need the blood of geniuses to cultivate it," Tang Sheng said. Of course, Tang Sheng also had a choice. He only hunted the geniuses of the demon and five elements continents. As for the geniuses of the sky continent, he naturally wouldn't hunt them. With Tang Sheng's strength, it was too easy for him to hunt geniuses. However, Tang Sheng didn't want to become the public enemy of the two continents. Therefore, he used this dilapidated city to attract cultivators and then hunt them down. Fang Chen secretly observed this formation. It was a very complicated formation. It wasn't a Tao-level formation, but it was better than a Tao-level formation. Fang Chen was also very curious. How did Tang Sheng set up such an exquisite formation? Fang Chen ignored Tang Sheng and directly used all his strength to break the formation. Rumble. Under Fang Chen's attack, the formation shook, but it couldn't break. Seeing this scene, Tang Sheng was also very surprised. "This kid's attack power is very strong," Tang Sheng muttered to himself. "Senior brother Tang Sheng, what should we do next?" asked the two cultivators. "Leave the rest to me," said Tang Sheng sinisterly. Then, Tang Sheng's figure flashed and directly entered the formation. Swoosh! Tang Sheng suddenly threw a punch and directly bombarded Fang Chen's hidden star sword, blocking Fang Chen's attack. "You entering this formation is your biggest mistake," Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't be afraid of Tang Sheng. However, this formation only had the function of trapping people and had no attack power. Inside the formation, it didn't affect Fang Chen's full attack. "Fang Chen, you seem to think too highly of yourself," said Tang Sheng with a grin. In Tang Sheng's opinion, no matter how strong Fang Chen was, he couldn't be a match for him. "Is that so?" Fang Chen sneered and didn't speak anymore. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, a wild aura emerged from his body. His sword body, which was at the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm, was pushed to the extreme. The Earth Escape Sword technique was instantly displayed, and the defense reached the highest level. Then, Fang Chen displayed the Golden Light Dragon Sword technique. Swoosh! A terrifying golden sword light shot out from Fang Chen's hidden star sword. It carried a majestic power as it shot towards Tang Sheng. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Tang Sheng clenched his fists and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! Tang Sheng's heavy punch directly bombarded the golden sword light. He thought that he could easily shatter the sword light, but he didn't expect that he would be forced to take a few steps back. Tang Sheng, who had steadied himself, stared at Fang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I underestimated you," Tang Sheng muttered to himself. In the next moment, Tang Sheng displayed an even more powerful fist technique. His fist was surrounded by a gray aura. With a low shout, Tang Sheng suddenly punched toward Fang Chen. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fang Chen still displayed the Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique and stabbed toward Tang Sheng. He didn't block Tang Sheng's fist and let it hit his body. Crash! Iron armor appeared and covered Fang Chen's arm. Then, Fang Chen leaned slightly, and Tang Sheng's fist instantly hit the iron armor. Bang! Tang Sheng's fist was directly sent flying by the iron armor. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword also stabbed toward Tang Sheng. "Not good," Tang Sheng cried out in his heart. He leaped and dodged the attack instantly. Just as he left, a terrifyingly large crater appeared where he had been standing. Tang Sheng, who had steadied himself, stared at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Why is he Huawei's iron armor on you?" "He's dead, so the iron armor naturally belongs to me," Fang Chun said calmly. Hearing this, Tang Sheng was furious and roared. You killed He Huahui. He Huahui was ranked 3rd in Tianzhou, while Tang Sheng was ranked 2nd. The two had a good relationship and often sparred together. Tang Sheng knew He Huahui's strength. With the iron armor, He Huahui's strength was comparable to his own. But now, the iron armor had appeared on Fang Chen's body. That made him very puzzled. Although Tang Sheng didn't believe Fang Chen could kill He Huahui, the truth was right in front of him. Unless He Huahui was killed, there was no way the iron armor would appear on someone else's body. He was the same as you. He wanted to kill me, but in the end, I killed him instead, said Fang Chen. Originally, I want to slowly play with you. But now it's all over, said Tang Sheng. Tang Sheng said in an eerie voice. A strange aura was emitted from his body, and a huge hammer floated above his head. A vast aura shot out from Tang Sheng's body. He wanted to use a thunderous attack to kill Fang Chen and avenge He Huahui. Sensing this strange aura, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Tang Sheng with vigilance. Die! Tang Sheng groaned as a wild aura burst out from his body. Tang Sheng threw out a punch. The fist radiance instantly appeared and grew bigger. In the end, the fist radiance became as big as the formation. The fist radiance contained an unimaginable power. You should be proud to die under my fist, Tang Sheng shouted crazily. Fang Chen took a few steps back. He sensed the powerful force contained in the huge fist radiance. But he wasn't afraid. Just as Fang Chen was preparing to display his true intent, the array formation suddenly shook incessantly. The dilapidated city started quaking. What's going on? Outside the formation, two martial artists looked at the formation in horror. They thought it was Tang Sheng's battle that caused the tremors. Rumble. When Tang Sheng's fist was about to come into contact with Fang Chen, the formation suddenly shattered. A terrifying crack appeared on the ground of the broken city. Then a vast aura shot up to the sky. It collided with Tang Sheng's huge fist and shattered it instantly. How is this possible? Tang Sheng shouted when he saw this. The power of his fist was comparable to the full blow of an ultimate spiritual vortex realm martial artist. But it was easily shattered by the aura that shot up to the sky. Could it be? Tang Sheng's eyes flashed with fear. He stared at the terrifying crack that appeared on the ground. A thought flashed through his mind. Huff! Huff! Wild gales blew out from the terrifying crack. Waves of chilly wind blew out, giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. What's going on? Even Fang Chen was surprised. Just as Fang Chen and Tang Sheng were surprised, an extremely chilly aura suddenly shot up to the sky. This aura turned into a wild spear and pierced towards Tang Sheng. Bang! Tang Sheng tried his best to block it, but he was shocked to find that the power of this fist was too strong. He couldn't block it at all. Poochie! Tang Sheng tried his best to dodge, but he was still stabbed by the extremely chilly aura. Blood flowed out from his thigh. He endured the pain. His eyes were filled with fear. There was only one word in his mind, and that was to escape. Whoosh! Tang Sheng couldn't care less. He burned his blood and instantly disappeared from the broken city. Seeing Tang Sheng escape, the two martial artists also prepared to escape. But the extremely chilly aura changed direction and pierced towards the two of them. After being pierced by the spear, the extremely chilly aura instantly invaded their bodies. The two martial artists at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm instantly turned into pools of blood. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. The attack just now definitely surpassed the spiritual vortex realm. Could it be that an ancient true martial realm powerhouse was sleeping here and was awakened by the battle between the two of them? The formation shattered. Fang Chen stared at the terrifying crack and thought to himself. A series of questions surfaced in his mind. Why did a terrifying crack suddenly appear on the ground? Why did the extremely chilly aura attack come from the ground? Chapter 790. Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave. That was because he realized that the existence within the terrifying crack didn't seem to have any killing intent towards him. After Tang Sheng had fled, that extremely cold aura had stopped surging out. The terrifying crack was still there, but it was much calmer inside. After a long time, Fang Chun cautiously arrived in front of the terrifying crack and looked down. This terrifying crack was bottomless. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see anything. What's inside? Could be a king? Muttered Fang Chun to himself. Thinking of that, Fang Chun had an impulse to go down and investigate. But thinking of Tang Sheng, Fang Chun's heart palpitated. If that expert attacked him, he would definitely die. Fang Chun was very conflicted. Should he go down or not? Just at this moment, a sinister aura appeared from within the pitch-black crack. It directly engulfed Fang Chun's body and pulled him in. Then the crack disappeared, and the broken city was restored to its original state. Damn it! Enveloped by the cold aura, Fang Chun did his best to resist, but there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into the depths of the terrifying crack. With a bang, Fang Chun's body slammed into the ground, sending up some dust. Fortunately, Fang Chun had activated his sword body in time to protect his body. That was why he hadn't been injured. Fang Chun slowly stood up and looked around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. With a thought, the concept of fire appeared. Black flames converged on his finger, illuminating the entire underground world. Fang Chun found that he was beneath a layer of rock. Beside him were layers of rock, and within those layers of rock, there were traces of water. Could this be an underground river? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Why had that extremely cold aura pulled him here? And then there was no more movement. Fang Chun couldn't figure it out. He could only search for the answer himself. Fang Chun walked under the layer of rock and found that it was completely empty. There was nothing there. He saw green grass growing out of the rocks on the rock layer. One look, and he could tell that it was very old. I wonder which king's tomb this is, Fang Chun muttered to himself. The aura emitted by the battle spear that had just attacked Tang Sheng was obviously that of a true martial realm expert. Standing under the rock layer, water droplets dripped from the rock layer onto Fang Chun's body. After observing for a while, Fang Chun discovered that this should be an underground river. He found that he was surrounded by layers of rock, and there was a small gap under one of the layers of rock. A weak stream of water was flowing out from that gap. Exit! Fang Chun was overjoyed. The water flowed towards the gap. Even if it wasn't an exit, it must be a passage leading to a certain place. Immediately, Fang Chun quickly arrived at the gap. The gap was very small, and Fang Chun had to curl up to barely pass through. After passing through the gap, Fang Chun found himself in an underground passage. This passage was pitch black. Fortunately, there was a black flame to illuminate it. There was a lot of water flowing in this passage. Fang Chun followed the direction of the water and continued forward. After about a quarter of an hour, they finally reached the end of the path. Fang Chun saw sunlight. His face was filled with joy as he quickly came out of the passage. When he came out, he was surprised to find that there was a large lake here, and the surroundings were steep cliffs and precipices. Cliffs! Fang Chun was very puzzled. He looked around, but he didn't find anything strange. What's going on? He hadn't found anything along the way. Why would a terrifying aura suddenly appear and pull him down? What was going on? Fang Chun was very puzzled. Gurgle. Just as Fang Chun was about to sit down and rest, some bubbles suddenly appeared on the calm lake. If it were any other time, Fang Chun wouldn't have bothered. But now, he immediately felt that something was strange. Gurgle. At the center of the lake, bubbles kept popping up as if someone was hiding there. What's going on? Fang Chun's figure flashed, and he stood in the air, ready to walk to the center of the lake to investigate. However, just as he touched the edge of the lake, the void suddenly rippled. Then, a shocking force directly sent Fang Chun flying. Bang! Fang Chun's body fell to the ground. His face was very serious. There must be something wrong with this lake. Splash! At this moment, the bubbles in the lake disappeared. A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the lake. This whirlpool was spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the entire lake was spinning. In the end, monstrous waves were formed. When Fang Chun saw this scene, he was very surprised. What kind of place did he come to? Why would such a strange scene appear? Splash! The whirlpool in the center of the lake was spinning so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Raging waves appeared on the calm surface of the lake, and a terrifying aura was emitted. When the whirlpool's speed reached its peak, the surrounding raging waves instantly poured down and rushed towards Fang Chun. Seeing this, the latter hurriedly retreated. However, before he could take a few steps back, a deafening bang was heard, and the entire cliff began to tremble. The terrifying waves all crashed into the seal around the lake. After the tremors disappeared, the lake returned to the lake and slowly returned to its calm state. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared from the whirlpool in the center of the lake. This figure appeared from the whirlpool in the center of the lake. She was naked, and her white body instantly entered Fang Chun's line of sight. Fang Chun was stunned, and his face was full of shock. A woman appeared in the whirlpool in the center of the lake. She was naked, and her back was facing him. Her hair was fluttering. Her body was surrounded by a dense spiritual energy. After the woman appeared, the whirlpool disappeared. The woman quietly floated in the center of the lake, and her body slowly turned around. When the woman was completely facing Fang Chun, Fang Chun's mind instantly went blank. The woman's body was too perfect. Her full breasts made Fang Chun's brain short-circuit. However, when Fang Chun saw the woman's face, he was even more shocked. "You are..." Fang Chun's voice was filled with excitement. Fang Chun never dreamed that he would meet Star and Moon here. You're not dead." Fang Chun's body trembled, and his heart was filled with excitement. "Brother Chun." Xingyu looked at Fang Chun with a blissful smile on her face as she called out sweetly. Fang Chun shouted. He couldn't wait to hug Star and Moon. With a tap of his foot, he directly soared into the air. However, when he reached the top of the lake, he was once again sent flying by the rebound. Fang Chun got up and looked at the scene in disbelief. He asked, "What's going on?" "Brother Chun, there's a seal around the lake. Don't try to break in," Star and Moon said worriedly when she saw Fang Chun being sent flying. "Are you trapped in the lake? Why is it like this?" Fang Chun asked several questions in a row. Although he was very anxious, Fang Chun was relieved to see that Star and Moon was safe. Back then, he had watched helplessly as Xingyu was blasted off the cliff. His heart had been in pain. "Brother Chun, it's a long story," Star and Moon said softly. "Take your time," Fang Chun said. Fang Chun and Star and Moon spoke across the air. After a long time, after listening to Star and Moon's story, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. The world made fools of people. The heavens let Star and Moon live, but made her lose her freedom. Star and Moon's arm was pierced by Hei Tai and blasted off the cliff. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. However, Star and Moon mysteriously fell into this lake. This lake was the place where an expert fell. Star and Moon was able to pass through the seal and fall in because of her darking body. This was because the owner of this lake was also a darking body when he was alive. Star and Moon fell into the lake and accepted the person's dark inheritance in a daze. Then, she broke through to the true martial realm. Previously, when Fang Chun fought with Tang Sheng, Star and Moon sensed Fang Chun's aura. Although she couldn't go out, she helped Fang Chun defeat Tang Sheng through the lake and used the means of the true martial realm. Now, all his doubts were finally cleared. "I see." Fang Chun sighed. If he hadn't entered the broken city, he didn't know when he would be able to see Star and Moon again. Fang Chun gazed at Star and Moon, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It was only now that Fang Chun had the chance to admire Star and Moon's pure white body. Star and Moon's face instantly flushed red. She lowered her head in embarrassment. "We're an old married couple. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Fang Chun asked with a grin. "Annoying," Star and Moon said in a low voice. After accepting the dark inheritance, her clothes were burned. She wanted to wear new clothes, but she found that the water in the lake had a strong corrosive effect. As soon as she put on her clothes, they were completely corroded. In the end, Star and Moon didn't wear them. There was no one here anyway. Moreover, she was usually in the lake. Even if someone came, they wouldn't see her. But now that Fang Chun had appeared, she was very excited and didn't care about anything else. You didn't die. You even accepted the inheritance and broke through to the true martial realm. Why are you still trapped here? Fang Chun was very puzzled. Star and Moon had a helpless expression. Unless I completely accept the Dark Een inheritance, I'll never be able to leave here. How do you completely accept it? Since he knew that Star and Moon were trapped here, Fang Chun would definitely think of a way to save Star and Moon. Dual cultivation is the foundation. Let the Dark Een inheritance completely merge into my body, said Star and Moon. Dual cultivation? That's easy. Fang Chun grinned. If it was any other method, it might be a bit difficult. But dual cultivation was the simplest and most basic thing for a married couple. But Star and Moon opened her mouth and said 2 words. Then she shook her head and didn't say anything else. Chapter 791. As long as he could save Star and Moon, he was willing to do anything. Therefore, when he heard Star and Moon's hesitation, he hurriedly asked, You and I are husband and wife. No matter what, I will not abandon you. Fang Chun said word by word as he stared at Star and Moon. Star and Moon's heart trembled when she heard this. Her eyes were filled with happiness. She immediately nodded and said, Brother Chun, there are conditions for dual cultivation. What are the conditions? Fang Chun asked. The dual cultivator must completely endure the dark evil qi entering his body. Only then can I completely accept the dark evil qi, Star and Moon said. Completely endure the dark evil qi? Fang Chun was a little puzzled and continued to ask. The dark evil qi is the extreme cold evil qi possessed by the dark evil qi. This evil qi contains terrifying power. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. Once they can't bear it, they will suffer a backlash. At best, they will be seriously injured, and at worst, they will die. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flickered as she explained. Fang Chun heard this and laughed. You underestimate your husband too much. It's just the dark evil qi. Do I need to do this? Star and Moon knew that once Fang Chun had decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Shortly after, he sighed softly and said, I used the Shinin true intent to release the Shinin baleful qi from the lake. The Shinin baleful qi will enter your body when it senses the aura of life. What Brother Chun needs to do is to gather the Shinin baleful qi in your body until you have complete control over it. Okay, let's start now, Fang Chun said. Star and Moon glanced at Fang Chun and said, Brother Chun, once you can't bear it, stop immediately. Don't worry. My physical body is very strong. A mere dark evil qi is nothing to be afraid of, Fang Chun said. Star and Moon closed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, the entire lake was filled with gusts of cold wind. A vast and extremely cold aura was instantly released from Star and Moon's body. These extremely cold auras were filled with a fiendish aura. If one's mind was not firm enough, once they were corroded by this fiendish aura, they would definitely die. Wallowin, the mysterious Een baleful qi emerged. Xing Yu's mysterious Een baleful body was also instantly activated. Fang Chun could clearly see that Star and Moon's bodies were filled with dark Een qi. This is the dark Een fiend body. Fang Chun felt that when the dark evil body was activated, the temperature of the air at the bottom of the cliff dropped sharply. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The appearance of the dark Een baleful body made the dark Een baleful qi much more obedient. Under the control of Star and Moon, the dark Een qi broke through the seal and emerged from the lake. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the sky. It was like a tornado. The vast, profound Een baleful qi swept towards Fang Chun. Come! Fang Chun's eyes were solemn as he shouted loudly. After the dark Een qi left the control of the dark Een fiend body, it immediately became violent. Some of the flowers and plants on the ground were instantly corroded. Wall of the dark Een qi instantly enveloped Fang Chun. The violent, baleful qi continuously drilled into Fang Chun's body. Fang Chun let out a miserable cry. When the dark Een qi entered his body, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. The extremely cold aura drilled into his body, causing his body temperature to drop sharply. Brother Chun, Star and Moon called out worriedly from within the lake. At this moment, Fang Chun had no time to talk to Star and Moon. He was using all his strength to resist the erosion of the dark yin qi. The dark yin qi entered Fang Chen's body and constantly destroyed his internal organs. What Fang Chun wanted to do was to gather all the chaotic dark yin qi together. Fang Chun thought of using the three-legged two-eared cauldron, but later rejected the idea. This was because the three-legged two-eared cauldron had too many uncertainties. Once it absorbed all the dark yin qi and refined it, it would also harm Star and Moon. Fang Chun fully activated his sword body, which was at the peak of the middle stage of the body refining realm, to resist the erosion of the dark yin qi. Fortunately, Fang Chun's body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been eroded by the dark yin qi. Time passed little by little. Fang Chun desperately resisted the erosion of the dark yin qi. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. From the beginning, the dark yin qi was extremely violent, wantonly destroying Fang Chun's internal organs. Now, Fang Chun could gradually control his body and prevent the dark yin qi from eroding him. The corrosive power of the dark yin qi has decreased a little. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Rather than saying that the corrosive power had decreased, it was more accurate to say that Fang Chun's resistance had increased a little. After an hour of struggle, he had become much more familiar with the dark yin qi. With the help of the Golden Heart, Fang Chun's body was vaguely surrounded by black flames. These black flames contained the characteristics of the undying flame. Although it was very weak, it was enough to resist the dark yin qi. At this moment, Star and Moon's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. She knew better than anyone how powerful the dark yin qi was. At this moment, Fang Chun could actually resist the dark yin qi with ease. It seems that Brother Chen's body is really strong to resist the erosion of the dark yin qi, Star and Moon muttered to herself. Now, Fang Chun was almost fine. Next, he only needed to gather all the dark yin qi that had entered his body. Fang Chun sat cross-legged. The Golden Heart was beating rapidly. The dark yin qi in his body was no longer running around aimlessly. Instead, it was circulating in Fang Chun's blood vessels in a regular pattern. Begin to gather, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Then he began to gather the dark yin qi. The best way to gather the dark yin qi was to drive the dark yin qi from other places. Fang Chun finally chose the Golden Heart as the place where the dark yin qi would gather. There were two reasons for choosing the Golden Heart. First, there was a three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian. It was full of uncertainty. Fang Chun would not allow other unexpected things to happen. Second, the Golden Heart was beneficial for him to gather the dark yin qi. Combining these 2 points, Fang Chun did not hesitate to drive the dark yin qi in his body. The method Fang Chun used was very simple. He used the black flames. Using the black flames and the blood essence of the undying bird, the scattered dark yin qi in his body slowly moved toward the Golden Heart. It looks like it will take at least 6 hours, Fang Chun muttered to himself as he looked inside his meridians. In the following time, Fang Chun's gathering of the dark yin qi was very stable. The dark yin qi in the Golden Heart was increasing. Of course, Fang Chun would not miss such a good tempering process. The dark yin qi was an extremely cold qi. It was very important for tempering. Ordinary warriors were afraid of being contaminated by the dark yin qi. However, Fang Chun was a freak. He used the dark yin qi to temper his body. If others knew, they would exclaim that Fang Chun was a madman. The black flames burned the dark yin qi. The impurities in the dark yin qi were completely refined, leaving behind the purest dark yin qi. After that, the pure, mysterious, dark, baleful qi ravaged Fang Chun's body without any restraint. Wherever the dark yin qi passed, the meridians became unusually clear. A long time finally passed. After 6 hours, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The aura around him soared. All the meridians in his body became more clear, as if they would break through at any time. On the other hand, Fang Chun's physical body was slightly stronger than before. As for the dark yin qi, not only did it gather in the Golden Heart, but it also became extremely pure. This was all thanks to Fang Chen. After doing all this, Fang Chen slowly stood up. His eyes were full of excitement. I have finished gathering, Fang Chen said. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes sparkled. She was also very excited. Then, she suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, a suction force surged out and enveloped Fang Chen, causing him to involuntarily soar into the air and enter the lake. Ripples flashed, and the seal returned to normal. The moment he entered the lake, Fang Chen suddenly jumped out, came in front of Star and Moon, and hugged Star and Moon. Her smooth body, soft hair, and faint fragrance made Fang Chen forget everything. Brother Chen. Xingyu felt a little awkward being hugged by Fang Chen naked in broad daylight, so she called out softly, "Don't worry." When Fang Chen heard this, he reluctantly moved away from Star and Moon. He looked at Star and Moon and said, "Now, can we dual cultivate?" Fang Chen laughed heartily, unable to wait any longer. Annoying. Star and Moon's face turned red all the way to her neck. Although it was awkward, she did not resist. She lowered her head and gently leaned on Fang Chen's shoulder. Splash. Fang Chen quickly took off his clothes and hugged Star and Moon. Splash. The two of them fell into the water. Then there was the sound of delicate breathing from the lake. After an unknown amount of time, Star and Moon and Fang Chen rushed out of the lake together. Star and Moon, who had been nourished, had a blissful look on her face. She hugged Fang Chen's neck with both hands, reluctant to leave. Fang Chen gently kissed Star and Moon's forehead. Then, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said to Star and Moon, Although I also want to continue dual cultivating with you, your matter is more important." To Fang Chen, it was very important to rescue Star and Moon. Therefore, at this juncture, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Star and Moon blushed and nodded. Then, she floated above the lake and began to comprehend the dark Yin inheritance. Looking at Star and Moon, who were cultivating, Fang Chen smiled from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Fang Chen discovered that the extremely pure, dark, Yin evil qi in the golden heart had long disappeared. It should have been absorbed by Star and Moon. As for his own body, after the dual cultivation, it had also undergone a great change, especially his realm. Fang Chen felt that his realm had loosened. As long as he was given an opportunity, he would be able to step into the 9th level of the spirit vortex realm. Dual cultivation also has such a function, Fang Chen said in surprise. Just as Fang Chen was talking to himself, Star and Moon's body underwent a great change. Splash. The dark Yin evil qi instantly enveloped Star and Moon's entire body. Then the wild dark Yin true intent instantly spread out. Chapter 792. On Star and Moon's body, the true intent of dark Yin grew stronger and stronger, and its aura soared into the sky. Fang Chen quietly hovered at the side, watching Star and Moon's every move. After about an hour, the true intent of dark Yin around Star and Moon instantly dissipated. Then, Star and Moon opened their eyes. There was no aura fluctuation on Star and Moon's body. Even Fang Chen couldn't sense Star and Moon's aura. This, Fang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Star and Moon's cultivation had improved again? Star and Moon opened their eyes, their faces full of smiles. "Brother Chen," Star and Moon called out, "have you completely mastered the dark Yin inheritance?" Fang Chen asked. This was the thing he was most concerned about. "Look," Star and Moon nodded and suddenly stretched out a finger. Suddenly, a ray of light condensed from the true intent of dark Yin shot directly into the sky. Then, the seal above the lake quietly disappeared. "The seal is gone," Fang Chen said in surprise. With a thought, Xingyu took out a set of clothes from her spatial ring and put them on. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned. The seal was gone, so Star and Moon could leave. "Brother Chen, thank you so much this time." Star and Moon came to Fang Chen's side and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I came here. Otherwise, how long would you have been trapped?" Fang Chen affectionately stroked Star and Moon's head. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the cliff. The cliff, which was still bright just a moment ago, suddenly became pitch black. Rumble, the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. When the dark clouds covered the sky above the cliff, a terrifying sea of lightning appeared. In the rolling sea of lightning, countless thick lightning snakes swam. Fang Chun stared at the sky, and his expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Star and Moon's expression remained normal. Take a step back, Brother Chun. This is my true martial stage lightning tribulation, said Star and Moon. Fang Chun paused for a moment before he understood. Star and Moon had broken through to the real martial arts realm within the seal. The rules of heaven and earth in the outside world could not sense it, so there was no lightning tribulation. Now that the seal had disappeared, the lightning tribulation had appeared. Be careful, Fang Chun reminded him. The lightning tribulation could only be withstood by oneself. No one else could help. Fang Chun was helpless against the thunder tribulation. I wonder what kind of tribulation lightning tribulation will be, muttered Fang Chun. Rumble the Star and Moon were suspended in the air above the lake, surrounded by the dense, true meaning of dark Yin. In the face of the lightning tribulation, Star and Moon didn't dare to be careless. The sea of lightning in the sky rumbled as lightning snakes darted about. The scene was extremely terrifying. Within the sea of lightning, the lightning snake that had been brewing for a long time finally came crashing down. Bang! In the face of the lightning tribulation, Star and Moon was very calm. Just as the lightning snake was about to attack her, she suddenly punched out. Immediately, the wild dark Yin-Chi corroded the lightning snake, causing it to dissipate. Fang Chun nodded. The first lightning tribulation wasn't very powerful. Star and Moon could easily withstand it. However, the later stages of the lightning tribulation, the stronger it became. I hope there will be fewer lightning tribulations, said Fang Chun. After the first lightning tribulation was over, the second lightning tribulation immediately came. When the second lightning tribulation came crashing down, dozens of lightning snakes rushed down. Star and Moon easily withstood the second lightning tribulation. When the third lightning tribulation came, Star and Moon's expression finally changed. This lightning tribulation was the most powerful lightning tribulation of the 3-9 lightning tribulations. Be careful. In the rolling sea of lightning in the sky, the vast power of lightning condensed into a thick lightning snake. The other smaller lightning snakes all rushed into it. Rumble, this lightning snake suddenly swooped down. In an instant, Star and Moon discovered that the lightning snake's mouth was actually spitting out scorching flames. Flame attack. The 3-9 lightning tribulation actually carried a flame attack. The flames from the lightning snake's mouth were comparable to the flames of a perfected intent realm. Hiss! Before the lightning snake arrived, the flames arrived first. The scorching flames enveloped Star and Moon. Star and Moon urged the dark Yin-Chi with all her might, trying to extinguish the flames. Go! Star and Moon growled. Her body was wrapped in an extremely cold aura. Traces of black aura emerged. When the black aura came into contact with a flame attack, it actually resisted it. This is the black flame. When Fang Chun saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. He used the black flame to refine the dark Yin-Chi, which was then absorbed by Star and Moon. He didn't expect that the black flame's aura was actually hidden in the dark Yin-Chi, saving Star and Moon's life at the critical moment. Ha! How can the flames of mere lightning tribulation compare to the black flame that has the characteristics of the undying flame? Fang Chun laughed. Sure enough, after the flame attack was resisted, the remaining lightning snake attack was nothing to be afraid of. Boom! After a deafening sound, Star and Moon shattered the lightning snake in one fell swoop, resisting the last lightning tribulation of the 3-9 lightning tribulation. It should be over. When this lightning snake was shattered, the sea of lightning in the sky became much fainter. Fang Chun thought that Star and Moon's lightning tribulation should belong to the 3-9 lightning tribulation. It seemed to be coming to an end. Dong! In the sky, the fainter sea of lightning suddenly let out a trembling sound that resounded through the sky. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it instantly gathered together. The violent power of lightning was much stronger than before. The rolling sea of lightning was filled with a vast aura of lightning. "This is the 6-9 lightning tribulation," Fang Chun cried out involuntarily. He hadn't expected that Star and Moon's true martial realm lightning tribulation would also be the 6-9 lightning tribulation. Although he knew that Heitai had undergone the 6-9 lightning tribulation, this was the first time Fang Chun had seen it. Be careful," Fang Chun called out worriedly. Above the lake, the profound, true intent around Star and Moon was terrifyingly dense. When the fourth lightning tribulation descended, Star and Moon let out a low cry, and the aura of the profound, true intent rose once more. The vast aura of the profound, true intent enveloped the entire lake. Crack! The aura of the profound, true intent, which had already reached its peak, rose once more. It broke through. In the distance, Fang Chun was astonished. Star and Moon had shattered the fourth lightning snake with absolute power. A grade 2 true intent. Star and Moon's profound, true intent had reached the second grade. How powerful! Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. His sword true intent had reached the peak of the first grade, but compared to a grade 2 true intent, the difference was like heaven and earth. A grade 2 true intent was indeed incomparable to a grade 1 true intent. It seems that the profound inheritance has brought many benefits to you, Fang Chun said to himself. Star and Moon in the center of the lake had easily passed the fourth lightning tribulation because her profound true intent had reached the second grade. After that, she had also easily passed the fifth lightning tribulation. The sixth lightning tribulation was the 6-9 lightning tribulation. In the sea of lightning, a lightning beam suddenly descended. The lightning beam contained an aura that could make one feel despair. Fang Chun's scalp went numb, and his heart trembled. Star and Moon's eyes flickered, and a soft sword appeared in her hand. This soft sword was obtained from the lake. Combined with the profound, true intent, its power could be raised to the peak. Go! Star and Moon let out a low cry, and the soft sword in her hand, carrying the majestic, profound, true intent, instantly struck the lightning beam. Crack! A crack appeared on the Tao-level weapon. Star and Moon's body was directly blasted into the lake. However, the soft sword ultimately blocked the attack of the lightning beam. She had passed the 6-9 lightning tribulation. This time, the sea of lightning in the sky did not dissipate. It was still brewing, and a vast aura slowly filled the sky. Star and Moon rushed out of the lake and stared at the sky. The soft sword in her hand had already cracked. Could it be the 9-9 lightning tribulation? Fang Chun looked at the sky in shock and exclaimed. The 6-9 lightning tribulation was already a once-in-a-century occurrence. Not long ago, Heitai, the #1 expert of the younger generation in the ancient sword continent, only had a 6-9 lightning tribulation. And this time, Star and Moon's lightning tribulation was going to be the 9-9 lightning tribulation, which had rarely happened in the past 10,000 years. Fang Chun's heart was filled with shock. The 9-9 lightning tribulation was not something an ordinary warrior could experience when breaking through to the true martial realm. There was a rumor in the ancient sword continent. As long as one could survive the 9-9 lightning tribulation, it was only a matter of time before one could advance to the mysterious king realm. Any warrior who could trigger the 9-9 lightning tribulation was a peerless genius with monstrous talent. Star and Moon, a girl from the tiny divine wind country in the Five Elements continent, was really going to trigger the 9-9 lightning tribulation? Fang Chun was excited on one hand, but on the other hand, he was worried. He was excited because Star and Moon was able to trigger the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Her talent was already unparalleled among the younger generation in the ancient sword continent. And he was worried because the 9-9 lightning tribulation was too powerful. It was very difficult to get through it. The slightest carelessness would cause one's soul to scatter. Dong, the sea of lightning in the sky, suddenly gathered together and made a trembling sound. At the same time, the entire heavenly void mystery land was shaking. The 99 lightning tribulation had appeared. The 99 lightning tribulation, which had rarely happened in the past 10,000 years, had appeared in front of Fang Chun. At this moment, Star and Moon's eyes were filled with seriousness. It's really the 99 lightning tribulation. Fang Chun clenched his fists and cried out. The 99 lightning tribulation had not appeared in 10,000 years. As soon as it appeared, it shook the entire heavenly void mystery land. Chapter 793. 5 Elements State, 5 Elements Academy, 5 Elements Peak's main peak. The upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy were all there. The dean and a few other true martial realm experts were also there. At this moment, their eyes were shining as they looked in the direction of the Tian-Su Mystery Land. In the sky above the Tian-Su Mystery Land, there was a very strong lightning anomaly. Dean, is someone undergoing a lightning tribulation? The Bloody Spearman asked in a low voice. This lightning anomaly must be caused by someone undergoing a tribulation. It shouldn't be someone from the 5-element state, Elder Han said slowly. From the looks of it, it's definitely not the 3 to 9 lightning tribulation. Could it be the 6 to 9 lightning tribulation? Saint Master Xianlong was confused. The Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Dan Xing also had serious expressions. To be able to alarm them, one could imagine how strong the lightning anomaly was. I wonder if it's someone from the demon state or the Tianzhou, Saint Master Danyan muttered to himself. Everyone knew that this was the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm, and it was very likely to be the 6 to 9 lightning tribulation. To be able to attract the 6 to 9 lightning tribulation, this kind of cultivator would definitely be very strong after entering the true martial realm. Furthermore, it was very likely that he would enter the legendary Mystic King realm in the future. Dong! At this moment, the lightning anomaly in the sky above the Tian-Su Mystery Land suddenly disappeared. The entire ancient sword continent shook. At this moment, the dean finally spoke. His eyes were filled with shock and his heart was in turmoil. 9 to 9 lightning tribulation. When they heard these words, the other true martial realm experts were also completely shocked. 9 to 9 lightning tribulation. Was this real? According to the history books, there were very few cultivators who could attract 9 to 9 lightning tribulation in the past 10,000 years. But now, someone actually attracted 9 to 9 lightning tribulation. This was too terrifying. It's 9 to 9 lightning tribulation. The Bloody Spearman cried out in surprise. Even if they were true martial realm experts, when they broke through to the true martial realm, they only had to go through 3-9 lightning tribulations. 3 to 9 lightning tribulation was already very terrifying. To attract 6 to 9 lightning tribulation was already very heaven-defying. But now, someone actually attracted 9 to 9 lightning tribulation. Who attracted 9 to 9 lightning tribulation? Elder Han asked in a deep voice. This matter was extremely important. If it was the 6-9 lightning tribulation, they would at most ask about it and wouldn't care at all. However, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation was different. This was because it was rumored that a martial artist who could attract 9 lightning tribulations in the true martial realm would definitely be able to break through to the profound king realm in the future. As long as he didn't die along the way, stepping into the Mystic King realm was only a matter of time. Thus, when they found out that someone was undergoing the 999 heavenly tribulation, Elder Han and the others all wanted to know who it was. Once a martial artist from the demon state or heaven state successfully passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation, they would definitely become Mystic King realm martial artists in the future and unify the ancient sword continent. At that time, the 5-element state would also be in danger. Hurry up and investigate, the dean said in a deep voice. With that, several true martial realm experts were dispatched to investigate the matter. At the same time, the same thing happened in the Tianzhou and the Demon Zhou. On a certain mountain peak in Tianzhou, there was one of the top forces in Tianzhou. The leader of this force was also a warrior of the true martial realm. His eyes flashed as he stared at the sky. After a long while, the warrior of the true martial realm said softly, "The 99 heavenly tribulation actually appeared in the ancient sword continent." With that, the warrior of the true martial realm flashed and instantly disappeared from the mountain peak. He went to investigate personally. The same thing happened in the demon state. The leaders of the various forces were all shocked. However, no one knew that the person undergoing the 99 heavenly tribulation was actually in the heavenly void mystery land. On this day, the entire ancient sword continent was shaken. Star and Moon, who was in the heavenly void mystery land, obviously didn't realize this. Below the cliff and above the lake, Star and Moon's expression was extremely serious. Her eyes flashed with a cold light. The 99 heavenly tribulation. She actually attracted the 99 heavenly tribulation. In the past, the 99 heavenly tribulation was only a legend. Today, it appeared in her own true martial realm lightning tribulation. This made Star and Moon very worried. Fang Chun, who was at the side, was also very worried. "Star and Moon, be careful," Fang Chun shouted loudly. Other than praying, there was no other way. When the 99 heavenly tribulation appeared, Fang Chun couldn't get close to the lake. Star and Moon could only rely on herself to withstand the heavenly tribulation. In the sea of lightning in the sky, rumbling sounds could be heard. It gave off a very oppressive aura. Star and Moon was surrounded by the Xianin true meaning. Her Xianin body was pushed to the extreme, waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend. Dong! Finally, after some preparation, a thick pillar of lightning shot out from the sea of lightning. This pillar of lightning was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Star and Moon and bombarded Star and Moon. When Star and Moon came into contact with the pillar of lightning, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of the 99 heavenly tribulation, this pillar of lightning was very different from the 69 heavenly tribulation. This pillar of lightning contained a soul attack. Whoosh! The Xianin true meaning around Star and Moon instantly drilled into her soul and enveloped it, preventing the power of the lightning from invading. Star and Moon's body also had the Xianin body, so the pillar of lightning couldn't break through. In the end, Star and Moon found an opportunity to shatter the pillar of lightning in one fell swoop. Crash! It took a full hour to pass the first heavenly tribulation of the 99 heavenly tribulation. Seeing that Star and Moon wasn't injured, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! As soon as the first heavenly tribulation dissipated, the second heavenly tribulation brewed. This heavenly tribulation was much more powerful than the previous one. With a boom, the heavenly tribulation directly bombarded down. Star and Moon desperately resisted. Bang! With a loud bang, Star and Moon's body was directly blasted into the lake. However, even so, they couldn't avoid the attack of the heavenly tribulation. The thick thunder snake instantly drilled into the lake and bombarded Star and Moon's body. Fang Chun couldn't help but close his eyes. He didn't want to see this cruel side. As for Star and Moon, after entering the lake, a vast amount of Xianin qi suddenly came from the bottom of the lake. She desperately absorbed the Xianin qi to resist the attack of the heavenly tribulation. After an hour, with a boom, Star and Moon's body flew out of the lake and floated above the lake. Her clothes were tattered, and her beautiful body was instantly exposed. At this time, Star and Moon's mouth was full of blood, and her face was extremely pale. She finally resisted the attack of the heavenly tribulation by using the method of mutual destruction. "You are," Fang Chun yelled out when he saw this. He was extremely heartbroken. "Brother Chun, if I can resist the last heavenly tribulation, I will succeed." Star and Moon glanced at Fang Chun, and an inexplicable power surged in her body. Star and Moon looked at the sky. At this time, the Sea of Thunder had shrunk to the size of a palm, and its aura had weakened to the extreme. Those who didn't know would think that the heavenly tribulation was over. However, Star and Moon knew that this was the most terrifying part of the heavenly tribulation. When the sea of thunder shrunk to the extreme, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared, shocking the sky. In the next moment, a tiny thunder snake instantly swallowed the sea of thunder and bombarded downward. This tiny thunder snake didn't have any energy fluctuations, but Star and Moon's expression was extremely solemn. Xianin inheritance. Xingyu shouted in a low voice as she activated the mysterious Yin inheritance with all her might. The water in the lake was also mobilized by her. It turned into a majestic water dragon and directly attacked the lightning serpent. Crack! The water dragon contained a vast amount of power, and its power could easily annihilate a 9th-level Spirit Vortex Realm Warrior. However, this powerful water dragon collapsed the moment it collided with the thunder snake, turning into countless water droplets and returning to the lake. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Star and Moon's mouth. The last heavenly tribulation was too powerful, and Star and Moon couldn't resist it at all. She had already tried her best, but it was to no avail. Just as the thunder snake was about to come into contact with Star and Moon, the latter gritted her teeth and activated the Xianin body to the extreme. Then, her body sank into the lake. Suddenly, the entire bottom of the cliff was filled with the Xianin true meaning. Dong! When the thunder snake blasted into the lake, water splashed everywhere, and the terrifying aura made Fangchen retreat involuntarily. Rumble! The thunder snake entered the lake and directly shook with Star and Moon. Because of the Xianin true meaning, Fangchen couldn't see clearly what was happening inside, but he was very worried. Time passed by minute. The movement in the lake became weaker and weaker. After an hour, there was almost no movement in the lake. Fangchen wanted to go in to find Star and Moon, but he was repelled by the power of thunder. The power of thunder didn't dissipate, which meant that the 9-9 heavenly tribulation wasn't over yet. She'll be fine, right? At this moment, Fangchen was very worried about Star and Moon, and he kept muttering to himself. After another half an hour, the lightning snakes in the lake dissipated, and the sky returned to its original clear state. Fangchen hurriedly looked over, and Star and Moon didn't emerge from the water. He was very worried and directly plunged into the lake. After entering the lake, Fangchen realized that there was no trace of Star and Moon. "You are!" Fangchen shouted, but there was no response. He was very anxious. Where did Star and Moon go? The heavenly tribulation had dissipated, so she should have succeeded. Why was there no trace of her? Could it be? Fangchen had a bad premonition. His face was filled with pain. The heavenly tribulation had dissipated, but he couldn't find Star and Moon. Then there was only one possibility. Star and Moon had fallen in the heavenly tribulation. No! Fangchen roared as he desperately searched for Star and Moon. He didn't believe that Star and Moon had fallen in the heavenly tribulation. You said that you would accompany me to the end. How can you leave me alone?" Fangchen crazily shouted in the lake. There was no trace of Star and Moon. He couldn't find Star and Moon. There wasn't even the slightest trace. After searching for a while, Fangchen's expression became stiff. He couldn't accept this fact. He would rather he had fallen in the heavenly tribulation. "Brother Chun." At this moment, a weak voice leisurely rang out. Chapter 794. Where are you? Fangchen clearly heard the voice, but he couldn't see anyone. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Could it be a hallucination? Fangchen shook his head and muttered to himself. At this moment, the voice sounded again. "Brother Chun." This time, Fangchen heard it clearly. He looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to find that the voice was coming from a rock at the bottom of the lake. Splash! Fangchen hurriedly descended to the bottom of the lake. He came to the rock and asked, Are you inside?" "Brother Chun, I'm injured and can't go out. Please protect me." Star and Moon's voice came intermittently. "Okay, I'll protect you." When Fangchen heard this, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Star and Moon didn't die. He was wild with joy. Fangchen tried hard to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He stood quietly beside the rock and protected Star and Moon. Although Fangchen had a lot of questions in his heart at this moment, he eventually dismissed the idea of asking. Star and Moon had just passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation and was seriously injured. Her top priority was to heal her injuries. A few days later, Fong Chun quietly guarded the rock. Suddenly, Fong Chun was startled awake by a loud noise. In the next moment, Fong Chun sensed a vast dark, evil chi coming from the rock. He subconsciously took a few steps back. It was also at this moment that the rock suddenly exploded and turned into countless powder. It finally merged with the dark, evil chi in the air. Splash! When Star and Moon appeared, the dark, evil chi in the air instantly rushed into her body. At this moment, Star and Moon was still naked. Her white body was exposed in front of Fong Chun. However, it seemed that after what happened previously, Star and Moon was no longer shy. Just like that, she stared straight at Fong Chun. Star and Moon's injuries had long since healed, and they were in good condition. Seeing this, Fong Chun ran over and hugged Star and Moon. He was very happy. I'm so glad you're okay, Fong Chun said excitedly as he hugged Star and Moon tightly. Brother Chun, Xingyu's face was also filled with a happy smile. During the last lightning tribulation of a 9-9 lightning tribulation, Xingyu thought that she was going to die. Star and Moon couldn't bear to part with Fong Chun forever. But fortunately, she was able to endure it in the end. From now on, she could be considered a true martial realm expert. Furthermore, he was a warrior of the true martial realm who had gone through 9 heavenly tribulations. After a round of intimacy, Star and Moon and Fong Chun emerged from the bottom of the lake. Star and Moon took out a piece of clothing from her space ring and put it on. Then, she held Fong Chun's hand with her small white hand and walked to the side of the lake. What exactly did you experience during the last bolt of lightning? Fong Chun couldn't help but ask. Star and Moon replied, the power of the 9 heavenly tribulations was too strong. I thought that I wouldn't be able to withstand it and would die. Fortunately, at the last moment, the owner of the lake died. The dark stone transformed from the dark evil body helped me, Star and Moon said. Fong Chun was stunned, and then came to a sudden understanding. The rock that Xingyu was on was actually the profound stone that was formed from the fall of the profound baleful body. The dark stone is formed from the dark evil body. It is filled with a vast amount of dark evil chi. At the critical moment, the dark stone helped me. I absorbed enough dark evil chi to barely withstand the last bolt of lightning. Although I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, I was also injured, Star and Moon said. After listening to Star and Moon's explanation, Fong Chun finally understood. There was a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had undergone the tribulation here. If he had undergone the tribulation elsewhere, without the help of the dark stone, how would Star and Moon have withstood it? This also made Fong Chun fully aware of the terror of the 9 heavenly tribulations. If he wanted to undergo the tribulation in the future, he must be well prepared. He mustn't be reckless. Now that you have successfully overcome the tribulation, you can be considered a true martial realm expert, Fong Chun said with a grin. Fong Chun was very happy that Star and Moon was strong. Star and Moon nodded. The aura of the true martial realm emanated from her body instantly, which made Fong Chun extremely shocked. You're the only true martial realm expert to undergo the 9 heavenly tribulations in the Gujin continent in the past few thousand years, Fong Chun praised. After overcoming the 9 heavenly tribulations, you will definitely become a mysterious king realm expert in the future. Congratulations. Hearing this, Star and Moon also smiled slightly. As long as she could be with Fong Chun, the mysterious king realm was not important. I have to work hard in the future. Otherwise, how can I protect you, Fong Chun said with a smile. Brother Chin's tribulation will definitely attract the 9 heavenly tribulations, Star and Moon said with a smile. The strength of the heavenly tribulations of the true martial realm was related to the potential of the martial artist undergoing the tribulation. The more monstrous the potential of the martial artist, the more powerful the heavenly tribulations attracted. Fong Chun was very surprised that Star and Moon could attract the 9 heavenly tribulations. Back then, When they were both disciples of the kamikaze Kinbu, although Star and Moon were very outstanding, Fang Chun had stolen all the limelight. Thinking about it, Star and Moon's dark, demonic body had not yet awakened at that time. Thinking of this, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. It seemed that the dark, demonic body was a super special body constitution. In the few years after leaving the Shengfeng nation, Star and Moon had grown to this level. She had even stepped into the true martial realm before Fang Chun, and she had undergone the 9 heavenly tribulations. Let's go. The heavenly void mystery land has been open for a long time, Fang Chun said to himself. At this time, Fang Chun was also very glad. Back then, he had been searching for the Medicine King's inheritance everywhere. Only then did he come to that dilapidated city by chance. Then he was sucked into this place by Star and Moon. To become a true martial realm expert, a mere cliff was naturally not a problem for Star and Moon. Under the lead of Star and Moon, the couple quickly returned to the surface. We're finally back. Fang Chun took a deep breath and smiled. Star and Moon looked at her husband sweetly. With such a husband, she had no regrets in life. Brother Chun, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck now, right? Star and Moon asked as she saw Fang Chun's cultivation at a glance. Fang Chun nodded and said, yes, the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. I'm only 1 step away from the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Last time, I benefited a lot from dual cultivation. If we do it a few more times, I might be able to break through. Star and Moon's face turned slightly red when she heard this. Seeing this, Fang Chun changed the topic and said, I was just joking. At this moment, Star and Moon raised her head. The blush on her face faded, and her beautiful eyes twinkled as she looked at Fang Chun. She asked, Brother Chun, let's dual cultivate. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Fang Chun was stunned and immediately overjoyed. He couldn't wait to pounce in front of Star and Moon, but was stopped by Star and Moon. It's broad daylight. Oh, I know. Fang Chun took Star and Moon and flew into the air. Soon, they found a very secluded cave. There were countless towering trees around, blocking the entrance of the cave. Usually, no one would come here. It's here, Fang Chun said with a smile. Then, the two entered the cave. It was strange. Usually, no one would come to this secluded place, but now, there were 2 martial artists. Fang Chun recognized one of them. It was Tang Sheng, who he had fought with before. At this time, Tang Sheng's injuries had already healed. Beside him was an enchanting woman. This woman was the saintess of a sect in Tianzhou. Tang Sheng was very strong and had great potential. In Tianzhou, he was favored by countless big sects. Most importantly, the sect that Tang Sheng belonged to was the strongest sect in Tianzhou, and the sect that the enchanting woman belonged to was a little weaker. If one wanted to survive in Tianzhou, one must find a backer. As a matter of fact, the enchanting woman found Tang Sheng. She did everything she could to seduce Tang Sheng and make Tang Sheng interested in her body. Now, Tang Sheng couldn't wait any longer. He found a random place and was ready to vent. Coming to this secluded place, Tang Sheng grabbed the enchanting woman's clothes and tore them. The enchanting woman's clothes instantly fell off, and her beautiful body appeared in front of Tang Sheng's eyes. What a stunner! Looking at the enchanting woman's body, Tang Sheng couldn't help but laugh wildly. Senior brother Tang Sheng, as long as you like, I can serve you every day. But the enchanting woman's eyes flickered and her entire body was filled with charm. Looking at Tang Sheng, she said, I hope senior brother Tang Sheng can take care of our sect in the future. Hearing this, Tang Sheng nodded, Don't worry. In the future, in Tianzhou, no one will dare to touch your sect. Then, Tang Sheng pulled the enchanting woman into his arms and prepared to enter the cave. Looking at the enchanting woman's expression, Tang Sheng grinned. If other people know that the revered saintess of Tianzhou has been conquered by me, I wonder what they would think. Saintess is just what the outside world calls me. In front of senior brother Tang Sheng, I am just a woman, said the enchanting woman. At the same time, her small white hands wrapped around Tang Sheng's neck. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the cave. Tang Sheng pushed the stone door. Rumble, pushed by Tang Sheng, the stone door slowly opened. At this moment, Fang Chun and Star and Moon, who were inside, were suddenly shocked. Then, Star and Moon waved their hands. Immediately, a cold aura spread out and wrapped around the stone door, making it impossible for Tang Sheng to push it open. What's wrong with the stone door? Outside the cave, Tang Sheng couldn't push the stone door open. This made him very confused. At this moment, inside the cave, Fang Chun was burning with anger. Damn it! Fang Chun couldn't help but curse. Then, he quickly put on his clothes. Star and Moon also put on their clothes. You're ruining my plans, Fang Chun said coldly. Then, the cold aura on the stone door instantly dissipated and the stone door opened. Tang Sheng and the enchanting woman entered the cave. They didn't realize that there was someone in the cave. Seeing this, the enchanting woman screamed loudly. She hurriedly used her arms to cover the important parts of her body and quickly put on her clothes. Tang Sheng was about to explode in anger, but when he saw that the warriors in the cave were Fang Chun and Star and Moon, a wild smile appeared on his face. Chapter 795. Since you're here, leave your life behind. Fang Chun's face was ashen as he said eerily. Star and Moon, who was standing behind Fang Chun, was very calm. She didn't say anything. Let Fang Chun handle this kind of thing. Fang Chun, you were lucky to escape last time. You won't be so lucky this time. Tang Sheng sneered. At the same time, Tang Sheng's eyes were fixed on Star and Moon behind Fang Chun. His eyes were full of greed. Senior brother Tang Sheng. At this moment, the enchanting woman had also put on her clothes. Her face was full of displeasure. She said in a delicate voice, "Kill them. Don't worry. Wait for me." After Tang Sheng finished speaking, he took a step forward. The aura around him surged. He stared at Fang Chun and said, "Kid, with your little strength, you still dare to seek pleasure here. You're courting death. Today, not only will you die, but even the beauty behind you will have to serve me." Hearing Tang Sheng's words, Fang Chun was completely enraged. "You must die." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he suddenly waved the hidden star sword and performed the Golden Radiance Bright Dragon Sword technique. Whoosh! The golden sword light pierced directly towards Tang Sheng. Bang! Tang Sheng's fist suddenly shattered the golden sword light. The energy fluctuations that were emitted caused the entire cave to tremble. Fang Chun and Tang Sheng instantly started fighting. Star and Moon didn't look worried at all. In her eyes, Tang Sheng was just an ant. As long as Fang Chun was in danger, she could intervene at any time. The enchanting woman opposite her glared at Star and Moon. Her face was full of disdain. As the saintess, she was caught doing this with Tang Sheng. If this spread out, how could she survive in Tianzhou? Therefore, she wanted Tang Sheng to kill both of them. Of course, there was another reason why she was jealous of Star and Moon. Star and Moon were more beautiful and elegant than her. Rumble. In the midst of their battle, the cave finally gave in and collapsed. The four of them instantly flew out of the cave. The battle between Fang Chun and Tang Sheng had already entered a white-hot stage. "Fang Chun, do you think this little bit of strength can do anything to me?" sneered Tang Sheng. At this moment, Tang Sheng mustered all his strength, and a strange handprint appeared in the sky. In the middle of the handprint, there was a tiny golden person. The tiny golden figure was waving its fists. Every time it waved its fists, the power of its hand seals would increase. When the power of the handprint reached its peak, the tiny golden person instantly fused into the handprint. Die! Tang Sheng activated his hand seal and blasted it at Fang Chun. This was Tang Sheng's ultimate skill. It was extremely powerful. Once it was used, even Tang Sheng himself would not be able to control it. At this moment, he had no other choice but to kill Fang Chun. Fang Chun's Golden Ray Bright Dragon Sword technique was instantly shattered by the handprint. Star and Moon wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Fang Chun. He activated his sword intent, and a violent sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, the Golden Ray Bright Dragon Sword technique was activated again. Fang Chun's attack suddenly increased, and it shocked Tang Sheng. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced the handprint with absolute strength. After the handprint was pierced, its power instantly dissipated. Fang Chun took advantage of this opportunity, and with a tap of his foot, he arrived in front of Tang Sheng and stabbed his sword. The hidden star sword pierced Tang Sheng's body. No, this sudden turn of events caused Tang Sheng to be a little alarmed. He roared loudly, "Stop!" However, it was too late. When the hidden star sword was pulled out, Tang Sheng was already dead. Tang Sheng, the second strongest person in Tianzhou's younger generation, had silently fallen here. At this moment, the enchanting woman was completely shocked. She originally thought that Tang Sheng could kill these two people, but in a flash, Tang Sheng was killed. The enchanting woman's heart was filled with fear. She kept shaking her head, and her heart was shaken. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind, and she kept retreating. After retreating a few steps, the enchanting woman stopped, and her eyes flickered. She gritted her teeth and looked at Fang Chun, and a seductive aura instantly emerged from her body. "Young master, your strength is really too strong," the enchanting woman said. "If you are willing, I am willing to serve you," the enchanting woman said coquettishly. She was trying to seduce Fang Chun. In Tianzhou, she was a famous saintess, and many people wanted to see her face. However, she never looked anyone in the eye. This time, she had no choice but to make a deal with Tang Sheng for the sake of the sect's future. However, she did not expect that before the deal was successful, it was interrupted by these two people. Moreover, this person was so young, and he had such a strong combat strength, and killed Tang Sheng. Even Lin Lu was not as strong as this person. Therefore, the enchanting woman came up with a plan. If she could seduce this person, not only would her life not be in danger, but she could also use him. Seeing this, Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun with a smile. Fang Chun also shrugged at Star and Moon and shook his head helplessly. He turned to the enchanting woman and said, "You can go. At any time, being strong is the most important thing." After Fang Chun finished speaking, he did not look at the enchanting woman anymore. Hearing this, the enchanting woman's heart trembled. She stared at Fang Chun's back and did not speak for a long time. It was not until Fang Chun and Star and Moon left for a long time that the enchanting woman came back to her senses. She carefully recalled Fang Chun's words, and her eyes became serious. She clasped her hands at Fang Chun. "She took the initiative to come to you. Why don't you want her?" Star and Moon asked teasingly as they walked. Fang Chun stared at Star and Moon and said, "With a beauty like you, do I need anyone else?" Star and Moon heard this and laughed. The couple walked leisurely in the Tian-Su mystery land. Star and Moon's strength was probably unrivaled in the entire Tian-Su mystery land. Fang Chun's strength had reached half a step to the real martial realm. The couple's combat strength was definitely very strong. In the entire Tian-Su mystery land, there was really no one who could threaten their lives. As the two walked, they asked about the tomb of the King of Medicine. Finally, after 3 days, the two heard that the tomb of the King of Medicine had appeared. However, this time, it seemed a little special. Many martial artists knew about the tomb of the King of Medicine, and they were all top martial artists of the younger generation. It was said that the tomb of the King of Medicine had even attracted Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao. As for Heitai of the real martial realm, he was nowhere to be found. After a few days, Fang Chun and Star and Moon arrived at the tomb of the King of Medicine. The tomb of the King of Medicine was located in a wasteland. On this wasteland, there was a dilapidated palace. Although the palace was dilapidated, 2 words could be vaguely seen on the golden plaque above the door: King of Medicine. The tomb of the King of Medicine was definitely there. At this moment, many martial artists had gathered in front of the dilapidated palace. There were about 20 to 30 of them. Among these martial artists, the weakest was at LV8 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. Many of them were even at LV9 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. And now, Zhang Jingtao and Lin Lu were standing at the front. Their faces were extremely solemn. They were facing each other and seemed to have an argument. "Zhang Jingtao, you're no match for me. I, Lin Lu, will take the King of Medicine's inheritance," Lin Lu said coldly. Behind Lin Lu, there were many martial artists from Tianzhou. Opposite Lin Lu, Zhang Jingtao's face was also extremely gloomy. Lin Lu wanted to take the King of Medicine's inheritance just because he was slightly stronger than him. What wishful thinking. In the tomb of the King of Medicine, it was said that there was an elixir that could allow a martial artist at the limit of the spiritual whirlpool realm to break through the bottleneck. Even Zhang Jingtao was extremely tempted. Hence, with just a few words from Lin Lu, he could forget about making him give up the King of Medicine's inheritance. Lin Lu, if you want to take the King of Medicine's inheritance for yourself, I, Zhang Jingtao, will not agree. Zhang Jingtao's attitude was very clear. Behind Zhang Jingtao were Lin Yin'er, Blazing Heaven, and the others. They were all top students of the Five Elements Academy. In the Tiansu Mystery Land, they had more or less had a fortuitous encounter. Senior Brother Zhang, the Five Elements state will not give in. At most, we will fight, Blazing Heaven said in a deep voice. That's right. At most, we will fight, Lin Yin'er said sweetly. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. You trash from the Five Elements state want to fight against the Tianzhou? Lin Lu said eerily. Crash. As soon as Lin Lu finished speaking, a violent aura suddenly emerged. Spirit Qi gathered in his palm, and he directly launched an attack at Zhang Jingtao. You're courting death. Seeing this, Zhang Jingtao's true intent surged out and counterattacked Lin Lu. At Zhang Jingtao and Lin Lu's level, their battle was no longer an ordinary battle. It was a battle of true intents. The two of them disdained to use ordinary attacks. Therefore, they each displayed their own true intent right from the start. This was also the first time Zhang Jingtao revealed his true intent in front of everyone. Whoosh! Zhang Jingtao's body was enveloped by a gray aura. In the next moment, Zhang Jingtao's body disappeared. And, seeing this, Lin Lu's eyes slightly changed. He said coldly, True intent of shadow. That's right. Zhang Jingtao's true intent was the true intent of shadow. The true intent of shadow's attack power was not strong, and its defense was also not strong. However, in terms of concealment, the true intent of shadow was the number one. At this moment, Zhang Jingtao displayed the true intent of shadow. Lin Lu laughed wildly. What can a mere true intent of shadow do to me? Lin Lu looked around and sneered. Immediately after, a bloody aura surged out from Lin Lu's body. A dazzling bloody aura instantly spread out and enveloped the entire void. Places where the bloody aura passed by, the air was corroded. It was also at this time that a trace of ripple appeared in the sky. Zhang Jingtao appeared. The true intent of blood's power was tyrannical beyond compare, able to corrode everything. Even if Zhang Jingtao displayed the true intent of shadow, he was forced out too. True intent of blood. Zhang Jingtao looked at Lin Lu, his face livid. The true intent of blood's attack power was very strong. Its corrosiveness was also very strong. Most importantly, the true intent of blood just happened to be able to restrain the true intent of shadow. Places where the true intent of blood spread out, the true intent of shadow was unable to escape into the void at all, which was also to say that as long as there was the true intent of blood around Lin Lu, then Zhang Jingtao was unable to use the true intent of shadow to carry out a sneak attack. Once he lost this advantage, facing Lin Lu, the true intent of shadow had no meaning. Zhang Jingtao, I said before, you're not my match. I don't want to start a massacre. Don't force me. Lin Lu laughed wildly. With the true intent of blood support, his combat power would increase substantially. He really did not place Zhang Jingtao in his eyes. For a moment, Zhang Jingtao's expression kept changing. If he really fought with Lin Lu head-on, it would definitely be a situation where both sides suffered losses in the end. In the current situation, the Five Element State's overall strength was inferior to the Sky State. Once he, the strongest force, was injured, the Five Element State's martial artist would definitely be swept away by the Sky State. Zhang Jingtao found it very difficult to make a choice. Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, we'd rather die than compromise, Song Xiong said. Chapter 796. Blazing Heaven and the rest would rather die than submit. But Zhang Jingtao's considerations were different. Martial artists had to learn how to give up. The current situation was obviously disadvantageous for the five-element state. If they fought with Lin Lu, the five-element state would definitely lose. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Seeing this, Lin Lu let out a hollow laugh and waved his hand. Instantly, a wild, bloody aura filled the air. A powerful corrosive force shrouded the crowd. Zhang Jingtao had no choice but to take action. The true shadow intent was activated to the maximum. He hid in the void and moved Blazing Heaven and the rest to a safe place. Although the true blood intent countered the true shadow intent, the effect would be smaller if the distance was further. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jingtao had moved Blazing Heaven and the rest to a safe place. At this moment, he stood quietly and looked at Lin Lu. It seemed that a fight with all his might was inevitable. Lin Lu, your true blood intent has exceeded my expectations. But you want to make me submit with just the true blood intent? Zhang Jingtao obviously wouldn't submit. Although the true shadow intent was countered, his strength couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, a vast aura surged around Zhang Jingtao's body. He clenched his fist tightly and punched out. Huff! His fist carried a frightening power, causing the surrounding air to dissipate in all directions. You're courting death, Lin Lu roared. The true blood intent filled the air. He clenched his fist, and the four fists collided together. Boom! With a loud bang, the two fists fiercely collided with each other. A deafening sound erupted, and a wild aura spread out in all directions. Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, when Zhang Jingtao stabilized his body, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. In the previous exchange, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, he was actually at a disadvantage. Lin Lu's true blood intent was very strong. His true shadow intent couldn't be used, and his strength was greatly reduced. Zhang Jingtao stared at Lin Lu and didn't make a move. Lin Lu sneered and looked at Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao, I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here. You don't have a right to get the Medicine King's inheritance. Hearing this, Zhang Jingtao fell silent. Blazing Heaven and the others didn't say anything as they silently looked at Zhang Jingtao. This was Zhang Jingtao's most aggrieved battle in recent years. The true intent of shadows that he was so proud of was countered by Lin Lu. His own strength was suppressed by Lin Lu. In short, Lin Lu completely suppressed Zhang Jingtao. Zhang Jingtao clenched his fists. He felt humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as Zhang Jingtao was about to make a decision, two air-piercing sounds suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, two figures shot over from afar. It's so lively! Star and Moon and Fong Chun came together. Seeing the lively scene, Fong Chun grinned. Fong Chun, Star and Moon. When Blazing Heaven and the other saw the two of them, their faces were filled with shock. He was even more surprised when he saw that Star and Moon was still alive. Sister Yua. Lin Yinner's face was filled with an excited smile. Her body was constantly trembling. She had always thought that Sister Yua had died. She didn't expect that Sister Yua would appear in front of her. Fong Chun and Star and Moon nodded to the crowd below, then looked at Zhang Jingtao. Senior brother Zhang, how have you been? Fong Chun cupped his hands. Before Zhang Jingtao could say anything, he heard a furious roar. It's you. At this moment, Lin Lu's eyes were scarlet as he stared at Star and Moon. Back then, the woman who had killed his younger brother, Linda, was exactly the same as in the image. He, Lin Lu, had been looking for this woman. He didn't expect that she would deliver herself to his doorstep. I want to avenge my brother, Linda. A bloody aura surged around Lin Lu. Berserk energy spread everywhere. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here. The Medicine King's inheritance is ours. Fong Qin glanced at Lin Lu and said indifferently. Hearing that, Lin Lu laughed maniacally. Even Zhang Jingtao wouldn't dare speak to him like that. Who did this person think he was? Are you talking to me? Asked Lin Lu with a sinister smile. What do you think? Fong Chen retorted. Ha ha, today, not only will you die, but she will also die, said Lin Lu coldly. His bloody true intent was pushed to the limit. Berserk energy wreaked havoc. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fong Chen sneered. His sword intent instantly erupted. At the beginning, his bloody true intent filled the air. But when his sword intent appeared, it instantly forced the bloody true intent back by half. Sword intent. Seeing that Fong Chen had activated his true intent, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Shortly after, he let out a sinister laugh. To be able to kill a true intent cultivator was a wonderful thing. Seeing that Fong Chen was about to attack, Star and Moon landed beside Lin Yin'er and the others. Big sister Yu'er, I missed you so much. Lin Yin'er, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, hugged Xingyue's arm and said coquettishly. Star and Moon gently rubbed Lin Yin'er's hair. Aren't I fine? Big sister you. How did you get out of the cliff when you fell? Asked Lin Yin'er curiously. Star and Moon blushed, but she quickly recovered. Then she whispered, it's a long story. The Five Elements Province's disciples also greeted Star and Moon. Star and Moon, aren't you worried about Fong Chen? Asked Blazing Heaven. In their hearts, although Fong Chen was a monster, he still wasn't strong enough to defeat Lin Lu. Even though they had just learned that Fong Chen possessed a true intent, they still didn't believe in Fong Chen's strength. It's fine. If he loses, I'll go. Star and Moon smiled. Blazing Heaven didn't ask any more questions. His gaze was focused on Fong Chen. At this moment, Fong Chen activated his sword intent, forming a vast sword chi in the sky and shooting towards Lin Lu. Blood intent. Lin Lu's blood intent was also a grade 1 true intent. It was on the same level as Fong Chen's sword intent. However, Fong Chen's sword intent was a pure sword intent with super strong attack power. How could the bloody intent compare to it? In an instant, the blood intent was suppressed by the sword intent. It was at this moment that Lin Lu was enraged. With a roar, he clenched his fists and punched out. Bang! For fists collided. Everyone thought that Fong Chen would be sent flying by Lin Lu, but the result was unexpected. How is this possible? Fong Chen was fighting Lin Lu head-on, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. This scene shocked many martial artists in the five-element state. Even Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Back when he was in the Five Elements Academy, he felt that Fong Chen's potential was monstrous. It hadn't been long since he entered the Heavenly Void secret dimension, but Fong Chen's strength had already reached such a level. Fong Chen's strength has improved too much. Yeah, he can actually fight Lin Lu head-on. He's too strong. He can't be judged by common sense. Everyone in the Five Elements stateside, some of the martial artists who had grudges with Fong Chen, shook their heads. Especially the top 10 students of the combat tablet. They had pursued Star and Moon, but when they found out that Star and Moon had married Fong Chen, they were furious. They looked down on Fong Chen, thinking that Fong Chen's strength was only SOSO. But now, their faces were filled with embarrassment. Fong Chen's strength had unknowingly surpassed them. Fong Chen's strength is at least on the same level as senior brother Zhang. Blazing Heaven said to himself, yeah, with such strength, he's definitely the first on the Five Elements Academy's combat tablet. Song Seong said. Among the crowd, Blazing Heaven, Song Seong and the others had a good relationship with Fong Chen, especially Song Seong, who was Fong Chen's senior brother. Song Seong, you're not a good senior brother. Blazing Heaven joked. Let's see who dares to bully me in the future. I'll let junior brother protect me. Song Seong laughed and said. The atmosphere in the Five Elements state was great. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Tianzhou state was heavy. There was no need to talk about Zhang Jingtao's strength. Who would have thought that there would be a martial artist who was not weaker than Zhang Jingtao? Seeing the fierce battle between Fong Chen and Lin Lu, the martial artist in the Tianzhou state had a bad feeling. Bang! After a fierce battle, Fong Chen was pushed back by Lin Lu. He steadied himself and did not rush to attack. After this battle, Fong Chen could be considered to have recognized his true strength. Now, if he used the sword intent and fought with all his strength would be on par with Lin Lu, which was half a step to the genuine martial realm. He was slightly stronger than Zhang Jingtao. It's about time, Fang Chun said in his heart. After pushing back Fang Chun, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with a bloody aura. Fang Chun, your potential is beyond my imagination. But today, you're destined to lose, Lin Lu said eerily. A wild aura emerged around him. He was ready to attack and completely defeat Fang Chun. Lin Lu, with me here, don't even think about attacking Fang Chun. Zhang Jingtao stood side by side with Fang Chun and stared at Lin Lu. Seeing this, Lin Lu's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. Enough. Let's end it here, Star and Moon said. I don't want to kill you. Brother Chun will personally kill you in the future. You can leave. Star and Moon's voice was very calm, but when it reached the ears of the crowd, it caused a commotion. Lin Yin'er and the others also looked at Star and Moon in surprise. They wanted to stop Star and Moon, but the latter had already taken a step forward and came to Fang Chen's side. You think you're qualified to say such things to me? Lin Lu was furious. How could a random woman be qualified to say such things to him? What a joke. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not, Star and Moon's eyes flickered. If they weren't here, I would have killed you in one blow, Lin Lu said coldly. Star and Moon's words made him extremely unhappy. It seems that you don't want to give up the Medicine King's inheritance, Star and Moon said. With Star and Moon's strength, it was more than enough to kill Lin Lu. However, he knew Fang Chen's thoughts, so he left Lin Lu to Fang Chun. When Fang Chun was strong enough, he would kill Lin Lu. Moreover, he was in the true martial realm. If he killed a spirit vortex realm martial artist, he would have a share. However, Lin Lu didn't know what was good for him. You're courting death. Lin Lu's aura surged, and he wanted to attack Star and Moon. Scram. Seeing this, Xingyu frowned slightly and spat out a word. In an instant, the sky changed color. A vast aura instantly filled the entire space. The surrounding martial artists couldn't even breathe. This aura was too oppressive. The wasteland was completely silent. Even the dust in the air was still in the air. All the martial artists looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Lin Lu, who came aggressively, was instantly sent flying. His body fell heavily on the ground, and he spat out blood. His face was extremely pale. When Lin Lu fell to the ground, the aura in the sky calmed down again. As for Xingyu, she was still standing on the wasteland as if she had never moved. Fang Chen's eyes had a hint of smile. Beside him, Zhang Jingtao looked at Star and Moon in shock. The other martial artists were even more dumbfounded. Their hearts were in turmoil. True martial realm. Lin Lu cried out in horror. Only a true martial realm martial artist could severely injure him with one blow. At this moment, Lin Lu's heart was filled with fear. He didn't expect that other than He Tai, there would be a second true martial realm martial artist in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Oh my God, Star and Moon actually broke through to the true martial realm. This is too shocking. Is this the power of a true martial realm martial artist? The number one combat power in the five-element state belongs to Star and Moon. The martial artists in the five-element state were all shocked. Although the true martial realm was only one step away from the spiritual vortex realm, everyone knew the difference. He Tai was able to enter the true martial realm because he was extremely talented. It was expected that he would enter the true martial realm. As for Star and Moon, she had always kept a low profile in the Five Elements Academy. It was only when she entered the Heavenly Void Mystery Land that she appeared on the Battle Power Tablet for the first time. However, Zhang Jingtao quickly took back the number one spot on the Battle Power Tablet. Although many martial artists knew that Star and Moon was powerful, her potential couldn't be compared to Zhang Jingtao's. Everyone thought that Zhang Jingtao would be the first young martial artist in the five-element state to enter the true martial realm. However, who would have thought that Star and Moon, whom they didn't think highly of, would enter the true martial realm silently? Thinking back to what Star and Moon said to Lin Lu, everyone felt that they were arrogant. However, thinking about it now, they felt that they were too stupid. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist was not worth mentioning in the eyes of a true martial realm martial artist. Get lost. Star and Moon spoke again. There was a hint of displeasure between her brows as she spoke coldly. It was obvious that Star and Moon was a little angry. Seeing this, Lin Lu stood up with difficulty. He cupped his hands at Star and Moon and said, "Thank you for not killing me." Facing a true martial realm martial artist, Lin Lu didn't have any temper. Star and Moon could easily kill him, but she didn't kill him. "I didn't kill you because I left you for my husband to kill. Let's go," Star and Moon said calmly. Lin Lu looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully and turned to leave. Lin Lu swore in his heart that Star and Moon would definitely regret her actions this time. When they met later, Lin Lu would definitely enter the true martial realm. At that time, it would be hard to tell who would kill who. Soon, Lin Lu and the martial artists of Tianzhou all left the place. At this time, Zhang Jingtao finally woke up from his shock. He stared at Star and Moon and said, "Star and Moon, you've entered the true martial realm." Star and Moon nodded and said, "I was just lucky." "Star and Moon, you're really amazing." Many martial artists were excited. Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm. The martial artists of the five-element state wouldn't be suppressed by the martial artists of the other two states. After a moment of excitement, everyone's eyes fell on the tomb of the Medicine King. "This is the tomb of the Medicine King," Fang Chun said. "That's right. The tomb of the Medicine King is in this broken palace," Zhang Jingtao said. If it weren't for the appearance of Fang Chun and Star and Moon, the inheritance of the Medicine King would have been obtained by Tianzhou. "Let's go in and take a look." Star and Moon waved his hand. Suddenly, ripples appeared around the broken palace. Then, the ripples dissipated. Then, Xingyu took the lead and entered the cave. Everyone followed closely behind and entered the dilapidated palace. With a true martial realm martial artist leading the way, no one was worried at all. Inside the broken palace, there was a tombstone with the words "Tomb of the Medicine King" written on it. Just as everyone entered the palace, the tombstone sank into the ground. An underground entrance appeared where the tombstone was. "Go in," Fang Chun said. Then, Fang Chun and Star and Moon entered the underground, side by side. When they arrived underground, everyone found that they were in a pitch-black tomb. They couldn't see anything. Fang Chun activated the fire concept and illuminated the tomb. "Everyone, let's split up and search for the inheritance," Fang Chun said. His goal was the heaven-defying spiritual herb and the 9 transformations soul return pill. Hearing this, everyone nodded and split up. After a while, only Fang Chun and Star and Moon were left. Star and Moon closed her eyes slightly. She used her powerful soul to check the surroundings. Finally, she opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the north. "Here," Fang Chun pointed to the north and asked. "Let's go." Star and Moon held Fang Chun's arm and said with a smile. After a while, Fang Chun and Star and Moon arrived in front of a stone door. The words "Material Warehouse" were written on the stone door. The Medicine King's Material Warehouse. Seeing this, Fang Chun's eyes widened. Little Mouse's metamorphosis required a large amount of heaven-defying spiritual herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's Material Warehouse could satisfy him. Great! Fang Chun took a step forward and came to the front of the Material Warehouse's stone door. He pushed it hard. However, no matter how hard he pushed, the stone door couldn't move an inch. This made Fang Chun very confused. At this moment, Star and Moon spoke. "Brother Chun, let me do it." Star and Moon walked to the stone door. She placed her white palm on the stone door and pushed gently. Immediately, the stone door creaked and slowly opened. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a real martial realm expert, bringing a real martial realm expert along on a treasure hunt is so satisfying, Fang Chun said with a grin. As they spoke, the stone door opened. Fang Chun and Star and Moon entered the material warehouse. So many materials. Looking at the piles of materials in front of him, Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He casually picked up a stalk of spiritual herb. It was a heaven-defying spiritual herb. Wavy raingrass. It's actually wavy raingrass. In the outside world, wavy raingrass was a very precious herb. It could be used to refine Tao-level elixirs. Countless people wanted to get their hands on it, but it was priceless. But here, wavy rain grass was piled up like trash. Dragon realm flower, fantasy silver. Fang Chun was dazzled. The precious spiritual herbs here were simply too heaven-defying. If they were placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion. Fang Chun contacted Little Mouse. The latter rushed out of the special space ring. When he saw the mountain of heaven-defying spiritual herbs, his eyes widened. "Boss, where did you find such a good place?" Little Mouse exclaimed excitedly. Before Fang Chun could say anything, Little Mouse plunged into the pile of spiritual herbs. He had just absorbed 300 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Next, he urgently needed heaven-defying spiritual herbs. The energy needed to break through his supernatural power was too huge. The heaven-defying spiritual herbs in front of him just happened to solve Little Mouse's dilemma. Seeing Little Mouse rush into the mountain of spiritual herbs, Fang Chun and Star and Moon smiled at each other. "You can absorb them here. I'll go find you the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill," Fang Chun said. Little Mouse had no time to pay attention to Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was about to leave, the immortal tree stopped sleeping. He came out of the special space ring and went into the pile of spiritual herbs. "Aren't you sleeping?" Fang Chun asked the old faker when he saw him. At that time, the old faker said that he had just become the immortal tree and needed to sleep. But who would have thought that the old faker would wake up for these spiritual herbs? There are so many heaven-defying spiritual herbs. How can I let Brother Mouse eat them all alone? The old faker's voice came from the pile of spiritual herbs. Fang Chun was speechless. The old faker was still the same. "Let's go and find the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill," Fang Chun said. Star and Moon nodded and left the material warehouse with Fang Chun. Before leaving, Fang Chun set up a formation here to prevent others from disturbing Little Mouse and the old faker. The King of Medicine was a master of refining. There was a high possibility that the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill was in his tomb. Once the 9 transformations soul-reviving pill was found, Little Mouse's supernatural power would be able to break through. At that time, Little Mouse would definitely shock everyone. At this time, Zhang Jingtao and the others were also looking for their respective inheritances. Chapter 797. The tomb of the King of Medicine was much larger than the tombs of the Shakyamuni and Physique Kings. Moreover, there were many traps in the tomb, as if to prevent martial artists from entering the tomb for destroying it. However, with the strength of Fang Chun and Star and Moon, the tomb of the King of Medicine was not a problem for them. Star and Moon urged their souls to cover the entire tomb. If the King of Medicine was still alive, it would be impossible for Star and Moon to explore the entire tomb. However, the King of Medicine was dead, and the traps he left behind could not block the detection of a true martial realm practitioner. Soon, Star and Moon found a strange place. "Let's go." Star and Moon opened their eyes and looked at Fang Chun. Star and Moon took the lead, and Fang Chun followed closely behind. The two passed through many obstacles and came to a magnificent palace. At the front of the underground palace was a coffin. This coffin was the coffin of the King of Medicine. The body of the King of Medicine should be inside. This is where the King of Medicine fell. Fang Chun muttered to himself as he stared at the King of Medicine's coffin. "I wonder if the 9 transformations resurrection elixir is here," Star and Moon said. Then, Fang Chun and Star and Moon began to search. The inside of the palace was empty. The two of them searched for a while, but did not find anything. Finally, Fang Chun's eyes fixed on the coffin of the King of Medicine. "Brother Chun, are you saying that the inheritance of the King of Medicine is in this coffin?" Star and Moon asked. Fang Chun nodded and said, "Let's open it and see." Since Star and Moon was a true martial realm practitioner, Fang Chun was not afraid at all. He walked up to the coffin, urged the sword, and suddenly grasped the lid of the coffin with both hands. The next moment, cracks appeared on the lid. A wild aura suddenly emerged from the coffin. Before the aura could reach Fang Chun, Star and Moon waved their hands, and the true meaning of Xianin burst out and disperse the aura. Crack! Fang Chun threw the lid of the coffin on the ground, and the situation inside the coffin immediately entered his eyes. As expected, seeing the countless elixirs in the coffin and beside the corpse, Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. The king of medicine left his inheritance in the coffin. Star and Moon muttered to themselves as they looked at the corpse in the coffin. If it were an ordinary practitioner, they would not be able to obtain the inheritance even if they found the coffin. An ordinary spiritual vortex realm expert would not be able to withstand the vast aura that surged out from the coffin. Only Xingyu, who was a genuine martial realm expert, could do as he pleased. Thanks to Xingyu's protection, Fang Chun was able to store the small bottle of pills in the coffin into his own spatial ring. When his hand grasped the last small bottle, his eyes widened. 9 transformations, resurrection elixir. The words written on the small bottle made Fang Chun very excited. There is indeed a 9 transformations resurrection elixir. Fang Chun was very excited. He had really found a 9 transformations resurrection elixir in the king of medicine's tomb. When Xingyu saw this, a smile appeared on her face. Fang Chun inspected it for a while before placing the 9 transformations soul return pill into his interspatial ring. Fang Chun then noticed that there was a book on top of the corpse's head. The book was covered in dust. Fang Chun picked up the book and realized that it was the king of medicine's lifetime of knowledge on alchemy. He put it in his spatial ring without hesitation. Although Fang Chun did not know alchemy, this book was very precious. It would cause a huge uproar if it was shown to the outside world. Even if he did not need it, he could give it to others when he returned. After taking away all the elixirs left by the king of medicine, Fang Chun and Star and Moon closed the lid of the coffin. Then, they bowed 3 times to the king of medicine and turned to leave. After a while, Fang Chun and Star and Moon found Little Mouse. Fang Chun and Star and Moon were completely shocked when they stood at the entrance of the material warehouse. They looked around and were sure that this was the material warehouse. However, the scene inside gave them a huge shock. Before he left, there was still a mountain of heaven-defying spiritual herbs in the storehouse. But now, the storehouse was empty. The only spiritual herb was the one that the old faker and Little Mouse were fighting over. You guys, Fang Chun stared at this scene with his mouth agape, feeling extremely shocked. Little Mouse grinned when he saw Fang Chun and Star and Moon coming back. The old faker took this opportunity to snatch the spiritual herb back and swallow it. Seeing this, Little Mouse was very dissatisfied. You two ate all the spiritual herbs in the warehouse? Fang Chun tried to suppress the shock in his heart and asked. Little Mouse and the old faker nodded. Boss, did you find the 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir? Little Mouse asked. Boy, if there is such a good place, remember to tell me. After the old faker finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and returned to the special space ring. This time, he had swallowed a lot of incredible spiritual herbs and needed to digest them. Little Mouse's eyes were full of hope. Fang Chun moved his mind, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He threw it to Little Mouse. The latter was overjoyed when he saw this. 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir, and there is more than one. Little Mouse shouted excitedly. After absorbing the energy of 300 million top-level spiritual stones and swallowing a lot of incredible spiritual herbs, now he only needed the 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir to make a breakthrough in his supernatural power. Little Mouse was very excited when he poured out 3 9 transformations soul-reviving elixirs from the small bottle. Boss, I'm going to make a breakthrough. You protect me. Little Mouse couldn't wait to swallow a 9 transformations soul-reviving elixir. Fang Chun and Star and Moon looked at each other and stood next to Little Mouse. At this moment, the purple halo on Little Mouse's body suddenly surged, and then a huge shadow of a purple mouse appeared behind it. Fang Chun was also stunned when he saw the shadow of the purple mouse. Originally, the purple rat silhouette was only 10 feet tall. However, at that moment, it was actually 10 feet tall. Fang Chun was very shocked. It seemed that Little Mouse's supernatural power had really reached the critical point and was about to make a breakthrough. Roar! A beastly roar came out from the mouth of the 3 feet-tall, purple rat shadow. Then a wild suction force exploded out. However, the target of that suction force wasn't Fangchun or Star and Moon. The two of them weren't affected. In an instant, the entire Medicine King's tomb was filled with flying sand and stones. At this time, the people searching for the Medicine King's inheritance suddenly sensed this, and their expressions completely changed. What's going on? Why would such a scene appear in the Medicine King's tomb? Did someone trigger some mechanism and a terrifying life form appeared? Damn it, the Medicine King's tomb is about to collapse. Run. A terrifying life form has appeared. Run. Within the Medicine King's tomb, the 5 Elements Province's martial artists all began to roar. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists had rushed out of the tomb. When they returned to the ruined palace, they were shocked to find that the ground was shaking. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang, what happened? Blazing Heaven walked in front of Zhang Jingtao. That's right, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. Why did the ground suddenly shake? Asked Lin Yenner. Song Xiong and the others stared nervously at the ruined palace. At this time, Zhang Jingtao noticed that all the disciples had come out. Only Star and Moon and Fang Chun hadn't returned. He was very worried about the two of them, but when he thought about how Star and Moon were true martial experts, they shouldn't have any problems. Could it be that this disturbance was caused by them? Zhang Jingtao muttered to himself. This matter isn't normal. Everyone back up a bit. Before he figured out the truth of this matter, Zhang Jingtao didn't dare approach the ruined palace without permission. They stood in the wasteland and stared at the trembling palace. At this time, in the underground palace of the Medicine King's tomb, the little mouse was currently making its final breakthrough. Using its innate ability, the purple mouse absorbed the medicinal effect of the 9 Revolutions soul return pill. Its body instantly grew, and it became even more corporeal. Roar! Every time the purple mouse roared, the Medicine King's tomb would shake as if it was about to collapse. Fang Chun was very shocked. The little mouse's innate ability was really powerful. Just one breakthrough had caused such a huge commotion. On the other hand, Star and Moon was relatively calm. Perhaps it was because she had broken through to the true martial realm, so her vision was better than the average spiritual vortex realm warrior. In the Medicine King's tomb, sand and pebbles flew and a strong wind blew. However, no matter how strong the wind and sand were, it couldn't hurt Fang Chun and Star and Moon. Rumble. The purple mouse's body continued to grow. In the end, its head crashed into the sky above the Medicine King's tomb. Crack! The sky above the Medicine King's tomb was instantly shattered by the purple mouse's attack. The purple mouse's body rushed out of the tomb and continued to grow. As time passed, the entire tomb of the Medicine King had been reduced to ruins. Little Mouse closed its eyes. Within its body, the effects of the 9 transformations resurrection elixir were fully released. The breakthrough of its innate ability had also reached the final juncture. Roar! At a certain moment, the purple mouse's shadow suddenly roared. Its growing body immediately stopped. The wild attraction had also weakened by a lot. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw this. At this moment, Little Mouse swallowed another 9 transformations resurrection elixir. In a flash, the purple mouse's body grew again. The wild attraction instantly enveloped the entire land. Rumble. When the purple mouse's body reached a height of 10 feet, it finally broke through the surface and appeared on the ground. Zhang Jingtao and the others, who were staring at the Medicine King's tomb in the wilderness, were shocked when they saw this scene. Their bodies kept retreating as the wild suction force made their hearts palpitate. What's going on? Is this the terrifying creature suppressed in the Medicine King's tomb? The sudden appearance of the mouse's shadow surprised Zhang Jingtao and the others. The crowd kept retreating. The mouse's shadow was growing rapidly. Thump! The wilderness shook. Little Mouse in the Medicine King's tomb swallowed the third 9 transformations resurrection elixir. Chapter 798. It hasn't broken through yet. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw such a huge commotion. The 3 9 transformations soul recovery elixirs had all been swallowed. It seemed that Little Mouse's innate ability was about to break through. When the purple rat shadow grew to a height of 300 feet, its speed finally slowed down a lot. It broke through the surface of the earth and rushed into the sky. It was very shocking. After a quarter of an hour, the purple rat shadow finally stopped growing. At this time, the purple luster on the purple rat shadow gradually deepened. At the same time, the purple rat shadow began to materialize. Fangchun and Star and Moon had been guarding Little Mouse all this time. In the wilderness, Zhang Jingtao and the others were already shocked. After another hour, the growth of the purple rat's shadow finally came to a complete stop. At this time, the purple rat shadow was 360 feet tall. Its body was becoming more and more substantial, as if it was an enlarged version of Little Mouse. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar was heard. In the next moment, a vast suction force spread out within 100 miles. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. Even some of the warriors nearby couldn't help but retreat. Their faces were filled with horror, a fear that came from the depths of their hearts. The purple rat shadow abruptly opened its eyes and opened its mouth. A vast suction force instantly gushed out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a mountain peak 100 meters away from the wilderness was forcibly uprooted from the ground and floated over. This is too powerful. Even Zhang Jingtao was astounded. What kind of divine being was this purple rat? It only opened its mouth, and a vast suction force was able to forcibly suck a mountain peak over. This combat strength was definitely comparable to that of a warrior of the real martial realm. Crack! However, what happened next shocked everyone even more. When a floating mountain peak arrived in front of the purple rat shadow, the latter opened its bloody mouth and directly swallowed the mountain peak. After chewing for a while, the mountain peak was completely digested. In the wilderness, all the warriors were dumbfounded. At the same time, the purple rat's shadow dissipated instantly. The purple halo returned to Little Mouse's body. In the Medicine King's tomb, the Little Mouse opened his eyes with a smile on his face. "You broke through?" Fangchun asked hurriedly. Fangchun had also witnessed the shocking scene from before. His heart was filled with astonishment. After the breakthrough, the Little Mouse's innate ability was too powerful. "Boss, I broke through," the Little Mouse said excitedly. Its body was emitting a terrifying aura. Star and Moon could tell at a glance that not only had the Little Mouse's innate abilities broken through, but so had his cultivation. "Isn't your innate divine ability a bit too domineering? You actually managed to swallow an entire mountain?" asked Fangchun. "That's nothing. If my supernatural power can reach its strongest stage, I can swallow a planet," the Little Mouse said proudly. As his innate superpowers improved, some of the information hidden in the Little Mouse's bloodline was gradually revealed. The most important thing was that the Little Mouse knew its own race. When his innate superpowers broke through, the Little Mouse felt a voice calling out to him in his mind. "Godly sky-devouring rat." This was the information that the Little Mouse received from that intermittent voice. Although he didn't know what those words meant, the Little Mouse felt that they were especially close to him. When the Little Mouse told Fangchun these words, the latter was also shocked. "Could it be that you're a godly, sky-devouring rat?" asked Fangchun doubtfully. The Little Mouse shook his head in confusion. "In the unseen world, that voice spoke to me intermittently. It seemed like it wanted to tell me a lot, but it couldn't say everything." The Little Mouse tried hard to recall the intermittent voice in his mind. "What else did it say?" asked Fangchun hurriedly. "It said a lot, but I didn't hear it clearly," said the Little Mouse helplessly. Fangchun secretly remembered the words, "godly, sky-devouring rat." Perhaps the Little Mouse really was a member of the godly, sky-devouring rat clan. Godly sky-devouring rat sounds like a race, but it should be an extraterritorial race, said the Star and Moon with a nod. "The mystery of the Little Mouse's origins will be revealed one day," said Fangchun. Fangchun was also very excited about the Little Mouse's breakthrough. "How strong are you now?" asked Fangchun as he changed the topic. "My cultivation should be at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm for you humans." However, if I use my innate superpowers, I can fight against a true martial realm expert, said the little mouse with a grin. Fangchen shrugged helplessly. Fighting against a true martial realm expert with a spiritual vortex realm cultivation. Only a freak like the little mouse would be able to do that. Your innate superpowers are very powerful. Will it put a burden on you if you use them? Asked Fangchen. After my innate superpowers broke through, its power has increased by a lot. Now, even a warrior who has just entered the true martial realm might not be able to resist the attraction of my innate superpowers. However, because it requires a lot of energy every time I use it, it will drain all my energy, said the little mouse. Fangchen nodded when he heard this. In other words, the little mouse could not use it twice in a row within a short period of time. Actually, this was normal. If such a heaven-defying, innate superpowers could be used continuously without limit, how could anyone live? The heavens were fair. If they gave you a powerful, innate superpowers, then they would use other methods to restrain them. After that, the little mouse jumped onto Fangchen's shoulder. The latter and Star and Moon left the Medicine King's tomb side by side. After the little mouse's breakthrough, the Medicine King's tomb was already in a state of ruin. When Fangchen and Star and Moon came out, Zhang Jingtao and the others looked at them as if they were monsters. "You guys, what's with that look?" asked Fangchen, a bit stunned. Zhang Jingtao walked in front of Fangchen and carefully observed Fangchen for a long time. Then he asked, "Fangchen, don't tell me that you were the one who caused that heaven-shaking disturbance just now." Fangchen shrugged. "Of course not." "Then what's going on?" asked Lin Yin'er curiously. "It's a long story." For the time being, Fangchen didn't want to expose the little mouse's power. This was to prevent some shameless real martial realm experts from forcefully snatching the little mouse. Seeing that Fangchen didn't want to talk about it, Lin Yin'er didn't ask anymore. She walked to Star and Moon's side, pulled Star and Moon's arm, and asked all sorts of questions. In a dark place in the Heavenly Void secret realm, there was a very large cage. The cage was 3 feet tall, but it was buried deep in the ground. It was impossible to see anything from the outside. This was the most dangerous place in the entire Tian Su Mystery Land. When Fangchen received Dharmaraja's inheritance, before Dharmaraja's last remnant consciousness dissipated, he had said that Adversity Night wasn't a threat to the Tian Su Mystery Land. He also told Fangchen to be careful. There were dangers even more terrifying than Adversity Night in the Tian Su Mystery Land. At that time, Fangchen didn't think too much about it. What was imprisoned in this cage was the terrifying existence that Dharmaraja had mentioned. The cage was made of thick iron rods. These iron rods were made of meteoric iron. This cage was personally made by one of the 8 kings under the Tian Su King, the Soldier King. After that, the other kings set up arrays and talismans on the cage. In short, this cage was very sturdy. The Tian Su King had tested it before. Even if he was trapped in it and attacked with all his strength, he couldn't break the cage. After such a long time, the iron rods on the cage were already covered in rust. In the cage, there was a tall existence. If one looked carefully, they would find that it wasn't a human at all, but a demonic beast. This demonic beast's body was very big. The 3 feet tall cage couldn't hold it. After being imprisoned for so long, its aura was very weak. However, at a certain moment, its eyes suddenly opened. "Tian Su King, is this the method you left behind to deal with me?" In the cage, the demonic beast's eyes shot out a terrifying, murderous intent. It looked through the ground and looked at the tremors in the distance. "Back then, I was plotted against by you. I will have my revenge." The demonic beast let out a loud voice, but it couldn't get out of the cage. Bang! The demonic beast's body only moved slightly, and the sound of metal clashing came from the cage. "The day I get out will be the day your Tian Su King's bloodline completely disappears." The demonic beast hated the Tian Su King to the bone. In the Tian Su secret land, many martial artists didn't know that an even more dangerous existence was hidden somewhere underground. In a certain open space, Lin Lu's expression was very ugly. After being chased away by Star and Moon, He had been searching for the inheritance with all his might. Before entering the Tiansu secret land, he was the second strongest person in the younger generation of the ancient sword continent, second only to Heitai. Now, Heitai had entered the true martial realm. Even Star and Moon of the five-element state had entered the true martial realm, and he was still stuck in the spiritual vortex realm. Lin Lu couldn't accept this. He wanted to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible. Just as Lin Lu was roaring crazily, a figure appeared. Heitai. Lin Lu was surprised to see Heitai. I've heard about what happened to you, Heitai said first. You came specifically to find me. Lin Lu asked, puzzled. Do you want revenge? Heitai stared at Lin Lu and asked. Of course, Lin Lu said without hesitation. Linda was his younger brother. He was killed, but as the older brother, he couldn't take revenge. He was furious. I have a way for you to take revenge. Are you willing? Heitai said. The opponent is a true martial realm expert. What do you have? Lin Lu asked. I can help you break through to the true martial realm in a short time, but you have to agree to one condition, Heitai said, finally revealing his true colors. Chapter 799. Heitai looked for Lin Lu and helped him only because he wanted Lin Lu to agree to one of his conditions. Everything started with Heitai as the core. Lin Lu thought for a moment and asked, Can you really help me enter the genuine martial realm? Of course. Since I came to you, I'm very confident, Heitai said confidently. Lin Lu clenched his teeth and nodded. What's your condition? Be my subordinate and work for me, Heitai said. Impossible. Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately refused. Who was Lin Lu? He was the strongest person among the younger generation in Tianzhou. Even in the entire ancient sword continent, he was a top expert. If he became someone else's subordinate, how could he survive? Heitai smiled when he saw Lin Lu's refusal. Lin Lu's reaction was within his expectations. Lin Lu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me finish, Heitai said with a grin. Lin Lu didn't reply. He stood there quietly. Heitai continued. You will be my subordinate and work for me in secret. I won't announce that you're my subordinate. You'll still be the best of the younger generation in the ancient sword continent, second only to me. Without my help, it'll be very difficult for you to enter the genuine martial realm. Even if you enter the genuine martial realm, it'll take a long time. By then, Star and Moon's strength will definitely increase. How will you take revenge? Lin Lu's expression changed. Heitai stared at Lin Lu and said, I can help you enter the genuine martial realm as soon as possible. You can take revenge in the Tiansu Mystery Land. In the future, if we work together, even the ancient sword continent will be ours. After hearing Heitai's words, Lin Lu fell silent. He had to admit that the benefits Heitai offered were very tempting. Just the fact that he could help him enter the genuine martial realm was enough for Lin Lu to agree. However, it was difficult for Lin Lu to choose if he wanted to be Heitai's subordinate. You don't have much time left. According to my investigation, the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is about to appear, Heitai said. Heitai said, once the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King appears, the Heavenly Void Mystery Land will go completely crazy. Although there are many warriors, the ones who will fight for the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King will definitely be true martial realm warriors. You have no hope at all. If you agree to my request and join forces with me, not only will we be able to kill Star and Moon, but we'll also be able to obtain the Heavenly Oasis King's legacy. Speaking of the Heavenly Oasis King's legacy, Heitai was quite excited. You're helping me for the Heaven Void King's inheritance, right? Lin Lu finally realized Heitai's goal. If it was before, Heitai wouldn't have paid any attention to Lin Lu. However, Star and Moon's entry into the true martial realm had disrupted Heitai's plans. With the appearance of the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, Star and Moon would definitely come to fight for it. Although Heitai didn't think that Star and Moon could defeat him, he still decided to ally with Lin Lu to defeat Star and Moon first, and then take the Heavenly Void King's inheritance for himself. That's right. What I really want is the Heavenly Void King's legacy, Heitai said. Hearing that, Lin Lu once more sank into silence. After a long while, Lin Lu raised his head. His pitch-black eyes were filled with dense, killing intent. "What method will you use to help me reach the true martial realm?" asked Lin Lu. Crash! Heitai smiled mischievously, and a sword-shaped ball of light appeared in his hand. This sword-shaped ball of light was filled with a terrifying aura. "This is—" Lin Lu's expression changed. "I've obtained the Sword King's inheritance. As long as you agree to my request, I'll give you the Sword King's inheritance. Once you fuse the Sword King's inheritance with your blood intent, you'll be able to easily break through to the true martial realm," said Heitai. At this moment, Lin Lu's expression finally changed. No one knew better than him just how important the Sword King's inheritance was to him. "All right, I agree." An opportunity flashed by. Lin Lu decisively seized it and agreed to Heitai's request. He reached out to receive the sword-shaped ball of light, but Heitai stopped him. "The Sword King's inheritance cannot be passed to outsiders. Before you accept it, you need to be baptized by the Sword King's will," said Heitai. "Ow! Relax your body and let my soul enter your mind," said Heitai. "Okay." Lin Lu's eyes flickered, but he didn't immediately agree. "The Sword King's will have been absorbed into my soul. It cannot be separated. Only when my soul enters your mind will you be baptized by the Sword King's will," explained Heitai. Hearing Heitai's words, Lin Lu stared at Heitai, then relaxed his body and closed his eyes. There was no need for Heitai to do anything to a spirit vortex realm martial artist. If he wanted to kill him, Heitai could easily do it. In order to reach the true martial realm, Lin Lu was going all out. Seeing this, Heitai released his soul and entered Lin Lu's mind without any resistance. Then it invaded his soul. Hiss! When Heitai's soul entered Lin Lu's soul immediately began to struggle. "Heitai, what are you doing?" At this moment, Lin Lu discovered that something was wrong and desperately resisted. But it was too late. Too late. As soon as Heitai finished speaking, a sword-shaped ray of light shot out of his soul and directly pierced Lin Lu's soul. In an instant, Lin Lu's body began to tremble. A moment later, a sword-shaped ray of light appeared in Lin Lu's soul. At this moment, Heitai's soul had already left Lin Lu's mind. "Heitai!" Immediately, a berserk aura surged out. Lin Lu was immediately enraged. "I've already placed the sword prison curse seal on you." Bang! Little Mouse stopped using its innate ability and quietly returned to the special space ring. Luo Yan's body fell heavily to the ground from a high altitude, and he was in great pain. At this time, Star and Moon's aura disappeared. Zhang Jingtao and the others were shocked. Star and Moon were indeed true martial realm martial artists. Luo Yan had escaped so far, but Star and Moon still managed to catch him easily. Looking at Luo Yan on the ground, everyone sighed. Of course, they didn't know that it was Little Mouse who caught Luo Yan. Luo Yan stood up and stared at Star and Moon, saying, "A true martial realm martial artist actually attacked me. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Star and Moon and Fong Chun looked at each other, then turned and left with Zhang Jingtao and the others. They left behind a confused Luo Yan. "What's going on? Why did they just leave without saying anything after catching me?" Luo Yan was very confused. That terrifying attraction just now had made Luo Yan feel despair, and he thought that he was going to die. But now, Star and Moon actually didn't do anything to him. Could it be that she's playing with me? Luo Yan guessed. After guessing for a while and waiting for Star and Moon and the others to leave, Luo Yan cursed loudly. A true martial realm martial artist actually played with me. At this time, Fong Chun and the others were walking, talking, and laughing. "Boss, why didn't you let me eat him?" Little Mouse asked in the special space ring. Fong Chun's gaze passed through the void and looked into the distance. His expression was slightly serious. Chapter 800. Fong Chun and his group were considered the strongest group of people in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. The news that Star and Moon had reached the true martial realm had spread throughout the Sky Void Mystery Land. All the warriors were shocked when they saw Star and Moon, especially the warriors from Tianzhou who had helped Lin Lu find Star and Moon. Of course, after Xingyue reached the true martial realm, she naturally would not bother with these nameless pawns. Under the leadership of Fangchun and Star and Moon, the warriors of the five-element state obtained countless opportunities. Blazing Heaven, Lin Yin'er, and the others all reached the limit of the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. The strength of the five-element state instantly became the strongest among the three states. One day, a piece of news suddenly came and shocked Fangchun. In a wasteland somewhere, Fangchun and Star and Moon were sitting cross-legged on the ground and chatting. Suddenly, Zhang Jingtao rushed over and said, "Fangchun, I just heard a piece of news." "News about the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King?" Fangchun asked. Zhang Jingtao nodded and said, "That's right. The inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is about to appear. On a plain not far from here, a moving maze has appeared. It is said that this maze is most likely related to the Heavenly Void King." A moving maze. Fangchun's eyes flashed when he heard this. He glanced at Star and Moon and said, "Let's go now." Then, the group quickly headed toward the moving maze. The Heavenly Void King was said to be invincible in the true martial realm. He was a quasi-king. The inheritance of such an existence must be extraordinary. The true martial realm warriors, including Tai and Star and Moon, also hoped to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. Just as Fangchun's group was making their way toward the moving maze, a shocking beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky from a hidden spot. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sea of lightning was formed. Within the sea of lightning, there were countless lightning snakes swimming around. Below, Tai's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. "Am I finally going to break through?" Tai muttered to himself. Lin Lu had received the Sword King's inheritance for more than half a month, and he had finally begun to break through. Seeing the lightning tribulation, Tai was very happy. As long as Lin Lu withstood the lightning tribulation, he would be able to step into the true martial realm. At that time, the Star and Moon would be nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Lin Lu, who was sitting cross-legged, had a sword-shaped light flickering on his forehead. In his mind, the sword prison curse seal was constantly emitting resplendent light. Wild sword chi instantly filled the air. At this moment, bloody true intent appeared around Lin Lu. Fuse! Lin Lu let out a low roar, and the bloody intent instantly merged with the sword prison curse seal. In the next moment, the lightning tribulation descended. Rumble, the descent of the thunder calamity of the real martial realm caused the entire heavenly void mystery land to tremble. At this moment, Fangchun, who was flying rapidly in the sky, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face was solemn as he looked at the place where the lightning tribulation gathered. "Someone is going through the lightning tribulation of the real martial realm in the northwest direction," Fangchun said in a low voice. "It should be Lin Lu," the Star and Moon said. In the heavenly void mystery land, other than Lin Lu and Zhang Jingtao, it was almost impossible for anyone else to break through to the real martial realm. Zhang Jingtao had been with them all this time, so the only possibility was Lin Lu. "I didn't expect Lin Lu to break through." Zhang Jingtao's expression was complicated. Back then, his strength was on par with Lin Lu's. In the blink of an eye, Lin Lu had also broken through to the real martial realm. Dong! The lightning tribulation of the real martial realm seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it lasted for a long time. After a while, the lightning tribulation's pressure dissipated, and the sea of lightning in the sky also disappeared instantly. Fangchun looked into the distance. When he saw the lightning tribulation disappear, he nodded slightly and said, 3-9 lightning tribulation. Lin Lu's lightning tribulation wasn't considered powerful. It was only the 3-9 lightning tribulation. It should be known that the lightning tribulation of the Star and Moon was the legendary 9-9 lightning tribulation. "Let's go," Fangchun said. The lightning tribulation of the real martial realm was just a small interlude for Fang Chun. Even if Lin Lu and He Tai teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for the Star and Moon. A rumbling sound rang out. When Lin Lu withstood the last lightning tribulation, a smile finally appeared on his face. Although the 3-9 lightning tribulation couldn't be compared to He Tai's 6-9 lightning tribulation, he had reached the real martial realm. I blocked it. Lin Lu roared loudly, venting the excitement in his heart. After a long while, Lin Lu's aura surged. The blood-red aura contained majestic sword chi. While blocking the 3-9 lightning tribulation, Lin Lu actually merged the bloody true intent with the sword prison curse seal, which greatly increased his strength. At this moment, Lin Lu's body was filled with power. He couldn't wait to find Fang Chun and kill him. "Congratulations, Lin Lu," He Tai said with a smile. Lin Lu glanced at He Tai and nodded. "Since you have broken through, should we set off now?" He Tai asked. "Where to?" Lin Lu asked. "To the place of Heavenly Void King's inheritance," He Tai said. Hearing this, Lin Lu's eyes lit up. After the mobile maze appeared, the news instantly spread throughout the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. All the martial artists rushed towards the mobile maze. The first to arrive at the mobile maze were the martial artists from the 5-element state. Fang Chun stood side by side with Star and Moon. They stood at the front and stared at the mobile maze. "Brother Chun, do you see anything?" Star and Moon's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked. Fang Chun nodded heavily and said, "This is a huge natural array." The people behind Fang Chun were shocked when they heard this. For them, it was rare to see a natural array. They didn't expect to see it here. Moreover, looking at it, the power of this natural array must be incredible. "I'm afraid this natural array wasn't here originally," Fang Chun said in a low voice. "Fang Chun, what do you mean?" Zhang Jingtao asked hurriedly. "Shouldn't natural arrays exist naturally? Why did Fang Chun's words contradict themselves? If it was a natural array, why shouldn't it be here originally? What was the secret behind it?" Even Star and Moon looked at Fang Chun. In terms of arrays, although Star and Moon was a genuine martial realm martial artist, she was not as good as Fang Chun. This array is undoubtedly a natural array, but shouldn't be here originally. It was forcibly moved here by a powerful person, Fang Chun said slowly. "Move." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be Heavenly Void King? He was so powerful that he could move a natural array without damaging it. Heavenly Void King is too terrifying. How powerful is he? He's called a quasi-king. How can ordinary genuine martial realm martial artists compare to him? That's right. The 8 kings under Heavenly Void King are only kings, but Heavenly Void King's quasi-king title is the King of Emperors. Everyone knew that mystic kings were emperor-like existences. Their kings were the kings of emperors. As for the 8 kings under Heavenly Void King, they were only given the title by the common people. They were not recognized by mysterious kings. Their kings were the kings of kings. The difference between the two was too great. Heavenly Void King's methods are not something we can understand, Star and Moon said. In this aspect, Star and Moon had the most understanding. Only after reaching the genuine martial realm did she understand how terrifying Heavenly Void King was. In a genuine martial realm, every level was extremely difficult to advance. Some martial artists could spend their entire lives without being able to advance even one level. Heavenly Void King, on the other hand, relied on his own efforts to not only reach the 9th level of the genuine martial realm, but his strength also reached the terrifying quasi-king level. Since this moving maze is Heavenly Void King's method, then there must be clues to Heavenly Void King's inheritance inside, Zhang Jingtao said in a low voice. Everyone's eyes flashed as they stared at the moving maze. As Fang Chun was about to speak, a sinister laugh could be heard coming from a distance away. Following this, 2 powerful auras surged toward them. Genuine martial realm experts. Everyone exclaimed. They had sensed the terrifying auras. Fang Chun and Star and Moon stared into the distance. They didn't need a guess to know who had come. 2 genuine martial realm experts had come at the same time. Who else could it be other than He Tai and Lin Lu? As expected, when the sinister laughter dissipated, He Tai and Lin Lu appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Fang Chun and the others. The auras on their bodies were too shocking. It didn't restrain them, and they directly forced the many martial artists of the Five Elements province to retreat. Do you regret letting me go back then? Chapter 801. As soon as Lin Lu arrived, he stared at Star and Moon. Back then, in the eyes of Star and Moon, he was just a piece of trash in the spiritual vortex realm. They didn't even bother to kill him. But now, he had become a true martial realm warrior. Standing in front of Star and Moon, his eyes were bloodshot. Star and Moon saw this and shook her head slightly. If I had to do it again, I would still do the same. I've said that I'll leave your life for Brother Chun. Hearing Star and Moon's words, Lin Lu was furious. You're in the true martial realm, and so am I. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Lin Lu was very arrogant. Beside Lin Lu was He Tai, who was watching all this with a smile. Fang Chun clenched his fists, ready to attack at any time. He was a little worried about Star and Moon. After all, the other side had two true martial realm warriors, while they only had Star and Moon. Is that so? Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed. She suddenly waved her hand, and a wild aura shot toward Lin Lu. Bang! At this moment, He Tai's figure flashed and blocked Star and Moon's attack. He then smiled playfully. Your opponent is me. He Tai looked at Fang Chun and said, I'll stop Star and Moon. I'll leave the rest to you. Hearing this, Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. He looked at Fang Chun and said, Boy, your wife said that I'll leave my life for you, but I don't think you're qualified to take my life. What do you think? Fang Chun glanced at Star and Moon, then turned to look at Lin Lu. If we were in the same realm, I'd kill you as easily as killing a dog. Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Lin Lu's voice fell, a wild aura spread out. The power of the true martial realm was pushed to the extreme. The vast aura filled the entire space. Many warriors of the Five Elements state retreated. They wanted to help, but they found that they couldn't even get close to Fang Chun. Fang Chun, Blazing Heaven, Lin Yinner, and the others all called out worriedly. Seeing that Lin Lu was about to make a move, Star and Moon's eyes turned cold. An extremely cold aura instantly erupted. She activated her Dark Een baleful body and combined it with the Dark Een True will to launch a fierce attack on Lin Lu. Like I said, your opponent is me. Seeing this, He Tai immediately took action and blocked Star and Moon's attack. Bang after He Tai's fists collided with Star and Moon. He felt a powerful force and couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, He Tai stared at the Star and Moon, his eyes flashing with an inconceivable light. How is this possible? He Tai was a little surprised. Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm later than him, but he was actually so strong. However, after a brief moment of surprise, He Tai regained his composure and unleashed his full strength to fight Star and Moon. Rumble. The battle between the two was very intense. The entire space shook. At the same time, Lin Lu also launched an attack on Fang Chun. A spiritual vortex realm warrior couldn't be compared to a true endless realm warrior. Although Fang Chun's strength was comparable to the limit of the spiritual vortex realm, when Lin Lu released the aura of a true martial realm warrior, Fang Chun still felt a sense of oppression. Today is the day you die, Lin Lu roared. His body flashed, and all the strength in his body gathered on his fist. He suddenly punched out. It was a simple punch, but it released a power that shocked the heavens and earth. Ripples appeared around Lin Lu's fist. When he punched out, a scorching hot magma instantly shot out from his fist, forming an extremely hot golden fist radiance in the sky. The temperature of the golden fist radiance made Fang Chun's face turn serious. Back off! Zhang Jingtao shouted at Blazing Heaven and the others behind him. He then turned around and stood beside Fang Chun. At this time, he wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chun. Senior brother Zhang. Fang Chun saw Zhang Jingtao and called out softly. He wanted Zhang Jingtao to back off, but Zhang Jingtao shook his head. Fang Chun, I'll fight side by side with you, Zhang Jingtao said in a low voice. Seeing this, Fang Chen's dark eyes flashed with a burning light. He then nodded heavily. Fight side by side. Although Fang Chen wouldn't be defeated by Lin Lu alone, it was difficult for him to fight against a true martial realm warrior. However, with Zhang Jingtao's help, it was different. Two spiritual vortex realm warriors against Lin Lu, who was in the true martial realm. Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice as he activated the sword intent. He then performed the Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique. When he displayed this sword technique, the yellow sword radiance had already surrounded Fang Chen's body. With the support of the Earth Sword Technique, the metal armor instantly covered Fang Chen's arm. It raised Fang Chen's defense to the best state. Seeing the metal armor on Fang Chen's arm, Lin Lu's face turned gloomy. This was because he recognized that the metal armor originally belonged to He Huahui. However, it was now in Fang Chen's hands. "You must die," Lin Lu shouted. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Lu's golden fist light instantly struck Fang Chen's body when the armor covered him. Crack! The Golden Light Dragon Sword Technique was the first to shatter, followed by the yellow sword radiance. Lin Lu's attack was too strong. Even with Fang Chen's defense, he couldn't withstand his attack. Dong! Lin Lu's golden fist radiance hit Fang Chen's sword body hard. Lin Lu thought that his punch would be enough to end Fang Chen's life. However, the result disappointed him. Fang Chen stood quietly on the spot, motionless. When the golden fist radiance hit his body, it disappeared quietly. How is this possible? Lin Lu shouted in surprise. He stared at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a wild smile. A blood-red aura flickered around him. This was the effect of the Blood Moon Jade being activated. When the Bloody Spearman gave the Blood Moon Jade to Fang Chen, he said that the Blood Moon Jade could withstand one attack from a genuine martial realm expert and 3 attacks from an ultimate martial artist of the spiritual vortex realm. Now, when Lin Lu's golden fist radiance hit Fang Chen, the Blood Moon Jade was activated and instantly blocked this terrifying attack. At the same time, a blood-red aura spread around Fang Chen's body. The Blood Moon Jade shattered and countless pieces fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. "So you have a protective treasure. Let's see how you can withstand my attack now." Just as Lin Lu finished speaking, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared behind him. In the next moment, a terrifying fist instantly bombarded his head. "You're courting death." Lin Lu felt the force behind him and snorted. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a backhand, the sword pierced through the void. Crash! Blood splattered from the void. Zhang Jingtao's body instantly fell to the ground. He spat out blood, and there was a sword wound on his body. Seeing Lin Lu's swordsmanship, Fang Chen was very surprised. Lin Lu had heavily injured Zhang Jingtao with one strike. Moreover, when he took out his long sword, his strength had clearly increased by a lot. Could it be? At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Sword King Inheritance. Fang Chen's eyes were grave as he stared at Lin Lu. He hadn't expected Lin Lu to have obtained the Sword King Inheritance. "Fang Chen, be careful." Zhang Jingtao was seriously injured. He spat out blood, and his face was extremely pale. He struggled to say this to Fang Chen. Blazing Heaven and the others hurriedly helped Zhang Jingtao down and let him treat his injuries. Fang Chen faced Lin Lu alone. "Fang Chen, it's your turn now." Lin Lu laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the battle in the sky had reached its climax. The more intense the battle, the more shocked Heitai became. He originally thought that Star and Moon, who were both true martial realm experts, should be on par with him. But Heitai was wrong. After fighting for a while, Heitai discovered that Star and Moon were much stronger than him. This shocked Heitai. He had just undergone a 6-9 lightning tribulation and had reached the true martial realm. Yet he already had the strength of a peak level 1 true martial realm expert. Star and Moon should have undergone a 6-9 lightning tribulation at most. It was impossible for them to have undergone a 9-9 lightning tribulation. How could they be so strong? Heitai, it's time to end the battle. Suddenly, a wild aura spread out from Star and Moon's body. She pushed her Xianine fiend body to the limit, and the second-grade Xianine true intent instantly spread out. Star and Moon had been fighting Heitai all this time and hadn't really attacked. She wanted to use Lin Lu's strength to give Fang Chen some pressure and see if he could break through to the true martial realm. But now, it seemed that Lin Lu's strength had exceeded her expectations. Fang Chen was in danger, so she didn't continue fighting. Rumble, Star, and Moon's fists were filled with the frightening Xianine true intent. This is a second-grade true intent. Heitai was thoroughly shocked when he sensed the Xianine true intent in the air. It was a second-grade true intent. Star and Moon had actually cultivated her true intent to the second grade. Damn it! Heitai roared furiously. He had painstakingly cultivated his true intent, but it was only at the peak of the first grade. But this woman had easily cultivated it to the second grade. I, Heitai, am the strongest of the ancient sword continent's younger generation. Heitai roared furiously. Black light surged around his body as he punched out with an earth-shattering force. Dong! The two fists collided, and the ground shook. Countless ripples appeared in the sky. Bang! Heition's body was instantly sent flying. Star and Moon left behind an afterimage and appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking Lin Lu's attack. This Heitai, who had stabilized himself, felt a trace of fear in his heart. If he guessed correctly, Star and Moon's cultivation had already stepped into the second grade, true endless realm. Thinking of this, Heitai's face revealed a bitter smile. Lin Lu stopped. Heitai suddenly roared. Lin Lu, who was about to attack, stopped when he heard Heitai's voice. He looked at Heitai in confusion. You are no match for her, Heitai said. Knowing that Star and Moon's cultivation had stepped into the second grade, true martial realm, Heitai naturally wouldn't let Lin Lu die so easily. Lin Lu was a great reliance for him to deal with Star and Moon. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to defeat Star and Moon. However, just as Lin Lu was about to speak, suddenly, a magnificent aura spread across the place. Everyone exclaimed and turned to look. They were shocked to find that the powerful aura came from the injured Zhang Jingtao. He's breaking through. Blazing Heaven exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Jingtao. The battle with Lin Lu had left Zhang Jingtao seriously injured, but it had inadvertently allowed him to touch the threshold of the true martial realm. Chapter 802. The first time he tried to break through to the real martial realm was at the Five Elements Academy. At that time, Zhang Jingtao was high-spirited and gave it his all. The second time he tried to break through to the real martial realm was in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, but he still failed. Many martial artists in the ancient sword continent knew what it meant to fail to break through to the real martial realm twice. However, Zhang Jingtao did not give up. Who was he? He was Zhang Jingtao, the former number one of the Five Elements Academy and the number one of the younger generation in the Five Element State. Star and Moon had surpassed him and was the first of the younger generation to enter the real martial realm in the Five Element State. However, Zhang Jingtao was not weaker than others. Zhang Jingtao's heart was filled with determination. Breaking through to the real martial realm was his wish. It was also the strongest thought in his heart. This was his third attempt to break through to the real martial realm. Zhang Jingtao didn't leave himself any chance of survival. As long as there was a chance, people would rely on it. If there was no chance, they would give it their all. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jingtao's aura had reached its peak. Everyone looked at Zhang Jingtao with worry. Zhang Jingtao had no other choice. He could either take the opportunity to break through to the real martial realm or be seriously injured. Choosing one of the two, he still resolutely chose to break through to the real martial realm. For a martial artist like him, it would be painful if he could not break through to the real martial realm in his lifetime. Star and Moon and Fang Chen stood beside Zhang Jingtao to protect him. At this time, Heitai and Lin Lu silently entered the moving maze. If they fought head-on, their chances of winning were not high. Before entering the moving maze, Heitai glanced at Star and Moon and said eerily, When I get the inheritance of the heavenly Void King, I will kill you. Real martial realm. Zhang Jingtao shouted in his heart. He wanted to break through to the real martial realm more than anyone else. Rumble. After struggling for a while, Zhang Jingtao's aura finally stabilized a lot. At this time, the sky changed instantly. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a sea of lightning appeared. As long as Zhang Jingtao successfully passed the lightning tribulation of the real martial realm, he would become a real martial realm powerhouse. To become an expert, one must not only have heaven-defying potential, but also have a fearless heart. Looking at Zhang Jingtao, Fang Chun muttered to himself. This time, Zhang Jingtao had faced death and fought for survival. He was not afraid of death and was trying to break through to the true martial realm. Even if he died, he had no resentment. This is his only chance, Star and Moon said. Blazing Heaven and the others waited quietly. In the sky, a sea of lightning rolled and snakes of lightning surged. It was not the first time that Fang Chun had seen the true martial realm thunder tribulation, so he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, Blazing Heaven and the others were extremely shocked. This was the first time that they had seen the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm. Such a lightning tribulation was too terrifying. Rumble Zhang Jingtao began to cross the lightning tribulation. His body was injured, but with his great perseverance, he successfully withstood the first lightning tribulation. At that instant, the second tribulation descended. Zhang Jingtao's body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. Lightning tribulation, come! Zhang Jingtao roared as he circulated all the energy in his body to resist the lightning tribulation. Crack! The second tribulation lightning almost caused Zhang Jingtao to faint. But with his great perseverance, he managed to endure. Ha! Zhang Jingtao's eyes were almost unable to open, but he still laughed. Boom! The third tribulation lightning descended. This tribulation lightning was the strongest of the three. Crack! When the tribulation lightning struck Zhang Jingtao's body, Zhang Jingtao's body was instantly smashed into the ground. The rumbling sound was deafening. The tribulation lightning lasted for a minute before dissipating. The sea of lightning in the sky silently scattered. A huge hole appeared in the ground. Fang Chun took a step forward and arrived in front of the hole to check on Zhang Jingtao's situation. The current Zhang Jingtao was covered in blood and had fainted. He looked like a dead person. Fang Chun brought Zhang Jingtao out of the hole and examined him. He was still alive, but on the verge of death. He withstood it. Zhang Jingtao had finally succeeded in his third attempt to break through to the true martial realm. Although it was a 3-9 tribulation lightning, he had succeeded. He's not in danger, right? Asked Fang Chun. Star and Moon shook his head. He's already a true martial realm cultivator. He has a true martial body. He'll be fine. The current Zhang Jingtao only needed to rest to recover. After all, a true martial realm cultivator's physical body was exceptionally strong. Having just broken through to the true martial realm, all aspects of his body were transforming. Zhang Jingtao was still unconscious. Everyone was quietly waiting. They had already forgotten about Lin Lu and He Tai. 2 hours later, Zhang Jingtao woke up from his coma. His face was filled with a wild smile. I finally stepped into the true martial realm. Zhang Jingtao laughed heartily. Congratulations, senior brother Zhang. Song Xiong and the others cupped their hands in congratulations. Zhang Jingtao was very weak. His face was pale, but he was very excited. After another hour, the functions of Zhang Jingtao's body had completely transformed into the body of the true martial realm. At this time, the aura of his body was rising, and the injuries in his body were also healing. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jingtao had recovered. As expected of a true martial realm cultivator, Fang Chun stared at Zhang Jingtao and muttered to himself. Zhang Jingtao was obviously very happy to have broken through to the true martial realm. Senior brother Zhang, congratulations. Fang Chun cupped his hands in respect. Fang Chun, speaking of which, I have to thank you. Only by fighting side by side with you did I have the chance to touch the threshold of the true martial realm. Zhang Jingtao smiled. Zhang Jingtao's breakthrough to the true martial realm was a good thing for the five-element state. After all, one more true martial realm cultivator meant one more share of strength. After a while, Zhang Jingtao's body was no longer in danger. At this time, everyone finally reacted. "Where are Lin Lu and He Tai?" Zhang Jingtao asked. "They entered the moving maze," Star and Moon said. "The next time we meet, we'll make them pay a heavy price." Zhang Jingtao was furious. "Let's go." "We'll also go in," Star and Moon said. Just as Fang Chun and the others were about to leave, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled. He stopped, and his expression changed slightly as he looked at his dantian. At this time, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian was actually trembling. There was a huge change in the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The head in the cauldron was fighting with the Adept of Calamity. Of course, the Adept of Calamity couldn't resist the head's attack. "Stop. I said that I can make a deal with you." The head in the cauldron bit off the Adept of Calamity's arm. The head in the cauldron didn't listen and continued to bite the Adept of Calamity. The Adept of Calamity's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the head in the cauldron and shouted, "Don't you want to absorb the aura of an ancient expert? I can find you an even stronger ancient expert and let you absorb as much as you want." Hearing this, the head in the cauldron finally stopped biting. Its eyes flickered as it stared at the Adept of Calamity. There's a hidden place in the Heavenly Void secret realm. An ancient expert is imprisoned there. He seems to be an enemy of the Heavenly Void King. The energy on his body surpasses your imagination. If you let me out, I can help you find that hidden place. The Adept of Calamity moved. The head in the cauldron's eyes turned. In the end, it directly opened the cauldron. Immediately, a majestic aura swept away the Adept of Calamity. Fang Chun was looking at the cauldron when he suddenly discovered that the cauldron had been opened. A black gust of wind instantly appeared in his body and then disappeared. "What's going on?" Fang Chun was very puzzled, but he didn't discover anything. "Brother Chun, what's wrong?" Star and Moon walked over and asked. Fang Chun shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's continue." Seeing this, everyone followed Fang Chun into the moving maze. Not long after they left, a black gust of wind appeared in the void. After the gust of wind disappeared, the Adept of Calamity appeared on the ground. "I, the Adept of Calamity, have finally regained my freedom." A sinister smile appeared on the Adept of Calamity's face. The expert in the cauldron was too terrifying. Even after being dead for so long, he still possessed such power. "We must find that imprisoned ancient expert. Perhaps only he can resist the cauldron's expert," said the Adept of Calamity. The cauldron's expert's methods were unimaginable. Although the Adept of Calamity had escaped from the cauldron, he felt that as long as the cauldron's expert was willing, he could capture him at any time. So, he had to change this situation. As one of the three great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect, he had actually fallen to such a state. The only way to change this situation was to find the imprisoned ancient expert and have him fight with the cauldron's expert. It would be best if both sides were injured. At that time, the Adept of Calamity would take the opportunity to absorb their energy. The Adept of Calamity, felt that this plan of his was perfect. In a flash, the Adept of Calamity left this place. At this moment, in the terrifying underground, the demonic beasts that were imprisoned in the huge cage gradually woke up. "Delicious blood, come quickly." The demonic beast roared. The demonic beast wanted to stand up, but the prison was too small and its body was too huge. It couldn't stand up at all. Bang, bang, bang. Within the prison, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Above the prison, sparks flew everywhere. After so many years, the prison was still so sturdy. Damn that heavenly oasis king. He tortured me for so many years. The demonic beast roared in anger. The breath that came out of its mouth was extremely vast. If not for the restriction of the array and talisman, how could a mere prison block it? It won't be long before I see the light of day again. At that time, the entire ancient sword continent will become my territory. The demonic beast said in a deep voice. Back then, in order to protect the ancient sword continent, the heavenly oasis king fought with it. In the end, he trapped it and tortured it for 10,000 years. Now that it saw the light of day again, the first thing it did was to make the ancient sword continent that the heavenly oasis king favored the most into its territory. On the ancient sword continent, all the human martial artists were killed. Chapter 803. After entering the moving labyrinth, Fang Chun and Star and Moon were at the front, while Zhang Jingtao was at the back. As for Blazing Heaven and the others, they were at the center. As soon as they entered the moving labyrinth, everyone sensed a terrifying aura. This moving labyrinth is strange, Fang Chun muttered to himself. He was a top formation grandmaster and was only one step away from becoming a sage master. He had a lot of experience in the study of formations. Therefore, everyone placed their hopes on Fang Chun. This natural formation needed Fang Chun to crack it. Fang Chun, is there any way to crack this formation? Blazing Heaven, who was behind him, asked in a low voice. Lin Yin'er, who was dressed in a fiery red dress, also stared at Fang Chun with her beautiful eyes. After being in contact with Fang Chun for a long time, Lin Yin'er's mentality had also changed. Now, when she saw Fang Chun, her mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. It's impossible to crack this natural formation, but I have a way to temporarily stop it, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Since this natural formation was moved here by the heavenly oasis king, there must be something important here, Star and Moon said. The natural formation had been moved here either to attract people who were fated to come here or to conceal something. No matter what, everyone had entered the formation and could only listen to Fang Chun's arrangements. Let's give it a try first, Fang Chun said. As soon as Fang Chun's voice fell, a majestic aura suddenly came from his body. This aura contained a powerful formation aura. Fang Chun activated the formation Tao Foundation scroll and began to block the natural formation's operation. Crash! The golden heart beat rapidly, and traces of scorching aura instantly escaped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chun. Huh! Fang Chun shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the natural formation. Then, everyone realized that the natural formation had really stopped operating. It stopped, someone shouted. Look, there's an entrance below, someone suddenly shouted. Immediately, under Zhang Jingtao's lead, the many warriors from the Five Elements province entered. Blocking the operation of a natural formation was extremely difficult. Even Fang Chun couldn't do it for a long time. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. Hurry up and get in, Fang Chun shouted. However, just as Zhang Jingtao and the others entered the underground entrance, Fang Chun suddenly discovered that there was another entrance not far away. At the same time, two figures entered through the entrance. Let's go to that entrance. Fang Chun glanced at the Star and Moon and shouted. Star and Moon nodded and disappeared into the entrance in a flash, leaving only Fang Chun behind. When Fang Chun stopped urging his power, the natural array formation instantly started operating. In an instant, the entrance was about to be swallowed up. At this critical moment, Fang Chun drilled into it at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. After entering the entrance, the natural array formation above roared again. Fang Chun stared around and found that this was a very deep cave. Just now, the reason why Fang Chun let Star and Moon enter this cave was because he vaguely captured a special aura. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that Lin Lu and Hei Tai had entered this entrance. Brother Chun. Fang Chun was looking around when Star and Moon suddenly came over. Yua, what did you find? Fang Chun hurriedly asked. Star and Moon came in first, so he didn't know if they found anything. Star and Moon shook her head and said, except for Lin Lu and Hei Tai, who drilled into the depths of the cave, I didn't find anything else. Fang Chun nodded. At this time, the golden heart was beating faster and faster, and Fang Chun also vaguely felt a strong aura. Be careful. Fang Chun held Star and Moon's small white hand and reminded them. Then, the two of them rushed into the depths of the cave. After a while, Fong Chun and Star and Moon arrived at the depths of the cave. This place was filled with a gloomy aura. Two figures stood in front of them, Hei Tai and Lin Lu. On the wall at the front of the cave, there was a thick rock cave. Lin Lu and Hei Tai stared at the rock cave with serious expressions. When they saw Fong Chun and Star and Moon arrive, their expressions changed greatly. "I didn't expect you to find this place too," Hei Tai said in a low voice. Lin Lu's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent as he stared at Fong Chun. For a moment, the atmosphere was very solemn and murderous. However, before Fong Chun could say anything, Hei Tai spoke first. "Now is not the time for internal strife. I hope we can cooperate," Hei Tai said. Hearing Hei Tai's words, Fong Chun's eyes flashed and he asked, "Cooperate?" "Yes. After entering the cave, we found this rock cave. There is a demonic blood python in the rock cave," Hei Tai said. "We can kill the demonic blood python. Other than the python's gallbladder, the rest will be yours." The demonic blood python was considered a top demonic beast among the snake-type demonic beasts. Under normal circumstances, the weakest adult demonic blood python was at the spiritual whirlpool realm. Fong Chun seemed to realize that the demonic blood python was important to Hei Tai. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "A demonic blood python at the genuine martial realm?" Fong Chun asked in a low voice. Lin Lu was silent. Hei Tai nodded and said, "If it is a demonic blood python at the spiritual whirlpool realm, I can handle it alone. This demonic blood python should be at LV2 of the genuine martial realm." Hearing this, Fong Chun was shocked. The demonic blood python was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Human martial artists at the same level could not deal with a demonic blood python. You should know how strong the demonic blood python is. Even if the four of us work together, we will still die here," Fong Chun said coldly. If it was a demonic blood python at LV1 of the genuine martial realm, the four of them might have a chance to kill it. However, it was a LV2 genuine martial realm demonic blood python. "Let me finish," Hei Tai said. Fong Chun did not speak. Hei Tai continued, "I am proficient in some snake taming techniques. Through them, I can understand that the demonic blood python in the rock cave is in the transformation period. Its strength has decreased to the lowest level. This is the best time to deal with it." Transformation period. Under normal circumstances, snake-type demonic beasts would go through a transformation period every once in a while. Once the transformation was completed, its strength would increase. Of course, snake-type demonic beasts in the transformation period would have their strength greatly reduced. They would often find a relatively safe place to undergo the transformation. If the demonic blood python in the rock cave was really in the transformation period, then the four of them could give it a try. Other than the gallbladder, the demonic blood python's entire body was a precious treasure. Its skin could be refined into armor. Its defense was very strong. At the very least, it could be refined into top-grade, profound-grade armor. It was an excellent material for refining weapons. The snake's eyes were very tempting to those who cultivated eye techniques. Of course, the demonic blood python's body was the most precious. If it was given to a saint refiner, they could refine the legendary demonic blood heavenly pill. The demonic blood heavenly pill was a Tao-grade pill. If a genuine martial realm cultivator took it, they could break through their bottleneck. Such a heaven-defying pill would definitely cause a war in the outside world. Right now, Fong Chun was also very interested in the demonic blood python's body. "All right, we can work together. Like you said, other than the gallbladder, the rest of the demonic blood python's body belongs to us. What do you think?" asked Fong Chun. If they agreed, they would work together. If they did not, they would turn around and leave. "All right, I agree," said Hei Tai. "To ensure that what you said is true, you'll attack," said Fong Chun. Hei Tai nodded. "Since we're working together, let's put aside our previous grudges and work together to kill the demonic blood python." Star and Moon nodded. Lin Lu was silent. "Tell us your plan," said Fong Chun. "I'm proficient in the snake controlling art. I'll use it to lure the demonic blood python out of its cave. If we succeed, the four of us will work together. If we fail, we'll charge in and kill it," said Hei Tai. After explaining his plan, Heitai began to use the snake-controlling art. Fang Chun had also cultivated the snake-controlling art in the 4 mountain ranges. But compared to Heitai's, the difference was too great. Heitai's snake-controlling art was very powerful. Its powerful aura entered the rock cave. Immediately, a furious roar rang out. When Fang Chun sensed the aura, he realized that it was the demonic blood python. It's really the demonic blood python. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. This demonic blood python's aura seems a bit weak. In the blink of an eye, a thick demonic blood python crawled out of the rock cave. Its scarlet eyes flickered as it spat out its tongue and attacked Heitai. Attack! Heitai shouted. The power of the genuine martial realm erupted as he started to attack. Star and Moon were the main force in attacking the demonic blood python. As for Fang Chun, he was just a helper. Bang, bang, bang. The demonic blood python's attack was very powerful. It swung its tail at Heitai and sent him flying. Seeing this, Fang Chun couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder Heitai wanted to work with them. Even a demonic blood python in its transformation stage was very powerful. Star and Moon was the main force in attacking the demonic blood python. With her Xianin true meaning, the demonic blood python couldn't escape her attack for a while. This gave Heitai and Lin Lu an opportunity. The two true martial realm experts joined forces to attack the blood fiend python. Golden Light Dragon Swordsmanship. Fang Chun used his swordsmanship to attack the demonic blood python's tail. Trash. Seeing this, Lin Lu sneered. Before Fang Chun's attack reached him, the demonic blood python's tail carried the power of thunder and bombarded him instantly. Brother Chun, be careful! Star and Moon shouted. She wanted to help, but it was too late. Fang Chun's body was hit by the demonic blood python's tail and smashed into the wall. He fell into the rock cave, creating a hole in the wall. Star and Moon was worried about Fang Chun's safety, but after hearing Heitai's words, she continued to attack the demonic blood python. Attack the demonic blood python. It has completed its transformation. Once it completes its transformation, we will all die. A blood-red glow appeared around the demonic blood python. Heitai was also anxious and shouted loudly. Chapter 804. Fang Chun, who was lying in the grotto, was in pain all over. Luckily, my defense is strong, Fang Chun said to himself. The demonic blood python's attack was too powerful. Just a swipe of its tail was enough to send Fang Chun flying. Fang Chun was a martial artist at the peak of LV9's spiritual vortex realm. He was one step away from the real martial realm. Even with his strength, he was still sent flying by the demonic blood python's tail. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been turned into minced meat. Fang Chun quickly stood up and looked around the grotto. The grotto was not big and could only accommodate the demonic blood python. Fang Chun was about to go out and fight when he found something under his feet. He looked down and saw a pile of weeds on the ground. In the weeds, there were 3 fist-sized eggs. This is a snake egg. Fang Chun's face revealed a trace of surprise. As for the blood fiend python eggs, Fang Chun discovered that there were traces of blood-red patterns on the 3 eggs. When Fang Chun saw this, his expression changed drastically. The demonic blood python is not in the metamorphosis stage. It has just laid eggs. Fang Chun thought to himself. Metamorphosis and laying eggs were 2 completely different concepts. Fang Chun flicked his wrist and put the 3 eggs into his spatial ring. Then, he jumped out of the grotto. Be careful, Fang Chun shouted. Just as Fang Chun finished speaking, the demonic blood python suddenly roared to the sky. Then, the smell of blood filled the entire grotto. The demonic blood python's aura was increasing. The metamorphosis is complete. Star and Moon's face changed, and he kept retreating. Roar. The demonic blood python's aura was at its peak. Its tail kept swinging, and the rocks in the grotto were smashed into powder. Damn it, it's getting stronger. Heitai shouted. Attack it. Heitai also realized the threat of the demonic blood python and shouted. At this time, no one dared to hold back. Lin Lu activated the Sword Prison Curse Seal and used the strongest attack in the Sword King inheritance. Heitai also used his strongest attack. This attack was infinitely close to the power of a LV2 true martial realm. Star and Moon was the main force of the three. Her figure flashed. Her true intent of Dark Een combined with Dark Een demonic body gave her an outstanding attack. Bang! The demonic blood python went into a frenzy and attacked the three people. "Attack its weak point," shouted Fang Chun. At the same time, he also launched a fierce attack. The four of them besieged the demonic blood python, but the latter seemed to have gone mad and launched a counterattack. Bang! Once again, he was sent flying by the tail of the demonic blood python. Fang Chun was prepared to take the risk. He took out a Dao-grade talisman and shouted, "Cover me." As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, Heitai and the other two attacked with all their might and forced the demonic blood python to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chun leaped into the air above the demonic blood python and activated the talisman without hesitation. Violent sword chi filled the air instantly. Roar! The demonic blood python was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Fang Chun. At this time, Fang Chun stuffed the activated sword talisman into the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. Bang! Fang Chun's body was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. Even though the sword body's defense was strong, he was still injured this time. Swoosh! A vast amount of sword chi gushed out from the sword talisman and continued to ravage the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. The demonic blood python kept struggling. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Star and Moon and the other two used their strongest attack to attack the demonic blood python's weak point. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The rocks above the cave kept falling. The whole cave seemed to be collapsing. After struggling for a while, the demonic blood python's aura finally weakened. Its huge body wanted to crawl back into the cave, but it died midway. Seeing the dead demonic blood python and the miserable cave, the four looked at each other. The demonic blood python was too strong. A LV2 genuine martial realm demonic blood python had such destructive power. After confirming that the demonic blood python was dead, Heitai's eyes flashed. He walked to the demonic blood python and reached his hand into its body. He took out its gallbladder. Looking at the red gallbladder in his hand, Heitai's eyes shone. "The demonic blood python's body belongs to me," Lin Lu suddenly said. "Humph. We agreed that except for the gallbladder, the rest would belong to us. Are you going back on your word?" Fang Chun questioned. Heitai was the one who agreed. "I didn't say anything," Lin Lu said shamelessly. Star and Moon snorted. His aura rippled as he said, "We contributed the most to killing the demonic blood python. The body should belong to us." Star and Moon were the main attackers of the three genuine martial realm experts. Fang Chun had used a talisman at the critical moment. In the end, Lin Lu wanted to steal their fruits of labor. "Heitai, what do you mean?" Fang Chun looked at Heitai and asked. "I've already got the gallbladder. It doesn't matter. This is between you and Lin Lu. I won't interfere. However, Lin Lu is my good friend. If he's in trouble, I won't leave him to die." Heitai put away the gallbladder and grinned. Hearing Heitai's words, Fang Chun knew that a battle was inevitable. "Let me." Xingyu stood in front of Fang Chun and stared at the two of them. She said, "You have to pay the price for snatching my things. Star and Moon, you're only at LV2 of the genuine martial realm. It'll be easy for us to kill you if we work together." Lin Lu sneered. "Besides, you used up most of your spiritual chi in the battle just now. How are you going to fight us?" Lin Lu said coldly, as if he was certain that Star and Moon would be defeated. As for Fang Chun, he was ignored by Lin Lu. After all, he wasn't a genuine martial realm expert. "Then let's try." Star and Moon's cold voice reached Lin Lu's ears. Immediately, Star and Moon tiptoed and appeared in front of Lin Lu in a flash. He threw a punch. Lin Lu had expected Star and Moon to make a move. Before Star and Moon's fist could reach him, he kept retreating. "Star and Moon, Lin Lu is my friend. Don't you think it's too much to attack him?" Heitai said hypocritically. Then, a black aura appeared around him as he threw a punch. Bang! Star and Moon and Heitai punched each other. Star and Moon retreated slightly, while Heitai stood still. Do it. As soon as Heitai's voice fell, the two genuine martial realm experts joined forces and besieged Star and Moon. Fang Chun naturally wouldn't let Star and Moon face danger alone. He instantly set up a profound level formation. However, for a genuine martial realm expert, a profound level formation was nothing. Your opponent is me. Fang Chun moved and stopped Lin Lu. He didn't need to defeat Lin Lu. He just needed to stall him for a while. You're courting death. Sure enough, after being stopped by Fang Chun, Lin Lu's face darkened. He immediately launched a fierce attack. Sacrificing Fist. Lin Lu shouted and performed the Sacrificing Fist. The fist radiance contained the terrifying aura of a genuine martial realm expert. It also contained a vast bloody true intent. Bang! A punch landed on Fang Chun's body, causing the latter to continuously retreat. A genuine martial realm expert? Fang Chun licked his dry lips and grinned. This was the first time he truly fought a genuine martial realm expert. The Golden Light Dragon Sword technique was pushed to the extreme. The sword intent was also fully released. The sword radiance was everywhere, constantly attacking Lin Lu. When Lin Lu was blocked by Fang Chun, Heitai was instantly suppressed by Star and Moon and was forced to retreat. Lin Lu, you piece of trash. Can't you even deal with a spiritual vortex realm expert? Heitai cursed. Bang! Heitai's body was sent flying by Star and Moon. At this moment, Lin Lu repelled Fang Chun and came to Heitai's side. Finish this quickly, Lin Lu said. Fang Chun rushed over again, but Star and Moon stopped him. You don't have to do anything. Let me do it, Star and Moon said. Star and Moon's tone was calm, but it gave off a strong pressure. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An extremely cold aura appeared on Star and Moon's body. This was a sign that the mysterious Yin body was being activated. At the same time, the true meaning of mysterious Yin also spread out. Dazzling sound wave. Xingyu shouted in a low voice. Her palms kept waving, and ripples appeared in the cave. These ripples contained the majestic true meaning of mysterious Yin, which directly enveloped Heitai and Lin Lu. Lin Lu suddenly let out a miserable cry. He was shocked to find that this was a sound wave attack. Damn it, Heitai cursed. Star and Moon's sound wave attack was too strong. It made Heitai's soul tremble. Get out, Heitai roared. Suddenly, the void in front of him was cut open, directly cutting off the source of the sound wave attack. In an instant, the sound wave attack that invaded Heitai and Lin Lu's minds disappeared. Fang Chun's pupils shrank when he saw this. Is this Heitai's true meaning? This was the first time Fang Chun saw Heitai use his true meaning. What true meaning is this? How can it cut open space? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "This is the true meaning of cleavage." The true meaning of cleavage was a legendary true meaning. It was much stronger than the true meaning of mysterious Yin. A martial artist with the true meaning of cleavage could cut open space at the beginning. At the peak, they could even cut open stars with a thought. It was terrifying. So, it's the true meaning of cleavage. But this alone is not enough to scare me. Star and Moon sneered. Her purple robe fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was still rising. Star and Moon, who was in the second level of the true martial realm, used the mysterious Yin inheritance. Her attack power was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the second level. Heitai's eyes flickered. He glanced at Star and Moon, and then at Star and Moon. Boom! Suddenly, Heitai punched and used the true meaning of cleavage, cutting open the void. Let's go. Heitai pulled Lin Lu and entered the cave, disappearing in an instant. Star and Moon didn't chase. She really couldn't catch up to Heitai, who had the true meaning of cleavage. Are you okay? Fang Chun asked. Chapter 805. At this time, in a dark cave somewhere, the void was cut open, and Heitai and Lin Lu walked out in a sorry state. Didn't you say we could use this opportunity to kill Star and Moon? Lin Lu asked angrily as soon as he stopped. I underestimated Star and Moon's strength. I didn't expect her to be able to resist our joint attack. Heitai said grimly. Now, not only did Star and Moon not die, but they even gave away the demonic blood python's body, Lin Lu said unhappily. We'll take back what belongs to us sooner or later, Heitai said. Originally, they wanted to work together to kill the demonic blood python and exhaust Star and Moon's spiritual energy, then work together to kill Star and Moon. But in the end, the plan fell short. Fortunately, getting the snake gallbladders wasn't a waste of time. In the underground cave, in front of the grotto, Fang Chun and Star and Moon were cutting up the demonic blood python's body. The demonic blood python's body was too big to fit in a single space ring, so they had to cut it up. The demonic blood python's body was unusually hard. Fortunately, Star and Moon's true intent of dark Yin corroded it, so Fang Chun could cut it up easily. After putting the demonic blood python's body into the space ring, Fang Chun smiled. Do you know why the demonic blood python suddenly became so strong? Fang Chun asked. Didn't it pass its metamorphosis period? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chun shook his head and took out 3 snake gallbladders from a space ring. You mean the demonic blood python didn't undergo metamorphosis, but laid eggs? Star and Moon instantly understood. That's right. These 3 gallbladders were laid by the demonic blood python. I was smashed in the grotto by the python's tail, so I took them, Fang Chun said. They're actually the demonic blood python's eggs. Star and Moon was also surprised. 3 demonic blood python's eggs would make people go crazy in the outside world. After all, this represented 3 young demonic blood pythons. Once the eggs hatched, there would be 3 young demonic blood pythons. The value of the blood fiend python was extremely high. After they reached adulthood, they would automatically have the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. With a little bit of training, they would be able to reach the real martial realm. Having 3 baby blood demon pythons meant that there would be 3 blood demon pythons in the true martial realm in the future. After we leave the heavenly void secret land, nurture them well and try to nurture 3 blood fiend pythons, Fang Chun said with a smile. After that, Fang Chun put away the blood fiend python egg. Brother Chun, haven't you always wanted to comprehend the concept of wood? The blood fiend pythons bile contain some wood attribute energy. Do you want to try it? Asked Star and Moon suddenly. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, then patted his head. Why didn't he think of that? Of course, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun had already collected the blood fiend python's organs when he was cutting it. At that moment, with a single thought from Fang Chun, a very large wooden case appeared. This wooden box contained the blood fiend python's organs, which included its bile. Fang Chun took the bile and put the wooden box back. Then he sat down cross-legged and said, help me guard. Brother Chun, this blood fiend python is a real martial realm demonic beast. Its bile must be very violent. Be careful, Star and Moon reminded him. Fang Chun nodded and dripped a drop of bile into his mouth. Instantly, a scorching hot aura filled the air. So powerful. Fang Chun felt pain all over his body. This was the bile being digested. At this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. The pain caused by the bile instantly disappeared. Fang Chun was a little surprised. The blood fiend python's bile had caused a change in the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart directly absorbed the drop of bile that had spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chun poured the rest of the bile into his mouth. As expected, the golden heart absorbed all of it, not leaving a single drop for Fang Chun. Could it be that the reason the golden heart was beating so fast was because of the blood fiend python? Fang Chun muttered to himself. After the golden heart absorbed the blood fiend python's bile, it emitted a strange aura. At first, Fang Chun didn't notice it. Later, when Fang Chun felt this aura, he was overjoyed. Endless aura. This is the aura of the wood element. Fang Chun exclaimed excitedly. The essence of wood could give life to nature. The aura emitted by the golden heart was actually the aura of endless life. In his ecstasy, Fang Chun started to absorb the wood element aura without hesitation. 15 minutes later, the wood element aura surged around Fang Chun's body. Star and Moon's eyes lit up. Brother Chen's potential is monstrous. I wonder what kind of lightning tribulation he'll trigger when he enters the true martial realm. Will it be the 12th layer tribulation? Star and Moon thought to herself. Of course, she also knew that it was impossible for it to be the 12th layer tribulation. It was most likely the 9-9 lightning tribulation. With the help of the Golden Heart, Fang Chun continued to absorb the wood element aura. After another 2 hours, the wood element aura around Fang Chen's body had reached its peak. Hiss! The wood element aura was condensing in his mind. It took a lot of effort to condense into a round ball, but suddenly exploded. Fang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head. He had failed at the crucial moment. How is it? Star and Moon asked. I'm still 1 step away, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the bile of the blood fiend python, his comprehension of the essence of wood had deepened. Fang Chen was confident that as long as he ate some more wood element treasures, he would definitely be able to comprehend the essence of wood. That's already very good, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't try to force the issue. Forcing it wouldn't work. Fang Chen calmly faced reality. In a certain dark area, Adept Calamity was calmly standing. After arriving here, he felt his heart palpitate. He could faintly sense a terrifying aura in the air. Senior, shouted Adept Calamity. You know I'm here? Suddenly, a deep voice could be heard. Senior, I know you've been trapped here by the Heavenly Void King. So, I've come to save you, said Adept Calamity. Save me? The demon beast in the cage sneered. With your little strength, you think you can save me? Senior, with my strength, I naturally can't save you. But I have a method, said Adept Calamity. What method? The demonic beast asked. There's a man with a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. There's a head inside the cauldron. That head is exceptionally powerful. He might be able to open this cage and let you out, said Adept Calamity. 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. Hearing this, the demon beast in the cage was also shocked. It naturally knew what a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was. That was a cauldron that belonged to a supreme being from the ancient era. Just as the demon beast was shocked, the ground suddenly shook. Then, it sensed the situation in the underground cave. Someone actually killed the blood demon python. It seems there's a true martial realm expert among the human martial artists that came here, said the demon beast with a sinister smile as it licked its dry lips. Adept Calamity stood on the ground, waiting for the demon beast's reply. After a long time, the demon beast said, Bring all the true martial realm martial artists here, and I'll agree to your request. All right, said Adept Calamity. Just now, Adept Calamity had told the demon beast everything about the head. When the demon beast learned that the head in the cauldron was absorbing the power of an ancient era expert, it was also shocked. Adept Calamity said that he could use this to let the head in the cauldron break out of its cage. Once the demon beast regained its freedom, he could destroy the head. And Adept Calamity's only request was to follow the demon beast. The demon beast readily agreed. It wasn't just Adept Calamity who was scheming against it. However, none of this was important. It already couldn't wait to taste the delicious human blood. Adept Calamity left. He had to think of a way to bring the true martial realm martial artists here. At this time, the demon beast in the cage had a king character on its forehead. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. To think that I, the Heavenly Bone King, would fall to such a state, said the demon beast angrily. Fang Chun and Star and Moon left the cave. On the other side of the cave, there was a passage. This passage led to a certain place. The two of them passed through the passage and arrived at an underground palace. In the center of the palace, there was an extremely tall statue. This statue was of a human with a trace of anger on its face. Its hand was holding the blade of a long saber. Could it be the statue of the Heavenly Void King? Fang Chun asked in a low voice. Star and Moon nodded and said, It should be the statue of the Heavenly Void King. From this statue, we can clearly see that the owner of the saber is attacking the Heavenly Void King. Who dares to attack the Heavenly Void King? Could it be that this person is the mastermind behind the Heavenly Void King's death? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. At this time, the two of them discovered that there were 2 faint words on the blade of the Heavenly Void King's hand. Heavenly Bone? What does that mean? Fangchen was puzzled. Is that the name of the saber? The underground palace was extremely magnificent. Other than the statue in the center, the surroundings were empty. Every corner had a crystal lamp that illuminated the entire palace. That saber contains an extremely fierce, fiendish aura. Even after so long, it hasn't completely dissipated, said Star and Moon to himself. An expert who can challenge the Heavenly Void King has to be at least LV9 of the true martial realm. Fangchen's pitch-black eyes stared at the statue.